What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Adventure Co Gaming ProQuest at the Haven here in Orlando, Florida. Our first big event. If you guys can hear me out there, I would appreciate you giving me just a heads up that we are starting this event. We have Elijah and Alex. Alex from Team ACG, Elijah from Team... There's a team. It's like the green... Sorry. It's escaping me. I'll ask later. But we have Elijah and Alex. I want to thank them both for playing on our first round. I'm going to get a round counter at the top. I want to thank you guys so much for joining me today. Again, if the stream is looking all right, please let me know. If you're having any issues, also let me know about that too. It's looking good for my end, though. Absolutely. So yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one. You know, we have the pretty much the... What I think a lot of our meta is going to end up being, I'm going to try to get in between one of these rounds. I'm going to try to get our hero breakdown for you guys, but I imagine there's going to be a lot of Fi and a lot of Icelander here. Icelander, at least in Orlando, has been kind of considered the de facto best deck in the format. Hey, we have a Chad in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I imagine a lot of it will be... people checking us, checking out our stream here from the MinMax Gaming stream. So if you guys are in between rounds, you know, bookmark this one. Maybe come in between, check us out while they're on break. Hopefully we'll be trying to take as little breaks as possible. We have 44 players here in Orlando, so that's going to be 6 rounds cut to a top 8 cut after 6 rounds of Swiss. My voice is going to be gone by the end of the night, but I am excited to bring some high-level flesh and blood for you. Orlando is one of the hotbeds of this game ever since the beginning, and we have 2 really great players here for round number 1. Alex rocking the Razor Reflex mat from Skirmish. I love that mat so much, and Elijah rocking, you know, the Haven Games mat on our side. So I want to thank him for doing that, and we're gonna see Icelander over here. It looks like Elijah was getting ready to put out that Goliath Gauntlet. You know, it looks like it's gonna be a bit of the Bulllander list. Really good turnout. Yes, thank you so much. 44 is great. Absolutely. I'm really excited for this one. We've been streaming a lot of our locals recently, and it's been pretty good, but having a big turnout. We have people from Wisconsin here. I was like, wow, holy crap, you guys are traveling all the way from Wisconsin. Now, I imagine they're probably here because we are Orlando, so probably here for a lot of their... probably here due to more other vacation-related things, but I like to think that they're actually here just to play Flesh and Blood at the Haven. And I do not know who won the dice roll. We'll have to see in just a moment. See who starts us out. Alex not forgetting that Phoenix Flame in his graveyard. Elijah starting with the Coronet Peak, the Spring Tunic, Goliath Gauntlet, and those Storm Striders. Alex using Pouncing Links. He's going to go for that really big turn. So there is a timer. They're starting now. It's 55 minutes for the round. And so here we go. I think we're getting ready to start. So we do have, looks like Alex is looking at starting the turn. Yep, he's going to put that tunic on his, put that counter on his tunic, and we are underway here at the Haven. Alex is going to be the one to play first on stream. Round number 1 at ProQuest. ProQuest number 3 in Baltimore, Maryland, my hometown. I'm super excited for that one. A lot of people weren't so excited, but I do love me some Baltimore, Maryland, lots of seafood. So Spreading Flames with Go Again, that's going to pump anything that's base attack is lower than the amount of Draconic Chain Links. And so now we have a Brand with Cinderclaw, 2 damage coming in. Alex going in on the first turn. 2 damage and Go Again. Looks like we have a Rising Resentment coming in for 3 damage, and Elijah actually going to take 1 from this one. Only able to block with that Scar for Scar, which does block for 2. Now, Alex does have 3 Draconic Chain Links. He has a free Phoenix Flame from his graveyard. Looks like he's going to play it, and that's going to get buffed from the Spreading Flames. And Elijah going to block with the Wounded Bull, and Alex has enough to swing the sword for 4, and that is quite the turn. 40 to 31. Alex going in early. That is exactly what you want to see when you go first against an Icelander. Looks like we missed Tiger Stripe Shuko, but early jitters. First round on stream. Elijah being a good player there, or a good sport there, and making sure we don't miss those triggers as much as we can. Looks like all those cards are going to head up to the graveyard, and that is quite the turn. Alex able to get 6 damage in on the first turn, starting 30 to 40. Basically, Elijah can just kind of consider himself Ice Kano at this point, starting his game at 30 damage, or at 30 life remaining. So Elijah has to answer back. He does have that Aether Wildfire in his hand. Couple ice cards too. Insidious Chill's quite the card to get on the field early. Insidious Chill can really disrupt that turn. Every time you fuse, it's going to lose one of its counters, and you have to discard or pay 2, I believe. And so Fi really does not want to give up those cards as much as he can. Really, every card in Fi's hand, I think I saw Tarek actually post something about that, where every card in your hand in a Fi hand is worth about 4 points of damage. And I think that's a really good way to look at it. And so Elijah's going to start us out. We'll have to see how he goes. He is going to play that Insidious Chill right off the bat. It's going to come in with those 3 counters. So every time he fuses, the first time he fuses each turn, he's going to be able to spend one of those counters and disrupt Alex just a little bit. And then we have the Waning Moon for 2. Alex is going to take a Waning Moon for 2, especially when he sees there's no disruption on Elijah's side of the field. He didn't arsenal a card. Icelander really wants those blue ice cards in Arsenal so that they can, play it on their opponent's turn and get that extra Frostbite and kind of stifle that turn just a little bit. But here we'll see if Alex can respond, knowing that there's no ice card in the arsenal now. Elijah does have Storm Striders at any point, but Storm Striders, you have to be kind of careful though, because you only get them once, and once they're gone, if it's not disruptive enough or kills them, then you're kind of up the creek a little. Got to make sure you hold on to those Storm Striders really for the opportune moment. See a Rising Resentment, a Brand with Cinderclaw in Alex's hand. We're going to start with the Brand with Cinderclaw. This is a red version, I believe, so it's coming in for 3 damage and go again. Gonna block with the Aether Hail. Aether Hail blocking for 3. A lot of wizard cards, they kind of made them a little bit tanky, right? A lot of those wizard cards do block for 3, which I think is just interesting. They're supposed to be clothies and like RPGs or whatever, but no, block for 3, block them all for 3. But other than Coronet Peak, a lot of their gear doesn't really block very well. So then we're gonna see the weapon come out for 3 damage. Searing Ember Blade, just a 3 damage and go again because it is Chainlink 2 or higher. And how does Alex want to follow that up? He's going to activate Fi. Fi costs 1 less for every Draconic Chainlink you control. So currently Alex controls 2 Draconic Chainlinks, so that's going to cost 1 to pick up a Phoenix Flame from the graveyard back into your hand. Plays that Phoenix Flame for 1. It is the first one to satisfy Tiger Stripe Shuko, so the next one, if he has another one, will be under that threshold to be buffed by Tiger Stripe Shuko. But this is a Rising Resentment for 3 damage and go again. And it looks like Elijah's going to take it. He is in quite the situation already, being down by more than 15 life. A little precarious here. Alex is going all in, lots of gas, no brakes, ready to just do as much damage as he can. Every turn that Elijah doesn't have disruption, you have to find these spots. And this could be kind of dangerous. Alex is hit with 3 chain links, right? So he does have a pouncing links play available to him. Now we do see that Elijah has a Channel Lake Frigid in his hand. If he really needs to, and to stop the bleeding, he could Storm Striders, not the Channel Lake Frigid, but actually doesn't really have anything to... Oh, he does have an Aether Ice Vein, I think. So just something to kind of stop the bleeding here, but... And Alex is going to pop Pouncing Links here, so that's going to let him fetch a attack action with 2 or less base attack. But as we know, It's base 2, but it's definitely going to be higher when it gets played. It can either be, usually they're going to get the Lava Burst or the Salt the Wound. Either one is worth quite a bit of damage here. Salt the Wound would be, and that's the one we're going to get. So at the moment, Salt the Wound looks like it's going to be 1, 2, 3 of hits. So this would be 5 damage Salt the Wound. And there it is, Salt the Wound for 6 damage because 7 damage also because it's buffed by Tiger Stripe Shuko. And Elijah is in a precarious situation already. He's taking all of it. Dropping 22 life. Or to 22 behind. Hopefully the Icelander here can find some way to come back just a little bit. You know, find some disruption. Really stop a lot of these big turns. Because another big turn like this, and that could be the game, and Alex is just going to Arsenal and pass. And if you're Elijah, you're like, oh, thank goodness. And he's not giving up the boots just yet to play another card. Now, if he had another Salt the Wound there, that would just be salt in the wound, so to speak. Really kind of crazy. So this is the Aether Ice Vein. It is going to disrupt the hand a little. No matter what, you're getting cards out of his hand. So, and it's going to proc the Insidious Chill. And this is what Elijah held on to. Is this enough? This is going to stifle Alex's next turn quite a bit already, because you're going to have to pay 2 or discard here. And you're going to have to, I believe, pay 2 or discard on the Aether Ice Vein as well. And he's going to give up the Lava Burst. And it looks like he's going to take 5 there. Yep, go to 33. 33 to 16. He has to decide on another card here. Looks like he has one picked out. Hasn't really decided now. A 2-card hand with a card in Arsenal. Not the end of the world, but Alex also knows he has a Channeling Frigid in Arsenal. So pretty much this next turn, if you have one big attack, this is the time to do it. Looks like Tunic's going to go to 3. It is unfortunate that the Channeling Frigid is going to come out on the Tunic turn. This could have really been insane. I wonder if he had added that Tunic on the last turn, but yeah. So I saw the Goliath Gauntlet. I thought I would see more attacks out of Elijah's side, but really it was just 2 big turns from the Phi player. Let me know if there's anything you guys want to see. I think we have almost every hero represented, especially because I overheard rumblings of Levia. Someone brought Levia here. Interested to see that. Definitely excited. We have 5 more rounds of Swiss and then 3 more rounds of Top Cut. So you're going to be with me for quite a while. So let me know what you guys want to see. We will try to find anything important. I just heard my first judge call. See how that goes. But not at the stream table. So this is going to be a Belittle. And Belittle actually is really good because he can fetch that blue Minnowism, which can insulate him from a Channeling Frigid for just a little bit longer. And he can still push damage through that Channeling Frigid with an extra blue in his hand. So I think they're kind of just going over like, hey, if I play it now, what happens? Am I able to stop this? But yeah, Belittle is really good. So that's going to trigger Icelander. So you're going to have a Channeling Frigid on the field and Icelander's ability. So Alex does have the option here to crack his tunic, well, not crack his tunic, but activate the tunic to gain that resource to try and get out from under. So it's like another resource out from under this Channeling Frigid. I think that's what he's thinking about right now. Is this the turn? Should I go underneath this Channeling Frigid and get an extra resource? Basically, I have 4 resources available to him. He is going to do that. So he's going to have 4 resources available to him between the blue Minnowism and the Tunic resource. And Elijah just has to take 3 from the Belittle again. So down 20 life. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. This is like a pretty good turn from Elijah in terms of disruption. He played the Insidious Chill. He triggered the Insidious Chill. Triggered Icelander. Video and audio so far so good. I love to hear it. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me know, James. We were kind of worried about it because the last couple test streams didn't go so well. So I'm really happy to see that it's working out. So definitely glad to hear it. So, but back to the game, yeah, just the Alex is playing this really well in terms of getting around this disruption. Insidious Chill and Channel Like Frigid. So the next thing is going to cost 2 more no matter what it is. So if he wanted to swing Sword, that's actually 4. But Alex doesn't have another Chain Link or Draconic Chain Link. But it looks like that's what we're going to do. So we're going to swing the Sword, paying all 4. And this is, for all the disruption that Alex had to get through, it's not so bad. 4 damage, or 6 damage this turn through a Channel Like Frigid and an Insidious Chill proc. I think you take that, especially being up so far. Now, Elijah does have the ever so popular Scar for a Scar. Hey, the pitch stack. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Scar for a Scar, 4 damage and go again. Does have go again since Elijah is very far down in life. Alex just going to be happy to take that 4. Not too worried about it. Down to 29. Elijah going to break the chain, pop the Goliath Gauntlet. And I think we're just going to see we're going to see the Fiendel's Fighting Spirit, which will, even up life just a tiny bit. It's going to be a 7 damage, or I'm sorry, because of the Goliath Gauntlet, it's actually 9 damage. And gain a life whenever you attack or defend with it. So going back up to 11. Wow, Alex, taking 9 here, going to 20 to 11, suddenly that doesn't look so much of a comfortable lead, right? Especially with Icelander having a Storm Striders up. You have to play through the Channel Like Frigid. The Tunic is on 1, so that's a free Storm Strider should Elijah choose to go that route. Elijah getting a not so great hand in my opinion. Having the 2 Fiendel's Fighting Spirits, you're really hoping that this turn from Alex is kind of lackluster. Those block 2s, you do gain a life, but they do usually leak a damage, which hitting can be bad, especially if Alex has something like Assault the Wound or anything like that, anything that cares about the number of times you've hit. He was running Pouncing Links that did get cracked earlier to find Assault the Wound, so no worries about a Mask of Momentum proc, drawing a card. So Alex having to really navigate this turn through the Channel Like Frigid. I'm trying to think of what his lines could be. Something like there we go, Mounting Anger. That's going to be the first line. So I believe that Mounting Anger is going to be 4 damage. Yep, 4 damage and go again. Mounting Anger. Now all these cards from the Draconic Ninja, they have an on-hit effect. Basically where it cares about the number of chain links you control. You banish a card and do something. Mounting Anger, I believe, is the one that gives you... Is it the one that costs 1 less? Oh, it gains +1. That's the one that's really aggressive. Yes, so that's the one there. It will gain +1. So Alex is actually going to play the Ronin Renegade. Another 3 damage and go again card here, and he is just playing through this Channel Like Frigid very well. Again, if he has another blue, he'd be happy to see it. Elijah having to block with the Aether Ice Vein, not really what you want to see, and we know one of the other cards in his hand, it's a Frost Hex and another Fiendel's Fighting Spirit. It's the +1. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna help. There's a lot of cards that I know a lot of cards. I don't know every card. I'm trying. I'm trying out here. I appreciate that, especially. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, thank you. So 3 damage and go again. Alex really getting around this Channel Like Frigid more than he ever has to, more than I would even expect. Usually the Channel Like Frigid is pretty debilitating, but able to draw the double blue there, I think really helped out. Gonna Arsenal that last card and draw back up, and he's probably really hoping that this Channel Like Frigid is not long for the world. Elijah coming in with the Fiendel's Fighting Spirit. He's gonna gain another life, so that's 3 life off Fiendel's Fighting Spirits that he's able to claw back into. And it's not over yet. Again, the Storm Striders are there. The Tunic is on, it's full, it's ready to go, so that's a free Storm Striders activation, so that can, if you're Elijah, hopefully shut down Alex's next turn. especially if it's getting ready to be a big one due to the Channel Lake Frigid not being around. And 20 to 10, it seems bad. It seems bad. But, you know, this is coming in for 7. That could be, if Alex decides to take it, that's 13 to 10. He could decide to block with a card. But it looks like we're not going to. We're just going to drop to 13 life, 13 to 10, and suddenly the game is much closer. That is something that Icelander can do. Kind of, you know, if Alex wasn't under that Channel Lake Frigid, those turns could have been a lot worse. Those cards could have been played instead of pitched. And here we go, Spreading Flames. That's the card you want to see when you're not under any kind of disruption. And Elijah's hand does not look good for Storm Striders. There's no Fuse card in his hand. There's nothing to proc the Insidious Chill. Just a Wounded Bull, a Frost Hex. Looks like a Frosting, which does block for 3. This is probably going to be a blockout turn from Elijah, hoping to stay alive. He does still have the 1 block on the Tunic, should he need it. Coming in for 4 damage and go again. And Elijah's going to take this one, and this is the one where it's kind of difficult. He's going to, take the tempo. He's going to banish take the tempo. Frosting is not great, and Elijah did gain a life. He was Fandle's Fighting Spirit did gain the life. So 3 damage and go again from the Searing Emberblade. The take the tempo is a devastating card. So Elijah is going to have to block this out, I think, just to stay alive. The take the tempo is pretty bad. So just going through what's hit so far, I believe. Okay, so Elijah should be at 6. I think he took an extra 2 damage. So just the Ember Blade coming in for 3. Still 6 damage is very low on life. And it looks like we're going to block with the Frost Hex. Now, Frost Hex is not the most needed card in here, but it is a blue. It is an ice card. It does block for 3, though. And Alex having 1 resource left, he's going to activate Phi. And this is going to push another couple points of damage. This Phoenix Flame is going to push another 2, I believe. Just 1. Yeah, just... Oh, it is 2. It's gonna be 2, not from the Tiger Stripe Shuko, but it is 2 from the Spreading Flames. And take the tempo coming in for 5 damage. And if you're Elijah, you are sitting on 1 life. 1 life holding on to your next turn. Again, with the Storm Striders, with the Tunic, this isn't the end. This could very much go in Elijah's favor. We just have to see. I do believe that most likely the next turn of the game will probably be the end of the game one way or the other. Unless Elijah can really disrupt this turn and stick around for another turn, I really see this kind of being the last turn. Oh, that's interesting. An Ice Eternal. What does an Ice Eternal do for this? An Ice Eternal can really... He's going to have to pop Storm Striders, use the Ice Eternal, fuse it, paying a certain amount, get a bunch of Frostbites, kind of stay in the game there. Wait, he didn't get the take the tempo banish? It had go again from Soaring. I believe take the tempo. I don't think he had... I think take the tempo cares about how many times it has hit in a... Maybe it was missed. Don't know. Might have missed it, unfortunately. I'm very far away, so I only interject if If it's something egregiously ruled, and even then I try to let the judge handle it. We do have a judge on site, Hunter. He is amazing. He's a great judge. So he's not sitting at the table, but so the soaring strike coming in, another 4 damage, and go again. Now Elijah's at 1. They're hoping. You need to find that disruption. And unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, he might have the cards to be able to block it out. He does have the tunic block, so like a 3 block in the tunic if he has to stay alive one more turn. But then you're hoping that Alex's hand is kind of not great. But you're definitely going to see, at the least, probably a Searing Emberblade and a Phoenix Flame. And yeah, Fi doesn't really have so much a Kodachi lock because he doesn't really run Kodachis anymore. Or not that he... There were some Kodachi builds going around early, but really that Phoenix Flame kind of creates a pseudo Kodachi block. And we are going to see that Elijah's deciding to block with his Tunic and the Ice Eternal. So for 4 damage here. I think I see a Mounting Anger or a Rising Resentment in that hand. Alex does have 1 Frostbite currently. But he has 3 resources floating. I think this is going to be a pretty big turn. It's going to take a lot for Elijah to live through this one. I think he's hoping he can hold on to that hand. I think I see a Spreading Flames as well. That would be the 3rd and final Spreading Flames. Alex deciding to go in for all 3 resources with the Searing Emberblade. 3 and go again. No more Frostbite. 2 cards in hand. We have the Rising Resentment coming in for 3 more damage. Now Elijah going to have to block with 2 cards. Keeps 1 card in hand. The Phoenix Flame is going to get rid of that last card. It's going to be coming in for what I believe is 2 damage due to the Tiger Stripe Shuko. Blocks for 2. And Alex does not have another attack. He doesn't have it. The last attack, I think, was that Spreading Flames, and unfortunately, because it cost 1, I think he just was one resource short. Elijah gonna just have to draw up. There is an item in his hand that is a non-blocking card. That could be bad. That could be very not so great on Elijah's side. Having a non-blocking card in this situation. He's doing what he can. This has lasted a couple more turns than I thought it would have, to be honest. I really thought, especially that last one, I thought was going to be the last turn of the game. But Elijah holding on. 13 is not unheard of but to get to as a wizard, but it's a little bit harder for... Oh, we actually have 2 non-blocks. There's a Blizzard as well. The Blizzard can try to disrupt this just a little bit. Ronin Renegade coming in for 3. That is going to give a Frostbite, and he's going to have to pay to give this go again if he wants it. Is there a blue in his hand? I see a Take the Tempo. I don't think there's a blue in his hand right now. I don't think there's a blue in Alex's hand. So this actually might keep him alive here. It depends on what that 3rd card is. I see a Take the Tempo. I see a... like another attack. I'm not sure what the last attack was, but yeah, I don't think I saw a blue. And if that could be the kind of windfall that Elijah needs to just buy a turn and actually come back in this game. He actually has enough to pay for it. One of those must have been blue, I think, and that's going to be blocked with the Ice Eternal. So this does have go again. Alex does have a Frostbite. Oh, he just paid the 2 so far, yeah. So he still does have the frostbite. And that's going to do it. Elijah bought himself another turn. What a... If Alex has a blue there, I think the game is over, but unfortunately just didn't draw into one at quite a crazy moment. What a pivotal turn of that game. And Elijah just going to put out the Amulet of Ice that he drew up into that didn't block, and he escapes death once again. And he has a Aether Wildfire and a Scar for a Scar, Cold Snap, and another Ice Eternal. Just keep seeing these Ice Eternals. I think the Ice Eternal is not so great right now. We will have to see. Alex will have a pretty much a free turn here. Now, Elijah, again, still has Storm Strider, still staying up there. E-Strike. Enlightened Strike. Now, what's the mode? Do you pick draw a card here? You still have the your boots, I believe, can give this go again. Nope, just picking 5 and go again. Now, Alex does have AB1 on those boots, on the Tide Flippers. What's the math there? So Aether Wildfire typically comes in for 4, I think, on your opponent's turn. So that's 4. And then the Bolt, I think, is a base of 5. So that'd be 9. So 4 and 9 is 13. So that's exact. But as soon as Alex AB1s any of it, that's not exact anymore. So... And that's granted if he has the resources. I know one of the cards in his hand is a Scar for a Scar, so that's a red.
No hope for a quiet stream room today.
No, it's great.
Yeah, love it.
Boots only gives 2 or less. Yeah, I'm thinking, I was trying to think if it was power or cost, but cost is... He could moon afterwards. Again, that's just very resource intensive. I don't know if he has the resources for all of that. It looks like he's lining up blocking, so I don't think the resources are quite there. Five and go again, especially. So he does have disruption available to him, even if he doesn't want to kill him this turn. There is the chance that he could at least, again, stop the bleeding just a little bit. And here we go. He's going to pop the Storm Striders. Does he have it? Does he have the correct amount of damage to get through on this? So Storm Striders, Aether Wildfire. Aether Wildfire coming in for 4. He's got 1 resource remaining. I think he has another blue in hand. So Alex, if Alex decides to take this. Oh, Alex just has a... Art of War in his hand that is a yellow. It's not a blue. That will stop 2 points of damage. But he only has the AB1 available to him. Now, if he takes the whole Aether Wildfire, I think game would probably be over there. But again, so Moon costs 2. He's 1 floating. Moon costs 2, and Bolt is 1. So yeah, I think he actually does have enough to do all 3. Alex is going to pitch into this. So it's coming in for 3. He's going to take 3. And we're going to bolt. It's a blue bolt. So that's coming in for 6 damage. And again, Alex is just going to stop that. I think that will be the game, actually. Because Moon will only be 3. Or does Aether Wildfire affect Moon too? Nope, just 3 here. And then we still have the E-Strike coming in, and Alex will finally take the game. Elijah was holding on as long as he could, hoping maybe Alex didn't have the cards to block the AB there. Good job to Alex taking round number 1, and good job to Elijah holding on there. Really good game, really exciting for that first match. Let's hear it up for both of our competitors at round number 1. We still got 5 more rounds of Swiss coming to you. I hope everyone is having a great day. Hope everyone's excited to bring all these ProQuest matches to you. There's a lot of streams today. I know there's this one, there's MinMax Gaming, you know, hop between all 3. I think there's one more. I think I saw one on Twitter, but I really appreciate that you guys have stopped by here. I'm going to do my best not to give you as much of a wait in between rounds. It really just depends on how our rounds go. I'm going to try to put a timer as well for our round counter. So that you guys can kind of see what time and round is. The one on stream will always kind of be an estimate. We always have the official judge with the time and round and everything. But Alex from Team ACG is moving on to 1-0. Elijah will have to dig himself out of the hole of 0-1 here at the Haven, here at ProQuest season number 3. I'm really excited. You know what I want to see? I hope whoever wins today, I want to see what gold foil they pull. I really do. I hope they open it. Sometimes I've seen a lot, especially in our area, where people they sell the unopened the envelope. I really want to see what we get. I don't even know what all the cards you can get. I know I saw an Achilles Accelerator, the Briar Weapon, Pouncing Lynx. Pouncing Lynx would be pretty sick. That's one. I'm actually not the biggest fan of gold foils, but I do like the way Pouncing Lynx would look, I think. So that being said, let me know if there's anything you want to see. We will be right back with round number 2. I'm going to put a time that we estimate to be back at, so you know to come back at that time. Let me do that right now. And again, if there's anything you guys want to see, if there's a deck you want to see, if there's something you want to see on camera, if there's something I can do better, let me know. Really excited to bring this stuff out to you. Really excited. Round number 2 coming up very shortly. Oh, I haven't plugged it yet, but I'm going to be plugging it a lot. TheHavenTabletop.com, that will also be on screen at some point. You can save 10% by using promo code TEAMACG at checkout, and their prices are already very competitive. So that's promo code TEAMACG at TheHavenTabletop.com. Save 10% on all Flesh and Blood singles. And we will be right back. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to round number 2 here at the ProQuest here at the Haven Games. Thank you for joining me. We're a little bit later than normal, but this is round number 2. We have Bravo v Bravo. Josh and Brandon. Josh is not from around here, I think, or at least not. He's not played on stream here at the Haven that I know of. Brandon is pretty local. He's played here a couple times. I think he's even played on stream like maybe once or twice. But yeah, absolutely. So I'm really excited to bring this matchup to you of Bravo v Bravo. Lots of big hits. I think we're just going to see haymakers back and forth. You know, old school matchup. You know, they've gotten a lot of support. They've gotten support from Crucible War. They've gotten support from Everfest. They've gotten support from Dynasty. We'll see some buckles, maybe something like that. But you know, an old school matchup. Pay that 2. Give the next thing dominate. Probably make some seismic surge tokens. Old school, just knock them out. Knock them out match. I imagine this one's going to go pretty long. Because what I think will happen is I think they're going to both throw pretty big attacks at each other pretty normally. But I think there's also going to be a lot of D-reacts too, right? I'm trying to think of like what the keys to victory would be. And I think it's just getting more dominate than your opponent can handle. You also need to really run them out of resources, but a lot of big attacks, you know, it's not so bad as the Oldhim matchup where it's just a lot of, so to speak, like Oldhim is like a lot of recursion, not so to speak. So like a lot of times Oldham's, a lot of his damage is prevention. It doesn't really like so it's going to be interesting to see. Let's see who starts off first, and let's see. I like Showtime. I think that's a great turn 1 play if Brandon is going first. And it looks like we are starting off that way, but he's actually going to pitch the Showtime. See if Brandon can get an early dominate off to try to get ahead in life early as possible. I see an unmovable already in his hand, so that's what I was saying. I think we're going to be seeing quite a bit of those D-reacts. But just a hammer for 6 damage coming out. Good old Anothos. You know, Anothos been here since the beginning. Still been really good. And we're actually going to see Josh wants to give up his whole hand. Doesn't like it. Gonna cycle that hand out. Blocking for the full amount of damage. You know, the extra on the staunch response with 2 blues. But giving up, you know, that's a resource that's gone already. So we'll have to see if that ends up coming up later where that staunch could have been better used, like maybe later on in the game for something kind of, you know, bigger. But let's see. So now Josh actually has the first chance to... Oh, and actually Brandon ended his turn with a heave. That's pretty awesome. Heave, that Thunderquake is a new card. You get to heave that in, generate some seismic surge tokens. Love that new mechanic. I think it's really interesting mechanic too. It gives you some play. A lot of plays that you don't really see, especially the one that hits for 14. I think that's one of my favorite cards. Pulverize. I think you just throw a pulverize at someone.
Also, players after this round, we will be taking a lunch break. Everybody will have until 4 p.m. to get their lunch as long as the food truck is here. And then the food truck will be heading out. So if you are looking to get lunch, please.
just to note those for 6, you know. Again, I love this old school matchup. I think it's awesome. I think we're going to see a lot of old cards, you know, coming out. Fate for Scene, blocking for 4, get to opt 1. I think we might see our first points of damage here, though. Again, I'm not sure how I feel a lot about all these D-Reacts getting used on a Nothos. Going back and forth. I mean, both players got to be happy with it to see those D-Reacts go away. Because really, you want to use those for the big, like, crippling crushes. Spinal's not too important in this matchup. Go Again's not as impactful for Bravo, but looks like we are going to activate Bravo's effect and throw the Thunderquake out with Dominate, using Bravo, putting that damage in as much as we can. Does Josh have the D-React in Arsenal, or is it an attack in Arsenal to get around this huge points of damage? And it was a sink below in Arsenal, so we are blocking for a total of 7 on this 8 damage Thunderquake. We are going to sink the card. Curious to see what he's sinking there. What is he reaching out for? 39 to 38. We do have a lunch break coming up after this round. We'll be back at 4 o'clock, but we do have this whole round to give to you. During the lunch break, I'm going to do my best to get the breakdown of every hero here, see what that pie chart ends up looking like. And here we're going to see Bravo, we're going to see Josh pitch the Crippling Crush and a Disable, coming in for a Nothos for 6 again. Just such an efficient weapon, especially in a mirror like this where 6 is kind of a breakpoint. You know, you're giving up 2 cards most of the time to block it, or you're taking 6, which is actually a decent amount of damage to take. This matchup's going to be a lot of just clawing for points of damage. Clawing for as much as you can through those D-Reacts. We see so many cards. We see, I think, a Chokeslam and an Opposing Visage get blocked there, using to block there. Cards left look like an Immovable and a Pummel, which is kind of awkward. We might be able to pitch both, make a Surge, and actually just swing the Hammer. I think this is only going to be for 4, which is a little upsetting. You know, you can block with 1 card here and take 1. You're not as upset about it. And if you can really send back like a dominated big attack as the other Bravo, you're pretty happy with this Anothos for 4. I mean, there is the threat. We are showing 2 resources remaining. There is a card in Arsenal. You don't know what it is. So that could be the Pummel. Could be a Pummel waiting for you. Make this a 8 damage attack. But even then, 8... if you block with 1 card, you're only taking 5. It's a decent chunk of your life in this matchup where you are clawing for points. But if you can send back a much bigger dominated attack with some kind of disruption, you know, like a Crippling Crush or something like that, then you're not so worse for wear. And we were pretty quick to just go to damage there. It's not going to be a Pummel, just 1 damage getting through. You're pretty happy with that. The Seismic Surge is gonna pop. And here we're gonna see the Imposing Visage come out. So he's able to search his deck for an aura with cost X or less and put it in the arena. So it's double X. So he's going to get that Showtime, which when Showtime enters the arena, I believe he's going to be able to fetch another card. We don't see these too often in Flesh and Blood where you're like comboing to a double search. So we do have a double search here. So it's going to be Showtime, which I think is going to fetch you anything that... It's like any card, right? It's like any, it's been so long since I've seen. I think it's an attack. I want to say it's a Guardian attack or a Guardian action. Oh yeah, any attack action card. You get to pick any one you want. Get that crippling around for second cycle after D-reacts are gone. 100%. That's going to be the whole matchup, right? It's just you're both whittling out those D-reacts as much as you can, right? You have to get through them. There's quite a lot you're going to have to get through. This matchup is not for the faint of heart. You know, it's going to be a grueling kind of slog here at the beginning, and then I feel like a lot of these kind of end up just haymakers back and forth. Just big attack, all dominated. See a Terra Sunder in Brandon's hand. So Brandon's hand was undisrupted, so we'll have to see. I think we're going to see that Terra Sunder actually come out. So the Seismic Surge is going to pop. And here we have the Terra Sunder pitching a Macho Grande into a Hammer. So this is going to be for 7 and dominate. And this can really mess up the plan that Josh had, because this is what I was talking about. You have some disruption, you have some dominate. And again, cards in deck is going to be a big resource here. Now, I do see the Spinal Crush, but this just has to touch you. You know, a lot of like Guardian cards, especially from Bravo, you're worried about the crush effects, but Terra Sunder just says if this touches you, you will be giving up cards. So we're going to see 1 card get given up and then 2 points of armor, or 2 pieces of armor, able to block all 7. But again, just like D-Reacts, that armor is a finite resource as well. But Josh really wanted to send that big attack back. And I see the little fist pump there. He's a little excited about that one. We'll see if it's we'll see what he can do. He's going to get to draw a card off the Showtime pop as well. So I'm expecting a big attack out of this one. Showtime does pop. We're going to get to draw that card. I think he's just deciding exactly what card does he want to give up, or exactly what attack does he want to send, or maybe he didn't draw the resources to send it that he thought he was going to. Still thinking on that attack. Looks like we're going to pitch the unmovable. Activate Bravo. Maybe we're just worried about having enough resources. We're going to pitch some more, and we have it here, folks. The Crippling Crush Dominate. Crippling Crush. Dominated attack. Coming in for 11 and dominate. If it crushes. Probably won't crush, I think, early on. Usually, that crush effect, there's usually a D-react. But I don't see one in Brandon's hand, actually. So that's actually kind of devastating. Normally there's one in Arsenal, but I don't think there is. This is good.
Because I'm going to be eating it for like 3 days.
Huh?
They have like a $500 minimum, so I'm going to buy a lot of it soon. If
Why?
everybody else ain't out there.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're sending everyone out there, so hopefully. So yeah, we were able to get around that. We do have the unmovable. Unmovable, quite a clutch card there. Saving the big crippling crush effect. The big crush effect of discarding 2 random cards. Definitely not something you want to do. We're going to make a Seismic Surge, and I think we're just going to swing a Nothos for... Oh, we're just making the Seismic Surge. Saving that last card in Arsenal. I like that play. Having an Arsenal is huge, especially like you are insulated while you still have the Crown of Providence. So if he does send a Command and Conquer your way, which you have seen already, we did see that a Command and Conquer was used to block. It just matters whether or not Brandon, recognized it. A lot of times when they're blocking with it, maybe you just don't take notice of it too much. But if he did notice it, then he does play Command and Conquers in this matchup, which I think is a great card. I mean, a lot of people have been kind of, Command and Conquer is $100 for a reason, but I think a lot of people have been kind of lower on it just because of Crown of Providence. That first CNC usually gets kind of, I don't want to say wasted, but that card comes out of the arsenal pretty fast. But here we have Terra Sunder on Josh's side, 7 damage and dominate coming in. Again, if it touches you at all, we'll see. Looks like he's going to do probably the same play. probably close to the same play that Josh did actually just a turn ago, but looks like he's going to keep his chess piece and the Crown of Providence, and he's just going to sink below. Looks like he's not choosing to sink a card. So we have 3 cards in hand. One of them is a pummel. One's a choke slam. I do not know what the card in Arsenal is. Looks like we're just going to swing a Nothos. I believe this is for 6 damage. We are threatening the pummel this time around. We do know he has a pummel in hand. I'm not sure which color that pummel is. It might even be red. But a lot of times you could be saying like, hey, if I'm Josh, I might just take the damage here. Again, if my turn is enough to like really like threaten the next turn. Really disrupt that hand, right? You don't want to just take it for no reason, but and you have to kind of say, do I want to stay disciplined and just keep blocking? Because this is an attrition game. This is going to be, it's not a control matchup. They're not control decks, but they are doing what they can to stay alive most of the time through these big attacks. And you don't want to use up your important D-reacts for a Nothos, which we kind of saw earlier. They burned a couple. There was a sink below on Brandon's side, and I believe in Staunch Response turn 1 on Josh's side, burn on just a Nothos. So those that could come in clutch later on, or could have come in clutch later on. But it looks like we're just going to see what he does with this Anothos. This 6 damage. Looks like we're just going to block 3 with the Pulverize. Pulverize can be a dead card. That's a beautiful Pulverize, by the way. That is the extended R. We do have the Pummel. And this was a play I said earlier that might happen. So this is bumping it to 10. You are going to take 7 here. He could react here, but again, it's just damage. And so for me, when it's just damage, it's kind of one of the adages of Flesh and Blood where if it's just damage, I might want to save that D-React. It really just comes down to, do you think you can... Are you going to spend the last 2 cards in your hand anyway? Right? Because if you're going to spend the last 2 cards in your hand anyway, then you don't really need the Arsenal slot. And that D-React might actually be more important later on. At least that's the way I look at it. I'd be curious to know what you guys think. Anyone who's listening out there. Am I off target? Am I on target? I don't know. That's the way I look at it. If it's just damage, and I'm going to use the last 2 cards in my hand, I'm not really helping, or even the last 3 cards. I'm going to use all 3 of these cards anyway. I'm not really getting around anything. And I really want to keep that D-React for like the big, hurtful turns. This is an interesting one. Buckling Blow, I believe this is. So if this crushes, it actually puts a -1 defense counter on a piece of equipment. I think that's pretty interesting because, I mean, you can put a -1, and that's almost like essentially an extra point of damage. And we have the Pummel. I do see an unmovable in Brandon's hand. I don't know, that's not going to cover up all of it. But he does also have a sink below. He could cover up all of it should he choose to. He won't really have much of a turn going into his turn, but he might be okay with it. And I do see him eyeing up the sink below. And if you're Josh, you're really excited that he's going to burn 2 D-Reacts on a single like Buckling Blow, which I know Buckling Blow is pretty good, but these 2 D-Reacts getting hit on 1 attack, that's like a 2-for-1, right? I mean, you also pummeled it, so it's kind of a 2-for-2, but I think the D-Reacts are more important than the pummel, so getting through those is very good on Josh's side. You just want to, this is going to be it, folks. This is the game. You're just burning through these D-Reacts as much as possible, and eventually they're going to get to a point in the game where the Haymakers cannot be blocked efficiently. So Brandon did sink the card. Looks like he was looking for maybe just a blue to swing his hammer, do something on his turn. Now the Seismic Surge is going to pop, and he's just going to drop. Didn't get the card he wanted, wasn't able to do much. I do see a Sigil of Solace, which is interesting. I do like that. Maybe buy yourself an extra turn with those Sigils. So we're going to pitch the blue, make a seismic surge on Josh's side. We don't have an arsenal card to really help here. We do have 2 resources still. We're going to pitch the buckling blow, play a showtime. This is going to be a bit of a setup turn, it looks like. Wonder what card we're going to find with the showtime. Looks like we are getting the Crippling Crush. I like this aggression. You just have to be kind of careful because you can plan for this Crippling Crush. But if Brandon were to have any kind of disruption on his turn, this Crippling Crush could be a dead card. You do get to kind of insulate yourself with the draw off the Showtime. I think drawing off Showtime is probably one of the better things about the card. If the card didn't draw at the start of your turn, then maybe it wouldn't be as good. But looks like we are just going to Arsenal and pass. We did have 2 cards in hand, so we don't know for sure if that's the Crippling Crush, but I would imagine so. I thought we were going to actually see the buckle, but it looks like Brandon wants to hold on to it because he does have that sigil in hand. Could be threatening the pummel here. I don't know if his resources are lined up. He did make a seismic surge token. I couldn't see if that first pitch card was red or blue, but this could just be for 4. Either way, I think we're going to see the sigil this turn. And it looks like Brandon's going to be in quite the lead, but really, I don't think life is everything here in terms of who's leading, who's not. You know, I think a lot of it's how many D-Reacts have we played? How many have we seen? How many have we gone through? And then how many of the big, actual, like, hurtful attacks, like Crippling Crush, things like that, how many of those have we seen too? So, and it looks like Josh is going to give up a piece of armor just for the Anothos. I'm not sure. I mean, you got to keep your life around. I like holding on to my armor for more impactful things, but it looks like we are going to get the Seismic Surge and the Showtime. So the Showtime's going to draw us a card. We know he has a Crippling Crush available to him. He has got 5 cards in hand. Or, I'm sorry, 4 cards in hand. He did block with 1 last turn. Looks like we're going to pitch the Macho Grande. Activate Bravo, make a Seismic Surge. We're going to pitch the last 2 cards in their hand, and there it is, the Crippling Crush. It looks like he either drew another one or he kept the one in hand, but there it is. The Crippling Crush would dominate again now. Do you have a D-React for this one? Because it's another 11 coming in. It's going to try to knock those cards out of your hand. And it looks like Brandon's just going to take all of it. And just like that, what a great equalizer. The Dominate not even coming into play. We're going to get rid of those 2 cards. It's going to be the Terra Thunder. Terra Thunder is a great card too to try to, cards are a big point of this game. Cards left in deck. This particular game between Bravo v Bravo. And we see the Anothos for 4. Brandon was able to make a Seismic Surge and still swing a Nothos. I like seeing that. I like seeing that he was able to still do that. Keep the pressure on now. We might be getting to that point. I've seen so many D-Reacts already, and a couple were pitched, so there's going to be some around for the second cycle, but Josh decided to take all 4 points of damage, drop to 27. And now we're starting to see some headway, right? We're starting to see some headway. Sorry, a lot of the D-reacts. I'm seeing less and less D-reacts in those hands. A lot more offensive cards. And here it is. We're getting to that point now where it's just going to be haymaker, haymaker, haymaker. Pitching the showtime. Making a seismic surge. Going to activate that chess piece. Get that seismic surge. I kind of love the chess piece. You know, it's like it doesn't net you positive in resources. It just kind of banks you one for the next turn. But this is a Spinal Crush. Now, Spinal Crush is interesting, right? Normally, I would say Spinal Crush against Bravo is not the most impactful card. But looking at Brandon's hand, I see a lot of non-attack actions, right? So non-attack actions do usually rely on go again. Things like Buckle there. Buckle works a lot like Terra Sunder, where it gives the next thing +1 and Dominate. Only difference is the on-hit effect, but you can't Buckle under Spinal Crush. I mean, you can. You certainly can play the Buckle, but then your turn is over, so... And this is dominated, so even still, it's still 9 Dominate, and I don't know if there's a D-React available. So that would be 6 points of damage, so he's going to block 6 here. Yep, blocking 6 with armor, and see, that's what I was saying. So Brandon was able to use the... I think Josh was thinking on a pummel there. I wonder if he was thinking like pummel's worth it here. Decides not to. And here is one of the reasons that Pulverize is actually good sneakily. Because it's a 1-card Rouse the Ancients. And he can still heave it into his arsenal. Will be really interesting to see if he decides to do that. And now I see why he also wanted to stop the Go Again trigger because off of Spinal Crush, because this wouldn't have Go Again. I'm curious to see just how aggressive this ends up being, but a Sink Below being used on the Rouse the Ancients is still coming in for 3 damage, right? I believe Rouse the Ancients is 7 damage and Go Again. The look plus tap adding, if that isn't the most telling of a pummel. Yeah, that's when they're like, you do it, and then they're like, all right, in response, you have 2 resources floating. They look at the card in their arsenal, and they're thinking about it. Yeah, it's probably a pummel in there. Funny enough, I was watching the Tall Timmy play against Nick Butcher in the Top Cut last night. That's how late I was up. And there was a moment where this is where I want to tell players to be kind of conscious of like their actions, right? Because Tall Timmy did something where he had a lightning press. And the way he mannerismed, or the way he asked Nick Butcher the question was like, oh, I think he said something along the lines of, I'm going to do something after the Sink Below. And he could have baited another, like an Ice React. That's what it was. Nick Butcher was on Oldham, and there's a chance that Nick Butcher might have tried to Ice React the last card out of his hand. But because he said, I have a response to the Sink Below, I don't know. He didn't need to play the Lightning Press either, so he still could have arsenaled it. I just think if you like kind of like go through the motions a little, stay disciplined, right? Try to like not tip off your opponent as much as possible. Or Josh should be playing 5D chess, and he's actually saying like looking at his arsenal and it's not a pummel. That definitely could be the case too. So. Try to make them think, get in their head. That was a great game between the Tall Timmy and Paul. The Tall Timmy and Nick Butcher. Really great game to watch, actually. Really interesting. I had to fall asleep after that one. It was like 2 in the morning here in the States. Here we have Josh on his side pitching the choke slam, I believe. Or is that crush the week? No, it's choke slam. Just for a Nothos, we're going to make the seismic surge. Or no, just throwing this this Anothos out for 4 with 2 resources floating. We did make the seismic surge. Looks like Brandon's going to block for 3. Take 1. We are tied at 24. Tied at 24. We're just going along, you know, getting through. Decks look about even still. This seismic surge is going to pop. Brandon's going to make another seismic surge and just swing a Nothos. This one's going to be for, I believe it's 6. Yeah, coming in for another 6 here. Able to turn on a Nothos with those heavy costed attacks every single turn. I think I've only seen a couple of Nothoses for 4, and one was last turn, but pretty much keeping those, keeping that Anothos ready to go, all at 6 of damage every time. Josh kind of getting to the point where you have to be kind of careful, you know, taking these Anothoses for 6. When you drop under, like, anytime you're dropping under 20, you're in blitz range, right? And we all know how blitz is, right? Blitz games can be over just like that. Even against Bravo, right? They can find something like a pulverize with a pummel or some craziness. And you just got to be careful. Drop it under the, like, under 20, I think, is always like, you're like in the red zone, anyone who watches football. Maybe 10 is more the red zone. Maybe. But I definitely under 20, you're not exactly. It's when it starts getting dangerous. More cards start getting blocked with, things like that. And here we see it again. Another staunch response on an Anothos. I'm just not a big fan of these staunch responses using on. I guess it does keep attacks in your hand if you're worried about that too, but there's just enough attacks that are kind of disruptive that I like saving those attacks for. Here we're pitching the Cranial Crush. We're going to make another Seismic Surge token. We have 2 resources floating. We're going to pitch the Imposing Visage just for a Anothos again. Super efficient weapon, 6 damage. I wish I could have like the printout that Play Online gives you of like this card threatened this much damage, and it would be like Anothos threatened 92 damage in this game. It's wild, you know, just so good. 6 damage on a weapon. I play a lot of classes that don't play weapons at all, technically. Like, I play a lot of Lexi. I played Prism back in the day. You know, a lot of times you can get fatigued and you just don't have a weapon. You just got a little support piece that doesn't really help you out. And here we just see the Sigil is going to pump Brandon's life back up. I think that's up to 27. So here we see the Seismic Surge is going to pop. Josh has a full hand ready to go. And here we have the Choke Slam with the pummel. He said no blocks. And we have the blue pummel coming down. 8 damage. And the unmovable. Is that exactly 8? I believe, right on the red. So that is a huge one. And that's what I've been talking about. You want to use these big D-reacts on those big attacks. Especially ones that threaten, you know, discard off the pummel. And then we have another Sigil. Another sigil bumping Brandon back up to 30. We're going to make the seismic surge and just pass. Awesome game so far. Awesome. And now Josh has a bit of an uphill battle. No, not running the sigils. He has to be way more aggressive. That was not a big turn from Brandon. So you're going to pitch the unmovable, get a seismic surge. Pitch a blue Macho Grande, activate Bravo. Here we go. Dominated attack coming in. It's going to be a disable. This is a pseudo crippling crush, I believe. I believe this is the one that... Yeah, so this is the one that's going to cycle that card back under the deck if it were to crush, but it's not going to. Brandon's going to have the sink below ready to go for it. And that's what I mean. We want to use the sink belows on the good cards. We want to use the D-Reacts on the cards that matter. So we're going to pitch that blue. We're going to make another seismic surge. We're going to activate Bravo, and then he's going to send a crippling crush of his own. 11 damage and dominate. Do you have the D-Reacts left? Brandon's going to take a check, see if he has them in there. Josh is going to have to block with 3. And then he does have that unmovable. Has been sitting there for so long, and that's the entire 11 covered up. No crippling crush damage there. That was great. If you're on Josh's side, you're feeling pretty good about stopping that entire crippling crush attack. Looks like we're gonna pitch the spinal, get another seismic surge. The other one's gonna pop, and we're just gonna arsenal that last card and pass the turn. You know, Brandon's gained 9 life through sigils, and it's still only 27 to 23. But that was one haymaker. I see another crippling crush in Brandon's hand. Is he going to send it? He would have to have 2 blues and at least a red. He'd at least have 2 blues in his hand. I think he's lining it up. This matchup can just be so rough, so much of a slog. But here we see the crippling crush. Oh yeah, the seismic surge token. That's correct. Crippling crush for 11 damage coming in, but it's not dominated. Josh can block with as many cards as he wants from his hand. We'll see how much he decides to block with this. We're going to get a card, an equipment. We're going to go to reactions, and I'm pretty sure he's got another D-React somewhere in here. So he's going to pitch a blue, and he's just going to go with the unmovable of his own. This does stop all of it as well. So it's going to be 23 to 27. Not too shabby on Josh's side, but he only has 1 piece of equipment left. That chess piece is gone. Just has the Ironhide boots. Just going to swing and note those for 4. If I'm Brandon, I'm thinking that card in Arsenal has been sitting there for a couple turns now again. And I'm thinking it might be another D-React. That CNC is looking pretty spicy in my hand. And I'll say this, he's not threatening pummel. I think I'm taking 4 here, especially if the card in my arsenal is a pummel. Now here's what are we going to do here? We have to be mindful that a lot of those cards are gone. A lot of those D-Reacts have been used up. Have to be a little mindful of time, too. I haven't heard the 10-minute warning go off just yet, but we got to be getting close here. We're going to pitch, make a seismic surge token, coming in for the CNC, using up the last 2 resources. We do have 2 cards in hand and a card in arsenal, threatening that pummel. And I know the cards in his hand aren't pummel. Looks like he's going to take 6, move down to 17, and lose the card in arsenal. That was a red pummel. Those are huge in this matchup. I think the reactions are really important in this matchup. So, but Josh might have a big turn of his own. He's going to activate Bravo. Pitch the last 2, and another crippling crush. Haymaker after haymaker. I love it. Another big ol' 11 damage attack coming in. Looks like Brandon's blocking for 5. And we're going to go to Arsenal. Fate for Scene, blocking for another 4. It's going to be 9 damage being blocked. Take 2. Go to 21 to 17. Oh, actually taking 3. I guess the chess piece had a piece on it. Yeah, sure did. So taking 3 there, going to 20 to 17. Not getting crushed. The Zealous Belting coming in for 5 damage and go again. Five damage and go again. And we know the last card in his hand, probably just a blue. Just to swing a note though, so he could still make a Seismic Surge token if he wanted. If it's a blue. Looks like Josh is actually going to block 6 on the Zealous Belting. We are going to make the Seismic Surge, which does technically break the chain, but I think that's okay. Doesn't really affect anything too much right now. And 6 damage on a Nothos. We're going to move to reactions, and we're actually going to see the Unmovable Blue. Unmovable Blue is going to hit for 1, or make this hit for 1, I believe. Yep, hit for 1 there. And we just got to get through them. You know, we're crushing through these D-reacts. We just have to get through so many D-reacts on both sides. It looks like there's 2 D-reacts and a Showtime in Brandon's hand. It's not too crazy here. Looks like we're just going to play the Showtime, search for any attack. I imagine we're going to find something big, right? See a Crippling Crush. He's going to eye that up just a little bit. He's thinking about it. I believe that's the card he pulled out and put on top of his deck. He's really thinking about that Crippling Crush. You just have to be careful when you... Oh, getting the Pulverize. This one I like because you can get those Seismic Surge tokens and he still has the Crown of Providence. So you can heave it in if you don't get the hand you want that actually lets you play the you can heave it in if you don't actually get the cards to actually play the Pulverize. You still have Crown of Providence, assuming that Josh attacks Brandon. You can activate the Crown of Providence and you still keep the Seismic Surge, but you get the Pulverize out of there. And this is what I was talking about. Because he Terra Sundered this and is coming in for 7, you might not be able to block as much as you want. And so yeah, he's probably not going to be able to keep the hands he wants to be able to not take the Terra Sunder damage here and give up 2 cards, which basically means he won't be able to play the Pulverize. So he was able to cycle that Pulverize out. He's got a really awkward hand though, a bunch of pummels. I think I see a Buckle and a Fate for Scene. Looks like he is going to give up the Fate for Scene in hand. But that means he's still going to leak over 1 point of damage. He's going to have to give up 2 cards here. Now, they are voluntary. He gets to choose them. They are voluntary. He gets to choose them. Looks like he's going to give up 2 pummels. I think that's pretty devastating if you're Brandon. That's hurtful. That's usually a way to end the game. You can also just Bravo something out. But giving up 2 pummels there is that's a big game ender there, and that's especially when you're talking about resources as a part of the win condition. So Zealous Belting, 5 and go again here. I do like these Zealous Beltings as a way to give a little bit more aggression to the Bravo. A little bit way to give a little bit more damage to the Bravo, because it's something that they can kind of struggle with, because it's like usually one big attack in the past. It would be like a setup turn, then a big attack turn, then a setup turn, then a big attack turn. Zealous Belting says, nah, we're going in now. We're going to do 5, and then we're going to do a Nothos for 6. That's 11 damage off of a not so great hand otherwise. So 6 damage coming in. We are in that blitz range. We're basically just playing blitz heroes at this point. And Josh gonna take all 6, moving down to 10 from and a 9-point deficit here. So we did just get the warning. There's about 4 minutes left in that. So there's about 4 minutes left in round. We are going to have to go. You can see they just called it out, and they are playing a little bit faster here. Going to try to take as much damage, and it's 11-10. And I see a red pummel in Brandon's hand. Does he have the resources to be able to play something, he really wants to? But I think he's just going to make a seismic surge, and swing hammer.
Lunch break will be about 45 minutes. 45 minutes for lunch break after this. So round timer is sitting at just under 4 minutes. And then we will take a 45
I think this will technically be lethal. Well, not technically. It will be lethal if Josh decides to call the bluff here and say you don't have the pummel. He's going to block for 6. And he's just going to pummel here. So it's going to go up to 10, take 4. And Josh has a decision to make. It looks like he has a defense react in hand. I think he's just going to take 4 and go to 6 damage. Players are picking up the pace here, trying to finish this game before time. No one wants a tie here at the ProQuest Season 3. They want to get to the top tables. They want to be the one that gets to go to Baltimore for the Pro Tour. 44 players playing it out here in Orlando, Florida, trying to get to the ProQuest or Pro Tour. Looks like we just have a Anathos for 4. This will make it. We're taking 4, 6-7. This is a crunch time here. Bravo v Bravo, playing fast. Hopefully they don't get to the point where they draw. They want to get to the end of the game. I do see a Rouse the Ancients in Brandon's hand, and Rouse the Ancients can be a pretty big attack here. Just Rouse the Ancients into. But first we're gonna do a Tear Asunder into a Crippling Crush. 12 damage and Dominate. You will lose as many cards in your hand as possible if this crushes you. 12 damage and Dominate. Do you have the D-React? You do have your boots available to you. That is 2 block there. A card in hand is typically 3. So that is 5. You're still taking 7 there. You need to find a way to block another. Basically, there needs to be a D-React in Arsenal. Or a heavy D-React in hand. We are running out of time here. I do think I see a Staunch Response, which is pretty good. So we're going to see the block with the Ironhide Gauntlet or Ironhide Boots. We have 2 resources remaining. Looks like we're going to pitch into a Staunch Response. I think we're pitching for all of it. So that is, I believe, 6 extra. It's like, I think it comes in for 5, and it might be an extra 2. So I think he's taking 2 damage here. Going to 4, 4-7. He had to give up all his cards in his hand. Now I think he's just going to have to pass his turn. giving Brandon another turn to kind of swing big at him. Yeah, he already did it, so yeah, he's going to 4. Brandon just didn't see him actually tick the life. They are keeping life on their paper as well. Now, I think Brandon can actually just send this Pulverize with every card in his hand. Possibly. No, not quite. Looks like we are going to pitch the Pulverize, make a Seismic Surge token, swing a Nothos for 6. The winner of this will go to 2-0. The loser will drop to 1-1 and have to climb out of the hole of being 1-1. 2-0 to start your first 2 games is a great place you want to be. The longer you can stave off that first loss in Flesh and Blood is great. Losing in the first round puts you in a hole, and losing in the second round puts you almost in the same hole. So both players really trying to stay alive here. We're going to heave that last Thunderquake into the arsenal. It looks like a blue Thunderquake. So we're going to get 3 more Seismic Surge tokens. Josh needs to find something here that actually really hurts. We're going to make a Seismic Surge. Looks like that is time and round. So Josh should be turn player here. Turn player here is Josh. He is turn 0 in time. Now that we're in time, no more reason to rush. We can look through these graveyards, see what they have. I'm pretty sure he's just counting pummels here. Brandon just wants to make sure he doesn't get blown out by a pummel and wants to have some way to actually win the next game. So he's going to block with 1 card. I think 1 card is enough. That he still has a D-React in hand as long as he can still play it. They will get a draw, which is it is unfortunate, but it is still better than a loss. Not much better. You don't get the match win, which matters more in Flesh and Blood. So he does have the pummel here, bumping it to 10. And we do have the Staunch, unfortunately. So what's going to happen here most likely is Brandon is not going to be able to finish the game out. We weren't able to get through all this D-Reacts. As part of it with Bravo, you gotta play. You gotta go. And it looks like we are going to see the 4 Seismic Surge tokens pop. This is the last turn of the game, the Thunderquake. Thunderquake coming down for, I think, 6 damage, and it looks like Josh. You know, this is the last turn of the game. I believe this is the last turn of the game. I think I heard time was called during Josh's last turn, so we are just going to play the unmovable, and this should end in a draw. And there it is, 3-4. It does end in a draw. Unfortunate here, but neither player lost. They are staving off that first loss, which is a tiebreaker. They need to kind of consider this as a loss. So hopefully for them, they will move on and keep on going. Try to win those games going forward. You know, gotta try to win here. You're not out of it at all. You're 1-1 technically. Well, technically you're 1-0-1, but really, Flesh and Blood only cares about wins. And then it cares about tiebreakers. So really you're hoping to get to 4 wins. I think 4 wins you'll be pretty safe as long as that last loss comes like towards the end of the day. But that being said, that was a long one. I talked a lot. I'm thanking you all for watching for now. We are going to take a lunch break. We will be back around 4 p.m. I know it's a bit of a break, so you can go ahead and watch some of those other streams, but do make sure you come back here around 4 p.m. I'll post on Twitter that we're back from lunch break, and I'll post on here that we're back from lunch break, so it will be 4 p.m. Thank you guys so much for watching so far, and we'll be right back with round number 3 here at the Haven. And thank you guys so much for watching so far. Welcome back to round number 3 here at the Haven Pro Quest. Getting ready for that Pro Tour up in Baltimore. We got a good one for you. We got Lexi, we got Dromai. Guy is one of the better players I've seen come to the Haven. He did, I want to say he won our 1K that we had quite a while back. It was during the Uprising format. Great player. George, awesome player as well. Playing this Lexi deck that he's been loving. He's been loving these elemental heroes. Definitely excited to have him around on Lexi. I know he was playing a combo Briar before too, and just excited to have these two decks up on screen. It's going to be a wild one. Dromai going to try to swarm the board with as many dragons as possible, trying to get as much of a board state, kind of overwhelm this Lexi player with those dragons. Lexi going to have a hard time popping them, you know. Is George running the Command and Conquerors, something like that? 7 attacks to pop the dragons. Things like that. Is he going to try to clear them, or is he just going to try to keep Lexi off, or keep Dromai off having a good board state, sending those arrows at dragons? But it's going to be a rough matchup. Typically, Rangers had a hard time against these illusionists, just because they don't really run the 6 damage attacks to trigger Phantasm, which breaks the attack or breaks the dragon, kills it instantly. So it'll be a fun one. I mean, Lexi's able to have some really powerful turns as well. Really, really powerful turns. Thanks to those cards like Rain Razors, cards like Art of War, things like that. So Very excited to have both these players here. Awesome suite of equipment from Guy, kind of what we expected. Snapdragon scalers. This is table 3, I believe. So both players are 2-0. I kind of pick matches that I think are interesting, things like that, and that have relevance. So yeah, this isn't quite table 1, but this is top tables, towards the top. Both these players are 2-0, I believe. But yeah, so looking at Georgia's side, I do like seeing the Shock Charmers there, and interesting enough, the Coronet Peak. Coronet Peak is going to be... Oh, and actually, this is a Death Dealer Lexi. I love it. Death Dealer Lexi. Going to be able to load with Death Dealer and draw a card. Sorry for that little bit of stuttering there. Not sure what's going on there. Kind of just... Looks like we're going to send the arrow out, fusing it with a... Channel like Frigid. Let's see here. I think it might be this. Let's see if we can close some stuff, use some less CPU. Yeah, that looks better. Much more smooth. So, first arrow coming out was fused with a Channel like Frigid. Coming in for 5 damage. This will create a Frostbite on hit. Atlas, thanks for joining us, by the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you can, do like and subscribe, all that good stuff. We love having you guys here, and I love commenting. I know we have a lot of competition today in terms of what games you can watch, and I really appreciate you watching over here. Looks like Guy is just going to drop the hand. This looks like the red line Dromai. I love it. Look at those Blaze Headlongs and the Tomultai. I think we're just ready to go here. That is awesome. We're going to see George Arsenal a card. And yeah, I kind of just love seeing Death Dealer. I wasn't really expecting it. Looks like he's going to get us started with the Ash Generation. He's going to play a Sweeping Blow, create 2 Ash. 1 from pitching a red, 1 from pitching a... 1 from the Sweeping Blow as well. Always going to root for Lexi. I think Lexi is favored here heavily. Especially with the red line. I think red line is a very interesting take for sure. We're going to close a lot more stuff. See if that helps. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We've been out here for already streaming for about 4 hours. Looks like it's able to catch up there quite a bit. So we have 2 Chromais. 2 Chromais are hitting the field. Chromai is going to be coming in for 3 damage and go again. This is very much the red line, and Guy playing very fast. 3 damage. Going 31 to 40. Let's see what Lexi can actually do. Are they going to leave the Chromais on the field, or are they going to hit the Dromai directly? So we're going to Lexi flip, give them a Frostbite. Frostbite is going over to Guy's side of the field. Going to get that Frostbite. Going to make his turn a little bit harder to deal with, or actually play everything. Then we're going to play the Channel like Frigid. Going to activate Death Dealer, get the Frostlock in Arsenal. Yeah, traditional Dromai definitely feels better into this matchup, but 2 Chromai turn 1 is pretty good, and a Frostlock is pretty good on Georgia's side. Frostlock is pretty good. Frostlock's going to get that +1 because it was fused. And it's also going to make it to where if it hits, you can't, I believe you can't pitch cards with cost 0. Also, because it was fused, anything like, any activated ability is going to cost an additional 1 this turn. I mean, sometimes costing an additional 1 as Lexi, or as Dromai, it's kind of funny because you get that Ash generation, but... We're going to block with 2 cards, blocking for 6 here. That's a Sweeping Blow and a Dust Up. Both those cards block for 3. One of the reasons I like Dust Up so much is because it blocks for 3. You know, able to create an Ash on hit and turn it into an Ashwing. Oh, and he's going to Shock Charmers here just so he gets another ice card in the pitch. Not Shock Charming for, like, it's not going to have an effect because it's not hitting. But it is interesting that you can actually probably keep that Channel Lake Frigid around for quite a while because you just always have something to dump ice cards into for the flow counters. So we're going to pitch 2 reds, get 2 more Ash just to swing the Chromite. Chromite is coming in for 3. Going to get 2 action points. George just going to take the 3 there. Unfortunately, because we have Channel Lake Frigid out, still not able to actually swing the other Chromite, even though it's a free attack. The Channel Lake Frigid is going to make it cost 1 more, and we're going to flip over another ice card, give another Frostbite to Guy, play the Polar Blast. Now, Guy has a decision to make. He can pay 1 or his next attack, George's next attack gains Dominate. I think that's a pretty easy decision. I don't think Guy actually has a plan of blocking right now, so I think he's probably going to let this happen, unless he just wanted the Ash. It is a reason to get Ash. Game slowing down just a little bit. Both players were playing pretty fast off the block, but start throwing some ice cards out. There's a little bit more going on. And then here we come in for 4 damage right now. It doesn't, I don't know if it has Dominate, but we are fusing with a Polar Blast. So this will create a Frostbite on hit. And this is what George wants to do. I mean, this is, if you're going to play against Dromine, this is what you need to do. You need to have a lot of, do we have a meta breakdown? I'm curious how heavy Fi is today. So funny enough, I just did that during lunch. I will actually, you're going to see some movement on the screen of some stuff. I'm going to get that up for you guys. Let's do this. We don't need all of chat right now. Let's see if I can get this on the screen for you. Or I can just write it out. So it is, I'll just give the highlights. So 7 Icelander, 7 Bravo, there were 5 Fi, 4 Briar, 3 Dromai, 3 Dash, 3 Lexi, 2 Oldham, and then we'll just say the rest is other. There you go. Breakdown. Alright, back to the game. It looks like we have another Polar Blast. We are going to draw. He's been able to get those Polar Blasts in Arsenal. I think the Death Dealer really helps with that. It is interesting that I don't remember seeing Death Dealer too much with Ice Lexi. I remember Lightning Lexi, there was like the snapshot play where you could do a lot with that to try to be like really fast. But George is, you know, he needs to find some really big disruption here, and he needs to find some really big turns to get back into this game. He's already down 18 points of life. This could be the turn, though. He's kept the Channel Lake Frigid around, so he's stopped the bleeding just a little bit, but Gonna activate Death Dealer. What are we gonna load? Man, it's just been this Blizzard Bolt over and over and over again. This is a red Blizzard Bolt, though, so we get to load and draw a card. We do see the Lightning Press in hand, so this looks like it could be a pretty big combo turn, but it looks like he's getting ready to pitch the... Looks like he's still deciding here. Something that's difficult with Death Dealer, until you get like Tri-Shot or something like that, you can only use it once per turn, so... If he's running Snapshot, that lets you use it again as an instant, which is really good because it loads your arrows again and you draw another card, so it kind of keeps a chain going. Something he gets to run not New Horizon, though, which is really interesting, too. He's running Coronet Peak, which I think is a really interesting card, but against this Dromai deck, it's going to be a little difficult. So it looks like we are firing the Blizzard Bolt. We're going to have 1 resource remaining. This is 5 damage, and I believe Dominate. Now, Guy does still have his headpiece available. He does still have a Silken Form as well. Silken Form, another way that he can steady some of this damage. If you had like a 4 block or something like that, then he could do that. But he's not really happy about this Blizzard Bolt. Especially because, you know, Shock Charmers does really interesting things where it's like... I don't know if Blizzard Bolt reads this way, but I know a lot of the cards from Everfest do say every time it deals damage. But I think Blizzard Bolt might be just on hit. I'd have to look at it, though. Who's out there? Who's excited to see this matchup? Not Control. Neither player is really a Control deck here. One's kind of a hate deck, you know, kind of like makes it so that you can't like do what you want to do, but I really wouldn't call it Control. And one is definitely an aggro deck. I mean, the Redline Dromai deck, I think is pretty crazy. I think it's a lot of fun to watch. It's a good meta, too. There's only 2 Oldhim here, and Oldhim is really, I think, the deck that kind of hurts it the most. Able to pop so much and keep channel like Frigids on. Icelander is pretty interesting, too, especially Bullander, but I think that's something that we'll see probably in top 8. We'll see. I think we're going to see a Dromai in top 8. Will Guy be one of them? We'll have to see. Really deciding on this block here. This is a big one. Oh, I do see the Sink Below in his hand, so he does have a Sink Below, and he could Silken Form should he choose to. But it looks like no, we're actually going to give up the headpiece. And a Dominia. Dominia is a big block here, blocking 5, and we are going to sink a card with the Crown of Providence, but we do see the Lightning Press come down for another 3 damage, so this will trigger the Bolt, the Blizzard Bolt, because this will hit, I believe, for 3 damage. I do think this has Dominate, though, so unfortunately George will not be able, or unfortunately Guy will not be able to use that Sink Below that's in his hand. And it looks like George is actually going to activate Shock Charmers a couple times there. Probably twice, I think. Get a little extra damage and go to 35 to 22. Oh, and it does trigger every time it deals damage. So that's 4 Frostbites. It could have just... I love having the actual Frostbites on there. Like, here, take all this snow. All this ice and crap you have to deal with. But Guy actually has the blues to get out of the Frostbites. No channel like Frigid. Just a bunch of Frostbites, so he got around those, and he's pretty much able to do what he wants. He has Chrome Eyes out, which is really nice for him, because Chrome Eye, even though he doesn't have Go again at the moment, because he hasn't played a red card, the Chrome Eye is going to give him an action point on attack. And George is going to take all 6 damage, going to 16, losing by, what, about 19 life right now? Yeah, 19. So really still needs to find some disruption. I like the Cold Snap. This is going to make either pay 2 or his arsenal is frozen when he plays it.
Oh, dude, we had another Bravo. One was off.
8 Bravo.
8 Bravo.
8. So we're missing 1.
Yep, we're just missing 1 now. Yeah.
Just say it's another Bravo.
Yep. Statistically, it's another Bravo.
So we did just get an update. We were missing 2 deck lists right before this started, so that's what we had. There's actually 8 Bravo here. It's a big Bravo meta here in Orlando. Here we see the Billowing Mirage coming out. Oh, and he got an Insidious Chill Out last turn and a Channel Like Frigid. This is pretty interesting. So Billowing Mirage is going to turn one of those Ashwings or Ashes into an Ashwing. I do like this deck is blinged out. I thought my Dromai deck was blinged out. I only have 1 Marvel Ashwing. My man over here got Ash Marvels and Ashwing Marvels. Got all the Marvels. All the Dragons are Marvel. I also play with mine already flipped unless my opponent wants me to flip them as well, so I get that too. It makes them much easier to play. Once you know their costs, they all block for the same, all that good stuff. So, and they're all red. Until we get another costed dragon, it's fine. So yeah, just a Billing Mirage here for 3, and George is kind of in a dangerous situation where, no, most of the time you just take that. It's kind of innocuous. It's a 3 damage attack, but man. He actually has the resources to get around the Channel Like Frigid as well. He's going to play the Cold Snap. Plays the Cold Snap, draws a card. And yeah, I think... I don't know if I see an arrow in his hand, at least not one that's relevant. I see 2 Polar Blasts. I see the Pulse of Volthaven. He giving the Cold Snap a read, so he can either pay 2 or have his arsenal frozen. So basically you have to pick between a card in your hand or your card in your arsenal. And then you still don't know what's coming on the back side of this, that whether or not there's like another arrow coming or something along those lines. Looks like we have a little judge call just to make sure everything's on the up and up. Just see maybe a wording or when something's able to be played. So Cold Snap does resolve here, I believe. I'm really deciding which card we want to play. I'm not sure the issue here. Like I said, this whole time, it's been pretty good. Pretty good match so far. Guy really in the driver's seat. George doing what he can to kind of try to stifle this red line Dromai deck, but really hasn't been able to find enough disruption plus enough damage. Looks like we are going to get a Polar Blast. Now this won't draw a card as it wasn't played from Arsenal, but it's still going to have its effect where Guy has to either pay or have the next attack get dominated. Looks like it is going to have Dominate. And then we're going to activate Coronet Peak. And he just didn't have an arrow and just wanted to see if Guy would actually pay for any of this, but turns out he did not bite. But we do have 2 ice cards, so we're going to keep the Channel Like Frigid around for another turn. He was able to play around that last time. He had the blues in hand to be able to play around that last time. Oh my goodness, this deck is beautiful. Marvel Command and Conquer coming out too. Crazy, crazy. Looks like he is going to pitch that one card just for the Coronet Peak. Get an Ash token for his troubles. Swing the Chromai. Coming in for 3. Get the action point. Pitch an Asvolai, so he does get another Ash there. So 3 damage and not really go again, but has go. It gets an extra action point because it's Chromai. And this Chromai, double Chromai, putting a lot of work in, having them out to be able to, even though he's not playing a red card, still have it go again. Sort of go again. Essentially go again. Pitch another red card to swing the other Chromai. Swing for another 3 damage. And George choosing not to kill the dragons might prove to be a little detrimental here as well. Looks like he is going to block. Might take 1 here. I don't know if the Weather Vane blocks for 2 or 3. I believe it's 2. So another 3 coming in there. I think he's deciding. He's still deciding on blocks there. Yep, and that should be at 2. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to actually proc the Insidious Chills yet either. I do like this list. It's very interesting. I think I see a 3 of a kind. Yes. Yeah, so it's just really interesting here that he has to. It's actually he's gonna take all 3 and go to 1, and Guy's actually able to swing the last dragon. He's gonna block that. Has to because he's at 1. Does still have an armor piece available to him. He has 2 actually. He has the tunic and he has the Coronet Peak, but unfortunately, just looks like at this point in the game, it's just been kind of a runaway train in terms of how much damage Guy's been able to pour on with just the Chromais, really. George basically taking 6 to 7 damage a turn. Not really able to answer back. And it looks like he caught this before he played the card. Still was able to take up his tunic. Gonna pitch, draw 3 from the 3 of a kind. Now remember, for the rest of the turn, he cannot activate cards from hand. Only cards from arsenal. And cards on the field. So he's gonna activate Lexi. This is the Pulse of Volthaven, so it's gonna give him both Go Again and the the Frostbite on Guy's side of the field. So Guy dealing with that Frostbite on the next turn that he had to deal with last time. And just another Blizzard Bolt. Seen so many Blizzard Bolts now. The Death Dealer is gonna draw the card. And yeah, with only one way to load this with only one way to load, I don't know. Basically, I guess the idea would be here that if he lets this hit, which is coming in for, I think, like 8 damage, and it's proccing the Insidious Chill. So, and you have to discard or pay 2. Looks like he's going to discard the Vincerikai. Doesn't need it anymore. He's hoping to basically make it to where Guy just doesn't have a turn. He can dump his hand into the Shock Charmers again if he lets this through. Give it a bunch of Frostbites. Unfortunately for the Lexi player, just really looking like the writing's a bit on the wall here. Not able to send the Blizzard Bolt at like a Chromai or something. Really has to disrupt the turn. The dragons get to stay around, and really the dragons have been the difference. Able to just poke in 3/3 pretty much every turn since I think Guy got him out turn 1. You know, after Guy was able to drop his hand on the first attack. I think Death Dealer makes this a little different in the sense that, like, I feel like George, a lot of it is going to be, a lot of his opponents aren't going to understand what the goal of this deck is with the shock charmers and the death dealer. Though I really love it. George. Shout out to George. Every time I play him and it's a deck of his, I know it's not a net deck. It's always, not that other people's are, but every time I see him playing, the deck is always wildly different. And it's a combo deck usually, or some kind of different idea that I haven't seen on a deck before. He was playing like a cool hybrid Briar that I saw for a while, and it was just like, and it was a combo deck. It had its shortcomings in the sense that you needed to hit the right cards at the right time. But when he did, man, that deck did so much damage. It was so crazy. And I just want to say, I really appreciate when people are creative in this game. You know, a lot of times people say because of the talents and because of the classes, you're kind of on rails a bit. But I think there's still a lot of room for creativity. I think George is one of those people that it really shows that there's still room there. Now, this matchup in particular, not going his way, but that being said, it definitely, I definitely like to say that I've seen a lot of his decks do very, very cool things. So. Yeah, sorry, Chad. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, we just came back early from lunch. People were ready to go. We just came back at about 3:45 instead of 4, and this match just went really fast. This match has been kind of blazing along. And it looks like George is going to have to block with the last couple cards in his hand. Dang, I wish I could have made it. What a good spread for Dromai. Most of Lexi's cards say on damage, I think is why Shock Charmers. Yeah, no, the on damage effects, I totally get the idea of the deck, especially because the drawing a card gives you extra blues a lot of the time. Just dump into Shock Charmers, especially with all the dominate. And so we're going to play Cold Snap here. Now, I'd assume Guy's actually not going to pay for it, or he actually decides to. Maybe just to get more Ash, or get the blue out of his hand. I don't know. So then we're just going to play the Blizzard Bolt. There's no fuse here. It's just damage. And he's actually going to kill the Chromai. That might just be a little too late. We wanted to kill those Chromais probably a few turns ago. Again, George is doing what he can to stay in the game. It looks like Guy's going to pop a Silken Form here. That's actually a great play. That's going to crack the Frostbite as well. So now we have 2 Ashwings. If he has a way to get Go Again here, it's not just Go Again, but another Ashwing. So another Ashwing coming in. So the Chromai is going to go first for 3 damage, and then I think it's going to be a bunch of Ashwings, and then just another Go Again card, hitting the 4 and Go Again. Good job, Guy. You're going up to 3-0. George dropping to 2-1. That was a really fast matchup. I'm going to see what's going on with this camera, because we've been going good so far up until this round. But yeah, sorry about the coming back a little bit early. But again, this match went really, really fast. I think that was all of 20 minutes. So you didn't miss too much. Basically, Chromais came out. And the Chromais just basically were doing 6 every time. Guy was able to block quite a lot of the arrows coming in. And really, it was just Chromai for about 5 turns. Camera might be... Yeah, that's a good call. Maybe on the Be Right Back screen, we'll turn it off for a little bit. But actually, I think it might not be the camera, because I think it's... I see it might be the computer, because I see the processor spike when it does that. So, the processor usage. So, we'll have to see. The computer is actually, like, tucked away in like a little cabinet, so that might be the actual case. I mean, it's been going 4 hours strong here, so it's a little guy. So, but yeah, that was round number 3. We have round number 4 coming up. We are getting through these rounds. We have 3 more to go for Swiss, then 3 more in Top Cut. Tell me what you guys want to see. I put the breakdown. If you guys want to know the one-ofs are... We have 1 Viscerai, 1 Dorinthia, 1 Levia, 1 Azalea. There you go. Those are the one-ofs. So if you want to see any of those, let me know. If any of them are high in the... if any of them are high in the... we'll say at least X1. X1. Any Rhinar doing well? You want to hear something crazy? We don't have one. Rhinar did not show up today. Oh, and it looks like George and Guy are actually going to play another game. Should I cast this one? I can cast this one. That last one was so fast. No Rhinar at all. Not a single one. Dory, yeah, so one of our local players, Nick, is on Dory. So if he's still X1, he was X1 going into this round. So if he's still X1, we'll look to see if we can get him on stream. Dory's a really fun deck to stream as well. This is fun. This is free. I will say, anyone who's watching right now, this game is for practice. Guy has already taken the round. And they've decided to play another one. It's great. I love this. It's like going into overtime. It's not real. Like this doesn't have the overtime. Well, if I could have made it, you'd have one. Rhinar has felt good into a lot of matchups. Oh yeah, I Rhinar into this meta. There's so many Bravo and Icelander, and I feel like Rhinar actually has a good time against those decks. So the matchups for those two is pretty good. So Rhinar into Dromai seems rough. Oh yeah, the Dromai. That's a little different. That's a little different. So I don't know, Chad. I don't know if it's salty. I think it's kind of cool. So Guy took it. This is just a practice match. I can actually put that somewhere. Let's put that somewhere. They're gonna give me free content though. They're gonna give me free content. I'm gonna take it. I don't want to leave you guys on a be right back screen for no reason. We can do this.
Pretty bad.
I don't know if this is a...
Oh, they just playing a match.
They're playing another one.
That's hilarious. Love it.
There we go. And now I have a round counter.
Oh.
I don't know how they do it. The last thing I want to do is play an extra game at an event. Yeah, it's practice, right? Maybe it's good for them, get a little practice. Maybe they see each other in top 8. I mean, George just dropped his first game to go to 2-1, and Guy's 3-0. So there's a good chance that they see each other again in the top cut if George can kind of hang on, get some more disruption this time around. Though I will say this kind of looks like it's going the exact same way. We get a Chromai early. We did get the Pulse of Volthaven, which is pretty nice. So yeah, out of those one-ofs, tell me what you guys want to see the most. So again, those are Viscerai, Dorinthia, Levia, Azalea, and then we do have 2 Arachne. I will say, if the Arachne is X1, I kind of want to lean that way too. Kind of want to see an Arachne on camera before we get to top cut. I have no idea who's playing it, and it's nothing against those players, but I just don't have faith in Arachne.
I think they're brave. Call them brave. You have any idea what that sigil mat is supposed to be worth?
I'm intrigued by Levi and Arachne as well. Arachne 001. But I know Levi is volatile. Arachne has some really favored matchups and then some absolutely abysmal matchups, pretty polarized. Yeah, and it's just new. I love showing the new thing, of course. Until we get to Top Cut, and then it's just going to be probably what's good. So, good way to make sure you get a long game and your good matches for the camera. Yeah, otherwise, even this is nice to have, like, they ran it back, so I have some extra content, and I just like talking to chat. Having you guys be in chat is actually really helpful to me. It helps me casting. It's like casting into the void otherwise. I do like that George actually just gives you a whopping amount of frostbites. Just hands you, like, here's a pile of frostbites. Deal with this. They're playing so fast. It's like they have to play a best of 3. And they're like, we know we need to finish. So George is going to play the Weave Ice. Don't see a lot of Weave Ices either. I feel like the Weaves kind of fell off. I still think Redline Dromai is sus, but I get it. Yeah. I think the deck can actually do some pretty crazy things. And if they leave your dragons... Like, let's say you're playing against Fi, and they want to race you. They normally won't. They'll at least send something at a dragon. Especially because they get the on-hit triggers. But let's say they do leave them. Your damage, like, is exponential if they leave the dragons out, right? Because it just adds on. So, I mean, there's that, too. And anytime they send something at a dragon, it's like you kind of gain that much life. So, kind of like it. I think you have a hard time into most other ice matchups. But Guy was able to play around it quite well. Guy, in the actual round, I mean, he played... You know, George didn't send a lot of damage, but he did send a lot of disruption. And Guy was able to play around it quite well.
Those, once I'm able to get my freaking hands on more of them, absolutely.
Sometimes you end up playing a tome Dromai deck and end up with no tomes. It's actually why I ended up dropping that build. Seems like this aggro Dromai would be good in certain decks, but way worse than the others. Yeah, maybe that's the idea, right? Is you're just ensuring, like, your good matchups, you just don't lose. Maybe this is a good time to turn on Task Manager and see what's spiking that memory usage. Hard to say. It's like it's just OBS still. Yeah, could just be getting warm up there. It's slightly better into 5, Bravo, and Vis in exchange for losing points into the rest of the field, yeah. Looks like we have the Polar Blast coming out. Draw a card. Gonna draw that Channel Lake Frigid. Yeah, Fi is still rough. I mean, Fi... I've played a lot of Dromai. It's been the deck that I've played most of the time. And Fi just... If they're even halfway decent, that Fi is gonna eat your lunch. There's cards that help in the matchup, like even bigger than... Or, yeah, I keep saying even bigger than that. But, not even bigger than that. That All You Got. Things like that kind of help the matchup, but it's still just rough. Yeah, it looks like this matchup is going a little bit better, but really the discrepancy is still there, and Key just has to play around the Channel Lake Frigids. You go in accepting you're going to lose to Fi, and then when you beat Fi, it feels amazing. It feels like you played cracked out of your mind, and you deserve it. Every time I've beaten Fi as Dromai, that's how I felt. That's probably not great, but that's really how I felt. Is like, I deserve this. And they're always like, oh, I drew a 4 red hand, I couldn't do anything. And like, well, I still deserve it. The average Dromai is better on red line though, just because it's a bit more linear. Yeah, any linear deck too. I think that's why people flock to Fi. And I think not to say that Fi doesn't have its nuances, doesn't have, there's definitely things that separate, the really good players on Fi that, are topping pro tours and everything. There's definitely a skill level there that does matter. But what I was saying is, like, there's definitely a skill level there that does matter. But I think there's a much higher floor on Fi, right? The floor is much higher. The worst it can be, as long as you're playing somewhat competently. Whereas his ceiling is also very high, but it's like the margin's smaller. But it definitely still exists. So, gonna load up the Frost Lock. It's definitely the easiest and fastest aggro deck, but yeah, you're right. It does require skill at the high levels. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true with any deck, right? Because at the highest level, especially on a red line deck, what I think matters is you have to scrape, especially, okay, so if you're playing Fi and you're playing into Oldhim, I think you have to find your windows, and your windows are very small. So if you basically think you have a play, and you could mess up one turn, and it's like turn 3, and because you didn't get that extra 3 points of damage, you might have lost the game. And to a lot of newer players, they might not even see that, right? Because they're like, oh, I just got decked out, they blocked me out. But like a turn really early in the game where you could have done 3 more damage, or not eaten that, not like that card didn't do anything and you spent it, that could have been, like, a lot of times when Fi kills these really defensive decks, it's on like their last 2 to 3 hands. Like they're very low on deck. They have to play these very specific combo lines, and I think that's where a lot of that nuance comes in, is especially in those like control matchups where you have to plan. You have to plan ahead. In the 5v5 matchup, the game only goes 3 turns. There's really not much planning. So Chilling Ice Vein, I think Chilling Ice Vein in this deck is also pretty relevant, and it's not something we really saw him hit. He got a lot of the Blizzard Bolts, which are kind of interesting, but not a lot of these Chilling Ice Veins. Is this not going to be fused? Okay. I was like, oh, why do we use the Weave Ice if we can't fuse it? But there we go. Weave Ice. So 11 damage and Dominate, I believe, from the Weave Ice. And it's going to have that nasty on-hit effect. And this one's way more close. So probably have a group of people around the table kind of pointing at stuff. I do appreciate that they're using dice right now, even though this doesn't count. Like, as if they're still on stream. I mean, they are still on stream, but they don't have to use dice if this is for practice. So I do appreciate it there. 11 damage coming in. This is that round where, a lot of people are going to start dropping. We're going to get a few less people in the building. Round 3 is where, like, if you go X3, gotta head out. Just want to say I appreciate you guys streaming. Hey, you're very welcome, and thank you for coming out and watching so far. And this VOD will be on YouTube. As soon as the stream's over, the VOD will be right back up on YouTube. So if you want to come in and check the other rounds, do anything like that, definitely do that. So yeah, absolutely. And thank you for coming out. I do want to say, while we're kind of in this lull between rounds, we're kind of having this fun game on stream. TheHavenTabletop.com. I do got to get that up on the screen, but it's in the description of this broadcast, I believe. TheHavenTabletop.com. Use promo code TEAMACG. You will save 10% off all Flesh and Blood singles. Ship nationwide, so they're great, already competitive. Their prices are already pretty competitive with TCG players, so you save an extra 10% on that, and so it's like a no-brainer. You're going to save a lot of money using that, and it helps us out. So make sure you do that. So we're loading the Blizzard Bolt. Activate the Death Dealer. Draw a card. Hey, I appreciate that too. Awesome. So, yeah, absolutely. Orders have always been accurate and arrive quickly, and they're a great service. So, that all being said, I'm gonna leave this going, but I'm gonna take a break with my voice. So, do you remember this is for practice? They already played their match, and Guy did take it. So, we will be back with round number 4 shortly. All right, I am back for round number 4. Sorry, I just had to take a little break there. It's a long time streaming out here, but round number 4, we have an Icelander versus an Oldham. The Oldham using an interesting setup here. We have a couple pieces of null room. We do have the lantern and the crown of seeds and the tunic. So I believe we're rocking some AB3 here. AB3 here with the crown of seeds. And Jeff able to put on the Icelander player able to put out the Insidious Chill pretty fast here. First missed tunic trigger. Oh no. Unfortunately, Evan did miss the tunic trigger, it looks like, because Jeff is on 2. Evan's on 1. Did miss the tunic trigger there. Unfortunately too, and it looks like he actually helped get the get the tunic or the Insidious Chill counters for Icelander while missing the tunic himself. So this is a Glacial Footsteps. Glacial Footsteps coming in for 10 damage. A red Glacial Footsteps. That's kind of one of the reasons I really like this deck on Evan's side. We've been he's told me about it quite a bit. He is running a lot of just kind of big hit him in the mouth attacks. It's not so much a dirtle around and just kind of, you know, poke here with hammer. I mean, there's still some of that, definitely, but there's also definitely a lot of just, I'm going to try to hit you as much as I can. So Icelander's Tunic will be on the 3rd counter. We do have the Channel Like Frigid, but it looks like that's actually just going to go away. We're just going to pass an Arsenal that last card. Getting the Insidious Chill up is part of the combo that you want on Icelander's side to try to get to the point where you have like a couple Frost Hexes, and then you're able to set up this big turn where you get like a, you know, 2 or 3 Frost Hexes and a Ice Eternal. Give them a bunch of Frost Bites that they can't play around, can't do anything about, and they take like 24 damage, something like that. And you got to do that a couple times, but usually that's how you break down the Oldham. You put them back in the ice. Oldham came from the ice, you put them back in the ice. Now Evan actually rooting for teammate Evan. Let's go. Andrew in the house. Thank you for watching. I do like that Tome of Harvest. That's a pretty spicy play. He's more often played an Angry Oldham from what I've experienced. If anything, grumpy, but I've never seen him play full control. I have seen. I don't know if you're talking about Evan in particular. I have seen Oldhams play some pretty control Oldhams. It's pretty daunting to get around. But, yeah, just another Glacial Footsteps coming in for 8 damage, knocking the Icelander down to 25. Icelander going to come back with an E-Strike of their own. You know, you would think for 2 Ice Heroes this might go a little bit slower, but instead, it's not going to happen. But because he is attacking, Evan can actually play that Ice React, get a card out of Jeff's hand. And it looks like we're just going to peek here. That was a 5 damage and go again, so... Evan having to give up that last card now. Jeff does still have that card in Arsenal. Yep, able to get down to 35 to 25. Evan in particular, I've been against Control Oldham, and it's annoying. Crown and Shield just turned me off Katsu. Invalidating my Kodachis, yeah. Yeah, when Oldham came out, I was still on Katsu, and I was like, I can't play Katsu anymore. No. But here we go. The first Frost Hex. This is part of that key pieces that you need to really get around how much damage prevention that Evan can get through. Frost Hex number 1 hitting the field. So we have a Frost Hex and an Insidious Chill. A couple E-Pots would be really helpful. And we're just going to block with 2 cards on the Winter's Whale. Not taking anything there. I will say Control Fatigue Oldhim is super annoying with Commoner. The fact that they gave him a new shield for that format is disgusting. I didn't even think about that. I honestly have not played a game of Commoner in my life. But I want to. I'd love to. But yeah, giving him the Buckler, why not? Just another good shield. And it's like actually not bad. It's like a pretty good shield. But here we go. Arouse the Ancients. Going to show off a Glacial Footsteps and a Thunderquake. This is going to be 7 damage and go again. Seven damage and go again. On this Rouse the Ancients, we're going to use a Sink Below. Sink Below going to stop 4 of that damage. Going to take 3. Go down to 22, I believe. Ice Hammer coming in for 4 damage. If this hits, get a Frostbite. Looks like Evan having to pay off the Frostbite of his own. And it looks like we are going to give... It's funny, they're just like giving Frostbites to each other. You know, you'll take mine, I'll take yours. Looks like we're going to pitch 4 to be able to Wounded Bull. We're getting around that Frostbite. We did have the Tunic counter. Though... Yeah, it works out the same. You activate Tunic, pitching a blue, you still go back up to 3, then you play Wounded Bull for 8 damage. So many Frostbites shared. They could just share the one Frostbite and just give it back and forth to each other. You got to use the Frostbite. That's the fanciest, though. I totally agree. I definitely agree. So 18 to 34 here. Gonna send another Winter's Whale. It is cold. I don't know if one of them is cold foil. I think it's rainbow foil. But yeah, so sending the Winter's Whale for 4 damage and a Frostbite, really kind of making it difficult to set up this big turn. But it looks like we have the Aether Hail. Just gives Evan another Frostbite. And Evan's going to pitch a Channel Like Frigid to stop some of that damage. And then we're going to see the Icelander player activate Waning Moon, take 2. Evan had 1 floating for that. So still just take 2 damage from the 3 damage Waning Moon. And the Icelander player kind of already in that danger zone. You know, in that blitz kill range. Evan still staying pretty high in life. 32 with only 1 Frost Hex. And Evan not able to pay off that last Frostbite, so he will get 1 point of damage through from the 1 Frost Hex. So the Frostbite token will pop and deal 1 Frostbite, or 1 arcane damage. Lots of frost, lots of cold this game. So Command and Conquer, and unfortunately for Icelander, you don't have a Crown of Seeds. Nor do you have a Crown of Providence. This is a relevant Command and Conquer. And you have to be worried with 3 cards in hand. Evan could be threatening Pummel here. I mean, obviously, I do not see a Pummel, or I do see a Pummel in Evan's hand. So you have to be careful. You can get blown out by this now. If that is a blue non-attack action, Icelander can play it from Arsenal. And here we go. It's going to get pummeled. This is 10 damage coming in. Now, will we get the card out of the arsenal, or is it going to get popped by this Command and Conquer? That's a card in hand and a card in arsenal that have to leave the field. Basically, you have to ditch both. Yeah, Command and Conquer Pummel. Name a more iconic duo. I mean, it's been there since Arcane Rising, pretty much since the beginning. And it's been pretty devastating ever since. You always knew, even back in the day, you block with 2 cards, and you just know you can get blown out by by a pummel. And we are going to get the card out of Arsenal. It is an Emeritus Scolding. I think Emeritus Scolding comes in for 4 damage, I think. Evan's going to take 2 of it. So we're still dealing with this damage on hit effects. Or not, we haven't hit yet, but we're still dealing with the damage from the Command and Conquer. You know, the pummel's been played on the stack. And yeah, I think a lot of it is just not getting ready for this. Evan can kind of take people by surprise here. Going all the way down to 8. I've ruined a few days with lunging press on CNC when I played Morkatsu. Yeah, same. I loved lunging press for that reason. So versatile. So able to use it. If you're playing CNC, there's no reason not to, right? Just a blue 0 cost. So you can pump that CNC by 1, get it in for 1, and have them take that damage. But Evan has just been putting on the hurt this game, not really relenting at all. Looks like we just saw a Cornet Peak activation there. Evan giving up the Enlightened Strike for an Endless Winter. This is just 8 damage. This is threatening lethal. You know, I like to say this is check, right? We're playing chess. This is check. You got to get out of it some way. You can't just say no blocks here. And everyone, I still have to read this card. Like, I know what it does. If it's fused, that's when it, whenever you add cards to it to defend, that's when you get a Frostbite. And then on hit, whenever you activate an ability, not a card, but an ability, that's when you get an additional Frostbite. So really, this card really hurts like the Phais of the world, or really it hurt the Katsus mostly. We see another pommel. Another pommel. So we're going to take 4 here. We're going to lose another card. It is currently 4-29. Evan putting on a clinic here on just dealing damage as a big tanky Oldhim. And really, just the only card left in our hand to get out there is an Amulet of Ice. Now we have 2 Amulets of Ice. We still have, you know, if we just had 1 more Frost Hex, I would say we're not in the worst spot. But the fact that we're getting hit with another Endless Winter just does not feel good. This is fused though, so this time if he decides to block it, he is going to get a Frostbite for each of those cards. He has to block it. He's at 4. Evan can't threaten pummel this time, though. You have to think that if that Command and Conquer was a blue, he would have just played the winter is in fact when the winter is endless. Especially 2 turns in a row. It certainly feel endless at that point. Getting hit with Endless Winter 2 turns in a row. Who's still out there? Love having you guys in chat. We still have a good amount of games coming up. 2 more rounds of Swiss. Can you believe it? 2 more rounds of Swiss. 3 more rounds of Top Cut. I'm excited. I want to know who's going to be our Pro Quest champion. I think, is it going to be Evan? Is it going to be Jeff? Either one of these players. Both these players are 3-0. This is table 3. Both these players should be 3-0 still. Should be undefeated. I think after this round, table 3 will not be undefeated, but both these players should be 3-0. So even if they lose here, they're definitely not out of it at all. We do have the Brothers in Arms, which is going to be one of the better cards to block with, because you can pump it and only goes up. That's only considered one card. So we're going to take 1 here. Yeah, so we use the 1 from the Tunic to pump it. But yes, oh yeah, yeah. If you CNC, you play blue and Terror into Endless Winter? Yeah, potentially. I think so. The only thing you're worried about there is getting blown out by a blue ice card, but I don't remember if you had one in Arsenal yet. Oh, and we have to play the potion with the Frost Hex. That is part of the combo. Both the potion and the Frost Hex. So you have to get those out. And you're really hoping that you would just see a turn that's not that powerful from Evan, but this deck just hits too hard. It's gonna be 5 damage, and I'm assuming he chose Go again. So already you have to block with 2 cards here if you don't wanna die. Or a card in your Coronet Peak. I think it might be time to give up the Coronet Peak. Now, one thing is, you can go to 1 here. If you block with 1 card and you take 2, go to 1. So that'll just kind of net out. Oh, wait. Yeah, so he'll gain 1. Yeah, he will gain the life first. For a second there, I was like, oh, you take the damage first. But no, you definitely gain the life when you defend. So he does go to 1 here. He'll go back up. He'll go up to 4 and then go back down to 1. And this is a Glacial Footsteps for 10. It's not fused, so he can block. And it looks like he's going to block with the rest of his hand and his helmet. So hanging around there. I will say the Icelanders have not had a good time on stream. Our Icelanders have, I don't know if it's a stream curse for Icelander, but not a good time. Now this is a Spinal Crush, which doesn't have too much relevance normally against an Icelander. Kind of still relevant as far as the crush effect. But really we're not even worried about attack effects at this point anymore because you're at 1 life. So if anything touches you, you die. So we are going to block with our whole hand once again and give up the Tunic, staying around. Icelander just hoping they can find the combo pieces in their hand. They have to find it naturally, though, because I don't think Evan's going to give them a turn. Just a Winter's Wail, and there is definitely a Pummel on the other side of this. And the worst part about Pummel, even if you play around it this turn, it just sits there and waits for you. I think if you're Icelander, you have to play like they don't have it. Block with 2 cards. Hope they don't have it. Hope they're threatening it. Trying to bait you out. Because if you play like they do have it, which we know Evan has it now, but you're just giving them time to find it, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. Evan did draw into the Pummel, though, and this is a pretty clear, obvious that he's gonna Pummel. You know, Evan was actually back and forth on this deck. Oh, and it looks like we're doing things. Looks like the Icelander is going to end up doing things. Oh, no. Just pop in the energy pot to be able to block with 2 cards. Okay, we're blocking 8. You know, we're blocking the entire Pummel amount, but still keeping 2 cards in hand. You know, that's actually, I kind of like that. Evan's still going to activate Crown of Seeds to see if he can cycle a better card. Let's see what he decides to Arsenal. He does decide to Arsenal that Pummel. So that's kind of what I was saying, is it's still there. You know, Evan can take a lot of hits before this is over, but And here we go. It's an Aether Ice Vein. Aether Ice Vein for 5 damage. It is fused with an Amulet of Ice, so that's kind of crazy that he has all 3. He's going to have all 3 Amulet of Ice probably on Evan's turn because he's going to arsenal that card for a little bit of disruption. So 24 damage. He's going to take all 24. He's going to use that to stop from getting rid of cards. And it looks like Icelander's just trying to buy some time. Gave up all of his Amulets of Ice. Gave up all of his Amulets of Ice just to make sure Evan has the worst turn possible. This is still going to be an Icy Hammer for 4. Still going to just be an Icy Hammer for 4. I do see a Brothers in Arms, which is really great for Icelander. The Brothers in Arms is just a 2-card block. Unfortunately, you do have to give up 2 cards anyway, but at least you get to keep one in your deck, however much that's relevant. Because we used all those Amulets of Ice on the last turn, we're not really worried about pummel here. There's no resources for the Oldhim player to pummel this hammer, so... So Oldhim down to 21, and it looks like we're probably going to just block with 1 card. We're probably going to block with that Brothers in Arms, if I had to guess. Yep, and we're going to use that last resource to block with the Brothers in Arms. Frost Hex is going to deal 1 point of damage, or at least have the Frost Bite deal 1 point of damage due to Frost Hex. Waning Moon goes back to the weapon slot, and we're on Icelander's turn with a 2-card hand. I see an Aether Ice Vein. I don't know what the other card is. Looks like we're going to just arsenal a card there. And here we just have a disable. That's kind of what I was saying. Like, so if at any point Evan can just play that pummel, you're in just like such a bad spot. I believe this is coming in for 8 damage. It's quite a bit. Have to block here. That's one of the weird things about Oldhim, though, I will say, is it does feel like compared to Bravo, since Bravo has on-demand dominate and it seems like a lot more haymaker-like attacks, it's just hard for Oldhim to kind of finish these games. They seem to kind of drag on just a little bit longer than normal. You know, your opponent's at between 1 and 5 for a really long time. Here we go. There's the pummel. Who didn't want to give up every card. He knew he was kind of on the clock, and the pummel was an arsenal. So Evan will take it. Go to 4-0. Jeff still 3-1. Still got a shot. 2 more rounds. Really played well. Unfortunately, the Oldhim was just too much, too fast, and there's too endless. When the winter is endless, and we're feeling it here in Florida right now. It's kind of cold outside. It's like in the 40s. Feels kind of good, but kind of, you know. Evan kind of showing like what he sided in, what he sided out against this deck, and good sport here. And I think that was a really good match. But we will be right back with round number 5. Let me see how much time is left in round. So there is 20 minutes left in round, so I'm going to say we'll be back in 25 minutes. So that's going to put us back right around 5:25 for round number 5. So don't go anywhere. Round number 5 at 5:25. Wrong thing. Welcome back to round number 5 here at the Havens Pro Quest Season 3 event. We got a banger for you. We got 5 versus Dorinthia. I am really excited to see this matchup. One of the biggest reasons I've heard from so many people that Dorinthia actually has a really good matchup into 5. They can just kind of exponentially increase that damage so much. Their cards do block really, really well for the turns they have to block. So yeah, I'm excited. And then Fi can just be so explosive. I think that this game's going to be interesting to watch. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of plays, less kind of defensive, maybe a little bit more mid-rangey, of course, could definitely happen, but anything could really happen. So if you're joining me coming from the min-max stream, welcome. If they're in between rounds, welcome. But gotta love it here. 44 players. Decent breakdown. We had a pretty good, decent breakdown. The only thing I'm really surprised at is we didn't have any Reinar, but it looks like we have Fi is going to be running Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, which, you love to see because it really leads to that one big explosive turn. Effectively doesn't block, kind of opposite of Mask of Momentum. Mask of Momentum doesn't really block. Or it does block, right? Because it kind of has a passive effect, so you can block with it when you need it. Pouncing Lynx isn't going to block at all, right? Really, unless you absolutely have to. You're more looking to get that spiky, big turn damage with it. We see Nick actually started with 2 Command and Conquer, so he's going to pitch 1, swing the sword for 3, maybe get some good... maybe get some something out of Michael that... He's just going to block with 3 cards. Spreading Flames is a good one. Spreading Flames is one you want to see gone. Spreading Flames definitely is out of the deck. One Spreading Flames out of 3 is gone. And a Command and Conquer. Command and Conquer, interesting choice in this Fi matchup. Or in this Fi deck. Nick just going to Arsenal that last card. And wow, that's one of the best cards. One of the new cards out of Dynasty that... Iron Song Pride, I believe it is, but it gives the +1 counter as an aura to Dawnblade. It's really strong. So here we see the brand with Cinderclaw. I think you almost always take the head jab, so to speak. This is going to be 3 damage and go again. Three damage and go again on this brand with Cinderclaw. So 3 damage. Right off the bat, that's going to be first blood in this game. Nick is at 37. Michael's at 40. Into the Command and Conquer. So lots of Command and Conquers early on. And we see the Art of War is gone too. Now, funny enough, this Command and Conquer is technically Draconic. Technically, this Command and Conquer is Draconic. Now, it looks like Nick might really want to keep that card in Arsenal. You're not really worried about pummels against a Fi, right? So, we are going to block 6 here. Blocking 6, good job there. Going to be able to block all of that. So not losing the card in Arsenal. Going to come in with a 2-card hand. Command and Conquer, you're just not really expecting to see that when you're the Dorinthia player. And yeah, just going to pitch that yellow in our hand, and we're going to swing the Dawnblade for 3 damage. Just a naked Dawnblade. We're going to... That is like the 5th Command and Conquer I've seen in the 2 turns of this game. And yeah, we're just going to buff it with the Iron Song Pride, and that is great. It's going to come in for 1 over, and he has to give it a read. That is a new card, so it's interesting because you might say, like, oh, if it doesn't hit, it has this, it's going to lose all the counters. How good is that? But it's the same exact downside as Dawnblade. So basically it just gives Dawnblade its own effect again. Oh, and he had the sink below ready for it. Interesting deck out of this Fi deck. Typically the Fi is not able to keep up with Dory, but we see that because of Command and Conquer and because of Sink Below, it's actually been relatively even paced, And actually the Fi has been has been ahead. Command and Conquer was quite the attack that last combat chain. Now here we see the Flame Call Awakening. Flame Call Awakening is going to be 3. It's not going to fetch a Phoenix Flame because there was not a red card played before it this turn. So it's just 3 damage and go again. So 3 damage and go again. Again from the sword, from the Searing Ember Blade. Nick deciding to take the weapon damage. Decided to block with the Stroke of Foresight. But here we just see a Blaze Headlong. And I feel like, weirdly enough, I haven't seen a lot of Blaze Headlongs. But this whole tournament, other than the 2 that Guy had to pitch with earlier in that one game. But just a 4 damage and go again since there was a red card already played beforehand. So 4 damage and go again. So this turn's already threatening 10. Nick decides to take that, goes down to 30. If you're Nick, you're kind of worried here because you want to get into that spot where you get exponentially higher damage. And here we see the Phoenix Flame going to come out of the graveyard. It is at the bottom of the graveyard. Haven't gotten it yet. This is the first time we've gotten the Phoenix Flame. Just double checking on the armory. No, the reason I put Nick on stream here is he's actually the lone Dorinthia player here. And then we see the Phoenix Flame coming in for 1 damage. Just 1 damage and go again. And Nick gonna actually block with the boots. Yeah, gonna block with the boots. Not allowing... So there was no card in hand, but what could have happened there if Nick didn't block with boots is definitely Pouncing Links could have been triggered. And we could have gotten Assault the Wound, a Lava Burst, one of those big attacks. And Nick saying, no, not going to let that happen. We're going to just swing Dawnblade coming in for 6 damage. And if it hits, it's going to get go again. And we still have 2 cards in hand. And this is where Dory can be really terrifying with cards in hand. You're kind of playing a weird poker game here where you're just staring at your opponent. And you're like, do you have it? Do you not have it? You're going to fold them? You're going to hold them? I can't hear the stream because of the gym. What are the records? Evan was 4-0 going into this round, so he should be locked for top 8. Alex is 3-1, so if he wins this one, he should also be locked in for top 8. Granted, he wins this round. Oh, but you can't hear it. I'm silly. So 6 damage and threatening that go again. Now here's the thing about Phi too. Outside of those Sync Blows and outside of the Command and Conquer that we saw he was running, you don't block very well. A lot of the cards in 5 block for 2, and that's kind of the downside they gave them. It's kind of the downside they gave them, that the cards don't block very well since they are such a high rate in attacking. They're worth about 4 apiece, 4 to 5, even more sometimes. So just had to make it even somewhere, right? So they decided to cut down the blocks. But here in a deck like Dorinthia, it makes it so that it's just difficult. So we're going to block for what looks like 8 damage here. And if Nick has something that he can do where he can pump this by even by 3, which is a pretty common point of... Yeah, Pump it by 3, so we're getting to 9, and Reprise is active, so the next weapon swing will actually go... The next weapon swing will actually be plussed as well. And because it hit, we actually have go again. We're going to swing for 4, thanks to the Out for Blood. Out for Blood coming in for 4. And if this hits, this is what Nick wants. Because if this hits, Dawnblade gets a true-to-life counter. Comes in for 4, and the breakpoints just get even more wild. But Michael's saying, no, not doing that. So we're going to give up the Tiger Stripe Shuko, which is worth quite a bit of damage over the course of the game. But that's a lot of armor already gone. We only have 3 block left, 2 from the Pouncing Links and 1 from the Flamescale Furnace. Now, this is just a snatch without Gogen, but the 5-player does still have Snapdragon Scalers. I don't know if they would pop it in this moment, just because you have to pop it before you draw the card. You don't really know what's going to happen. So most likely this will just give him an Arsenal. Looks like we're going to block just with armor. Nick says, I like this hand too much. I'm going to make you keep giving me I'm going to make you keep giving me your hand if you choose to block that way. So, and no card in Arsenal saves the card in Arsenal. I really like Nick's hand. It's got a Glistening Steel Blade. It's got a Singing Steel Blade. All the pretty Dory cards that are so good. So this one is from that Rhinar and Dorinthia deck. This is going to give it go again, plus a counter every single time it hits. So it gets go again naturally. And it's going to be coming in for 3 and go again. So 3 damage and go again. So we are going to get a counter. He took the 3. We're actually going to get the counter on the go again. Here we go. Is he going to let it get another? It would get 2 counters from this hit. If I'm Nick, I'm also thinking about breaking the chain there and giving it +1 via the bracers, just to make it even more. So 4 damage. 4 damage coming in. So we are going to do exactly that. Going to use those Brave Forge bracers because our Dawnblade already hit. So give it +1. So now this Dawnblade's already coming in for 5, threatening to get 2 more counters. Now what would be wild is if he had some way to give it, without blocking, some way to give it like a Twinning Blade-like effect. There are 6 rounds today, and Nick is currently 3-1 going into this round. And the 5 players deciding to take it. So he's actually going to get 2 more counters, and Dawnblade's on 3 counters. And this is kind of where it gets really scary with that Dawnblade. Glistening Steelblade is just such a powerful card. And we'll see if the 5 player choosing to keep their 4 card hand really makes it worth it here. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Nick has a Steelblade Supremacy. A blue card of some kind. I think it was a last-ditch effort. Can't hear. All you people who's watching can't hear. Okay, so 3-1. 6 rounds. So it looks like Nick is going to just take the 3 from this Rising Resentment. Not too worried about it. Rising Resentment being the first card to hit isn't too worrisome. Then we're going to see the Searing Emberblade. This could be a big turn coming from the Mask of Momentum. Now, Nick does still have armor available to him should he want to block this attack. He could block with the Crown of Providence and the and his bracers as well. That's 3 damage. He could stop some of the bleeding kind of for free without giving up a card. And it looks like Nick's just going to take 3. Doesn't want to... Really wants to keep that hand because he thinks he might have more, so to speak. But it looks like we're going to get the first Phoenix Flame, or second time we're going to get Phoenix Flame via Phi's activation. Does cost that last resource. It's going to be 1 at Nick. And Nick has a decision to make here. He could block with his bracers, and it looks like that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to say, you're not getting another hit for free, and then just a Soul Bead Strike. Soul Bead Strike. Nick really wanted to keep this hand. Soul Bead Strike coming in for what I think is 3 damage, and he's going to give up the Singing Steel Blade. It's a card he really didn't want to give up because you think the Phi player is going to have to, really block with hand. Dawnblade's at 3 counters. It's at 6 right now. Gonna pitch that last ditch effort. Come in with this Steel Blade Supremacy. This will give the attacks +2 for the turn. Anytime they hit, they're going to draw a card. Very powerful card in Dory ever since the beginning. So this is actually a 8 damage attack. And that's terrifying if you're a Phi player. He's in the tank here. You really got to think. This will draw a card. No one likes those words, draw a card, but Phis are not used to blocking. Now, Phi is up by 7. There could be a chance he gets greedy here. Says, hey, I think the damage you can do is not as much as the damage I can do next turn. So, also matters a lot if we see those any kind of defense reaction come down. We did see he is playing Sink Below. Sink Below, not too common, I think I've seen in most Phi decks. Maybe just for the Oldham matchup as much. But I do like the fact that he sided them in for Dory, kind of knowing, hey, D-Reacts can really screw over Dory at certain points. So really deciding here on whether or not to block, it's kind of make or break it for you. If you drop this round, there's a good chance, even if you win your next round, you're not making it to top cut. You'll be 4 and... Even if you win your next round, you'll be 4-2, but you lost earlier rounds, which hurts your tiebreakers. So that's going to draw a card here. Nick is going to proc the boots. And yet we're going to crack the boots, give our Dawnblade go again. Are we going to play the hit and run as well? Might as well, right? Give it an extra boost of damage here. We could activate bracers as well. Just give it another point of damage, make it a 9 damage attack. That's exactly what we're doing. We're going to close the chain here. Yeah, I think we're actually not. We're not going to play the hit and run. We don't need to. So it's just another. So it's 6 from that. 7, 8, 9 damage attack. So Nick threatens 17 this turn. Just, it's a 6, but he flips it over for 9. I'll take that. I want to shout out the Haven Tabletop too. They're doing a bunch of giveaways this round. They're going to give away a bunch of old Armory promos, some cold foils, things that just help out the community, things like that. They're also giving away an Alpha pack and an Arcane Rising pack. This is going to be 12 damage from the Stroke of Foresight, dropping Michael to 11, dropping the Phi to an 11 damage threshold, and giving Dawnblade. Ooh, and might as well, why not? Just give it another point of damage. 13, dropping him down to 10 life. Helping him out there just a little bit, dropping him down to 10. We're going to draw another card. Dawnblade's going to get another counter, and we're going to get an Arsenal card. Did not get to see what it was, but Nick still having the Crown of Providence is huge here. He does also have courage as well. He doesn't need to even really use it. Dawnblade on the next attack will swing for 7. And that's with no prior buffs. So we do have the Rise from the Ashes. Going to get that Phoenix Flame. Increase our next attack with cost 0 or less, plus 3. We need a huge turn from the 5 player to come back into this one. There's a Ronin Renegade for 6 damage. I think if you're Nick, you kind of have to take this one. Looks like we're going to also get an Art of War on this turn. Huge turn out of Michael. We're going to actually get rid of the Phoenix Flame. Banish, draw 2. I don't think I saw the most impactful cards, but again, this is going to be a huge turn. Taking 7, dropping to 17. Looks like we're just going to crack Pouncing Links here. Not going to take any risk on the fact that it might not be able to be cracked if Nick decides to block. Yep, Lava Burst. A Lava Burst is a clean hit just because you can also get Salt the Wound, but it's... I'm not even sure if I saw Salt the Wound in the deck at the time, but because he's getting it on the first hit, Lava Burst is just the safe pick, right? Salt the Wound has the higher ceiling, but Lava Burst is the safe, at Chainlink 4 or higher. Just any time it's going to be 5 damage. So now we have 3 more cards in hand. This was a massive turn already, it looks like, from Michael. Catching back up with this Phi. Looks like we're going to pitch the Mounting Anger for a Spreading Flames. This is Chainlink 2, so it's just going to be 4 damage. And if I'm Nick, I'm kind of thinking I'm taking this one too. I do want to give it a quick look over. We don't need the LDE in our hand, the Last Ditch Effort. We don't need it. We do have the potion. We do also have the Crown of Providence. We can get the card out of our arsenal, and we can draw a random card, basically, but Looks like we're just going to take the spreading flames as well. We don't have to worry about any kind of on-hit effect here. But this is looking to be a massive turn from Fi. I mean, you're looking at 13 damage or 13 life left already. Looks like we're going to swing the Searing Ember Blade. And again, if I'm Nick, I think I'm taking the Searing Ember Blade too. Again, you're not worried too much about the hits unless you think the card in his hand is a Salta Wound, which is a very real possibility. You do know about the Lava Burst, so it could be two finishers. It could be Lava Burst, which, again, that's pretty devastating on its own. Because if you Lava Burst, you can crack the Snapdragon Scalers, give it go again, then play the other Lava Burst. You could do the same thing. You play Lava Burst, crack Snapdragon Scalers. It could be a Salta Wound. Looks like this is going to be the turn where he decides to crack the Crown of Providence. Yep, we're blocking with the armor. It's going to be the best block we have at this point. We did cycle the card in Arsenal. Looks like the Lava Burst is going to be the next thing that comes out. Now, there's no hit there, so that saves a point of damage if the last card is Salta Wound. Whew. 7 damage Lava Burst. Just a wild turn here. Wild turn of events. There's no resources floating. And Nick deciding to block 6 of it. Looks like he's going to take 1 here. He still has what I think is a decent turn in his hand. I mean, Dawnblade's on 4 counters. And yeah, so I think that doesn't really affect Nick's turn too terribly much. He still has the potion. I think he had a Spoils of War. Spoils of War old school card that really does. Yeah, I think that's the best thing you got. You're going to crack that. You're going to play pitch the potion. Play Spoils of War. Swing a Dawnblade. Now, if he just Spoils of War, the rough part is he's not quite threatening lethal. I believe that would be 9 damage and go again. And we're actually going to pitch. Interesting. We're actually... Oh, this is really smart. If Michael decides to block this out, then you still have the go again and you can play the potion. I did not even think about that. That's really, really heads up play. So 9 damage coming in, 9 damage with go again. And you know, you just know that Michael can't really afford to take this. If he takes this, he goes to 1 life. Yeah, both the effects he's reading are worried about if you hit. So if he decides to block this out, and he's going to completely block this out, Yeah, completely blocked this out. That's a snatch, a minnowism, I believe a rising resentment, and a belittle. So, and his chess piece, making sure that he's not going to keep those counters. And that's a lot. I mean, Dory's going to get another free turn. Looks like they're both just going to draw up. That is a fluster fist I saw in his arsenal. And that is not so great of a draw. I mean, the Iron Song Pride, and both those cards are contingent on blocking, right? All the cards really in Nick's hand are kind of contingent on blocking, except for the Iron Song Pride. But nothing really has go again on it. The only thing is the glint, but if you you could activate the potion. I do like activating the potion here to swing the sword, because then you keep all the cards in your hand. You can still glint, even though it won't draw a card if he decides not to block. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to crack the potion. I think we're just going to swing Dawnblade. Yep. Dawnblade coming in for 3. Such an innocuous 3, but we cracked the potion. We have 4 cards in hand. Nick's showing that right there with 1 resource remaining. Just a reminder, Nick is the one Dory in the entire field at 3-1, fighting for that spot in top 8. So just 3 damage here. 5-player giving the graveyard a good look, seeing what reactions we have left. Domblay with 2 counters is just so massive. This is a huge turn. This could be the point in the game where Nick just has the hand that does it. The crazy thing about this hand is even if he decides to fully block it to try to get the counters off, right? Which is like what it looks like he's lining up to do. Nick still has a CNC in hand. So he has a way to give it go again. So he's going to block 6 here. Oh, does he have the overpower? Oh, does he have the overpower? Does that win the game? I think overpower's 1 short. I think overpower is 1 short. If it's a blue overpower, it'll only buff it by 4. Oh, it's a red overpower. That's +6. And he has a non-blocking card in hand, and Nick will go to 4-1. Nick will go to 4-1. Michael's still, I think he might be still alive. He has to win his last round, but that was a huge turn. I believe that solidifies Nick in the top cut. I'm not sure. He should try to win his last round just to make sure, but that is a massive game by Dorinthia. Massive game by Nick. Try to get that last round in. Try to get that damage in, and he did. He moves on to 4-1. One more round of Swiss to go, and we will try to find another X1 matchup to bring you for that win and in the playoffs before the playoffs. Who's excited for this? Let's go. ProQuest season, that's what you all want. Yes. Yes. Love it. Great game by Dorinthia. Love seeing it do work out here. I believe that makes it 4 players on Team Adventure Co. in the top 8, at least attempting to. We have Tom, Alex, Nick, and Evan all represented in Top Cut so far, I think, as long as Alex didn't drop his last round. Let's go, everyone. Let's get people in the chat talking about these games. This is exciting. I love this so much. But that being said, we will be right back. Let me give a quick look to the round timer. I got to give my voice a rest. I'm excited, though. This is great. There is currently 14 minutes left in round. So what that means is I'm going to give myself 20 minutes to be back. So we're going to say at 6:30 Eastern, be back for the final round of Swiss. The final round of Swiss going into the last one. And yeah, super excited. And we'll be right back. Welcome back to round number 6. We have Dawson, whose name you cannot see, versus Daniel. There we go. All right, there we go. Dawson versus Daniel. Daniel playing Dash and Dawson playing Dromai. I love seeing these Dromais out here, man. These decks are beautiful. LSS knows how to do it right, giving the Illusionists the best looking cards. And we have Dash, also not too bad. A lot of the cards look very cool as well. A lot of mechanologist, steampunk stuff. But that's not what you're here for. Not for an artwork critique. You're here because this is round number 6. Both these players, this is a reach. This is a reach. Even if they win this game, they are X1. They are X1, I believe. But they're tiebreakers. They're a bit farther down in the tables. This is table 6, table 7, somewhere in there. This is sort of a chance. There were a lot of draws this game, or this tournament. Lots of Oldhams, lots of Bravos. They went into time. So the tiebreakers are all wacky. So we have to see what happens. This was a good matchup. Neither of these players have been on stream just yet. So, and it's a good matchup. You know, you good mix of heroes. You have Dash, who is currently breaking a Kyloria, and Dromai, who is awesome. I like Dromai. I'm very biased. I love Dromai. I have not been able to do well with Dromai, but I like Dromai. That being said, we're going to go into Daniel's turn. He's going to load that pistol with a steam counter. Going to shoot that pistol for 2. Going to activate the item there to give it go again. The induction chamber. Yeah, it's a lot of cards to remember 7 hours into a stream. Going a little crazy, but I love it. So 2 damage, go again. And we're just... that is a card from Crucible of War. That is a generic attack. I do not remember its name, but that is all. There's a lot of text on that card. It's all flavor text. It's just, I believe, a blue generic attack. Interesting choice. Another Kyloria coming down. Looks like we're going to be net neutral on Ash again. I don't see him messing with the Ash counter. And Daniel just going to use a Sink Below on it. Not going to let him steal an item. So Kyloria is kind of one of those funny cards, though, where everyone knows it draws a card. But people forget that first line of text where it actually takes an item. The only time it draws a card is actually when it can't take an item. So against Dash, it has a whole new level of threat on that card. If it can take an induction chamber or something like that, your game plan is much different. But not going to happen here. 2 for 4, 5 or 6, block 3. Yeah, I love it. Brutal Assault, good choice. It's different. I don't think we're definitely not doing the boost game plan here for playing cards like that, because that is definitely not a mechanologist card. We are going kind of the old school Matt Rogers version of Dash here, where we're going to be trying to build up a bunch of items, get to a point where we're kind of just going to be in the driver's seat and not allowing our opponent to really do anything. A lot of blocking, try keep 1 to 2 blues in hand and just shoot pistol a bunch of times. I think we just missed a tunic counter, was what he was pointing at. But we are going to play a Yenderai, and this looks like old school Oops All Dragons Dromai as well. We do have the endurance counter on the Yenderai, and we have another Kyloria. That's all 3 Kyloria, but you have to be kind of careful here because with all 3 Kyloria there, you're not threatening them as much. He did swing the Kyloria first, and that's going to be met with a springboard somersault from Arsenal into a Command and Conquer to break the Yenderai. He liked doing that. I totally agree with that. If you have the card to block the Kyloria, I do like doing that because Kyloria is much easier to kill. You can break the Yenderai, not have to deal with it, and now you just have a Kyloria there, which is an easy pistol shot away from dying. Yep, there it goes. The unfortunate thing about allies in this game, you cannot block for them, which I think makes them very fair. I do appreciate that Dawson is flipping over his dragons as well. And here we have the Raging Onslaught, kind of a old school Prism special, but usually in yellow or red, kind of to break other phantasms. I see Oh, one of the new dusts. I believe that's the Red Desert one, which will give Kyloria, or not Kyloria, Vincerakai no Phantasm. I haven't really seen the dust get used too much. I love it. I love seeing that in the deck list. You don't see it very often. Now we're going into Dawson's turn. He's going to have a big turn on this turn because really, it's kind of, what's the words? It's kind of like it's like a mirage, right? You think you're winning. You could be like very low, like maybe like in the 20s on dash, and your opponent's still in the high 30s. But if they have a bunch of items, it doesn't really matter. They're going to be blocking a lot, and they can even block with their whole hand, but eventually they're just going to wear you down. Now, this card's very interesting to come out. This is Necria. Necria is a 4/7, which is a really big ally in Flesh and Blood. And it has an interesting effect where if it either gets hit or takes damage at any point, it's going to lose one of its health permanently. It gets a -1 health counter, and it gains an Ash. But we're just going to skip all of that to make sure the Kylor or the Necria is going to go to the grave via its own Phantasm effect. So if you don't know as well, all of these dragons have an effect called Phantasm. Basically because they don't have it naturally. They have it because they're being created with the regular Ash token. So it gives them Phantasm. And Phantasm says if their attacks are ever blocked by a 6 or higher attack that's non-illusionist, then they break. And it looks like we're just getting another item. So we have 2 induction chambers and the plasma purifier. 2 induction chambers and a plasma purifier. So we're threatening like 9 damage a turn with like 2 blues. I love seeing that Ash coming out, though. That is great. That's awesome. We have another pistol shot. We were able to actually kill the Ovia. Ovia is an interesting one because it has such a high attack, and I saw him attack with it last turn. And I was kind of surprised because a lot of times Ovia just kind of sits in the background making little baby Ash wings, but not this time. Daniel is doing the discipline thing, and this is the thing you have to do against illusionists. This is kind of the theme I feel like they're running with. So illusionists, definitely, there's some running, themes. It has a lot of their attacks have Phantasm. A lot of their attacks are heavy-handed. They're usually very cheap for how much damage they do. But the other thing I feel like is a kind of theme that they leave is that they have permanents, and if you ignore those permanents, then that's where you get a problem, right? And this is where we're going with this. He got the freaking Vincerakai out, and it doesn't have Phantasm, so he can swing this, and he's going to play that all you got. So, interesting, because this is only 5. Unless I'm missing something. Oh no, this is 6. Right. I always think that all you got is a 2, but it's actually a 3. It's just its effect is only when it blocks something with 2. So it's still a 6, so that's actually a pretty good turn there. Not taking the damage from the Vincerikai. He is going to take the Dust Up, and he's going to use both effects of the Dust Up. So he's going to create the Ash, and he can turn up the 1 Ash into an Ashwing, and he's going to do that. We're going to pitch a Last Ditch Effort, which I love. I love that there's a couple decks in the room running Last Ditch Effort. Just clearing the board. We just have to... We're going Dragon Slaying, everyone. We have to keep killing these dragons, making sure they don't multiply on us, get overwhelming on the board. We only have so many pops in the deck, right? So we have to... There's only so many we can use on that. We just have to keep killing dragons. And you know the funny thing is, we don't actually lose cards killing dragons. So we're going to get a Miragai out. Miragai is an interesting dragon. It's a 2/4. Has an effect where your first dragon attack each turn doesn't have Phantasm. And then we actually have the Asvalai as well. And this is what you want. You want to get dragons in multiples. You don't want to have to do one at a time. It doesn't feel very good. They're able to clear those pretty easily, but I'll be honest, Dash can actually clear these pretty easily on her own anyway. So Asvalai going to come out, swinging out for 2 and 1, no Phantasm. I'll be honest, if I'm Daniel, I'm actually not too worried about a lot of this because it just doesn't seem like heavy damage to me. And we're just going to keep clearing the dragons. None of this is like really like critical mass. There's no on-hit effects. Oh, it looks like we swung with the Miragai first. Makes sense, but... Meaning the Command and Conquer is going to just clear the Asvalai for free. Looks like we're going to activate the Flamescale Furnace just for the fact that we want to generate more Ash here. That's really what the bigger deal with that card, I think, when you're playing Dromai, is the resources are cute and you can sometimes get use out of it, but a lot of times it's just Ash generation. And wow, we're going to get a 4th item out. That is a Spark of Genius pitching for what I believe is X equals 2. So it's XX and X equals 2. So you got to pitch at least 4. And we're going to get the 2nd Plasma Purifier out. And that is not looking good, I think. If I had to guess, you are not happy with that if you're Dawson. This is going to be... quite a bit of a grinder. Lots of slow decks today. We have a lot of games that went to time. You know, a lot of draws. So nothing here is guaranteed. We're going to play the Vincerikai. And what's interesting about this, Vincerikai is not going to have Phantasm due to Miragai's effect. So it's just going to be a 6 damage swing. So it's 6 damage and go again. Daniel's just going to block with 2 cards. And does he have a way to pop this Miragai? That would actually be pretty devastating. No, we're just going to take 2 from the Miragai. Dash is the deck why I can't stop running Item Destruction and Rhinar. Tell me you're running Arc Smash and not the other one, the party one, Smashing Good Time. I would love to... I love Arc Smash just because you get to say I'm playing Arc Smash. Looks like we're going to use both Plasma Purifiers. Give it go again. Going to kill the Miragai with 1 swing. Then we're going to load it up one more time, I believe, and we're going to kill that Vincerikai. No reason to keep it around. Two Arc Smash. Let's go. I love to hear it. Let's try it in chat again. That is awesome. I love seeing Dominia and actually Dominia get to do its thing. And we have the dust for the Necria. Dude, I love this deck list. I love what I'm seeing. Maybe in a Fire Katsu list, Bolton, possibly if you really need help. Smashing Good Time is just the worst plunder run. Yeah, I think the difference is, though, it's a little more... I guess in Brute, it's a little different, but like in Fi... that's kind of what you're saying, yeah. Like in Fi and Bolton, where you go really wide, it's like more likely that you're going to hit and get rid of an item. Looks like we're just going to swing the Chromite, and then we're going to swing an E-Strike. Enlightened Strike, which number are we going to pick? Something I just realized, both my players have not been using dice, but I assume we're just going to play for 7, block all 7. So it looks like Daniel's going to load up some stuff, going to load the pistol, shoot the pistol, kill the Chromite, and really this is kind of an attrition game. That's really what we're trying to get to. We're trying to get to the point where we're killing all these dragons. We're going dragon hunting. It's like if you ever played Warcraft 3, there's a part really early on when you meet the dwarves, and they're just kind of shooting dragons. And you're like, hey guys, what are you doing? They're like, hey, we're shooting dragons, want to come? And yeah, you recruit the dwarves, and you go kill some dragons. So there you go. It's kind of what I feel like right now. We're just, Dash even kind of fits that bill. She's not quite a dwarf, but, from Warcraft 3, but she definitely kind of fits that bill in the sense that, like, or the dwarves are kind of like mech kind of style, or, they're like engineering, and that's what Dash is doing. And she's going dragon hunting right now. But this is a pursuit of knowledge, and this card has just kind of blew up in, like, the last couple days. Like, this card has really seen a resurgence. Not going to hit there because we had the sink below for it. That's another thing. This deck from Daniel has really been very efficient in its blocks. And it looks like we're going to pitch a Heart of Fandel, gain a life. And I think this Yenderai is not long for this world. If you're the Dromai player here, how do you come back in this matchup? I really don't know. Because, like... You're looking at life. It's 36 to 37. You're through about maybe 40% of your deck, it looks like. It's just not looking good. Yeah, it's just not looking good. I really don't know how you come back in this matchup. You have to get to a point where you're really pushing a huge turn. You're not going to win this attrition matchup. I feel like both of these decks are sort of attrition decks, and Dash is going to take that every single time, right? So we are going to play the Chromite. I do appreciate that Dawson flips his dragons too. I've gotten to the point where I'm not flipping my dragons unless my opponent asks me to, but I do appreciate that. Keeps it clean. Keeps the way, the way Flesh and Blood intended, that you flip your dragons. Chromite coming in, and Enlightened Strike. If I had to guess, it's an Enlightened Strike for 7. And we just have another sink below. It's just been so efficient in terms of blocking, not leaking any damage. And finally a Dust Up. Dust Up is pretty strong here. Yeah, he didn't have Go again, but he did have an extra action point from the Chromite. And wow, he's going to block. That's so good. He blocked with 2 pieces of equipment. I'm actually curious to know how that works. So he activated Arcanite's Skull Cap. In my head, that I think when you get to damage, it's actually going to be... It's a small thing, and it's not something I'm going to run out to the stream table and let them know. Because that's on the players. If they had a question, they should ask the judge. But I want to say, because you gain the life before damage calculation, it actually goes back down to a 1 block. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I think it's like a constant check, sort of like a Nothos. That's what I would guess. Anyway, here's a Chromai. Swing being blocked and then coming in with an Erase Face. Now, Erase Face normally against Dash, very strong. Makes them all lose Illusionist. This Dash doesn't really care. Then we have the third Dust Up. 4 damage. Make a dragon. If it hits. And that deck, you know, a lot of times, if you ever watch any of our locals, I do say this a lot. When you start watching these attrition matchups, if you start looking at the decks, and you kind of notice that Dawson's deck and his graveyard are about the same height, and that's when it starts to get a little scary. You're like, about half my deck is gone, but not half his life is gone. That's really, you're going to start doing that math kind of in your head. Thank you. That's what I thought. It's something that players should be mindful. I will tell them after the matchup kind of how that works, just so they know. But again, it's a stream table. We try to keep it just as if it would be live. The only time I ever run out there is if it's like wildly egregious. I'm also on a bit of a delay, so it's already like probably done with. So, and here we're gonna see the Vincerakai come out using the last bit of Ash. Now this one will. It's funny enough. The last 2 Vincerakais did not have Phantasm. This one will. So he's going to take the Arcane from the Burn Them All, and he just has the Command and Conquer to not have to deal with it at all. And we just see that Dawson's going to activate the Flamescale Furnace one more time just to get the Ash. He was out of Ash other than his the one from the Crypts, the special one from the Crypts. So just going to get the... And then he's going to burn them all, banishing that the Vincerakai. He's got plenty of Burn Them All fodder. This is where it gets a little scary for... Oh, now it gets really scary. We're going to Spark of Genius again. For the 3rd Plasma Purifier. All the items you could ever want. And on Dawson's turn, we're just going to use that last Ash to get Asvalai. Asvalai is good dragon here. It's going to do a bunch of arcane damage. Now, Daniel does have Arcane Barrier 1 just through the fact that he's playing Achilles Accelerator. He's going to pitch a blue and actually block both the Arcane. Go ahead and take 2 there. We're going to activate Flamescale Furnace so that we can just play a Dust Up. I'm not sure what color this Dust Up is. I thought we were actually... Yeah, so it should be a blue Dust Up. And we're going to block that completely out. No more Baby Ashwings here. Daniel actually able to keep a bunch of cards in hand and have his Tunic at 3. So I think this will be a pretty big turn from him, just from the amount of pistol shots I see coming through this turn. So we're going to pitch, load the Plasma Purifiers, have 1 remaining. We're going to activate all 3 Plasma Purifiers. Our gun will be coming in for 5 damage every time it shoots this turn. So 5 damage at Dawson. This is where it gets kind of scary, right? See, he's going to use the Crown of Providence, cycle the card, see if he can get something better. Didn't like what it was. And just going to stop 2 damage there. And then we're going to swing the pistol one more time, take a 5 there. We're going to activate the plasma or the induction chamber, give it go again one more time, pitch another blue. And this is what the deck's going to do. It's going to be loading up these plasma purifiers, these induction chambers, and the plasma pistol on its own. And just keep firing. And he's going to pitch another blue and have the plasma purifiers ready for next turn too. And shoot one more time, killing the Azavali. And yes, while the life totals are very even, the deck sizes are not. Lots of cards in Dawson's graveyard, not so many in Daniel's. Here we see the Necria get to come out, and it's going to have that Ash, right? So this is where maybe that Ash actually gives him some play here, in the sense that the Ash... that special Ash gives Necria not Phantasm. It takes Phantasm away from it, so it won't pop. So, yeah, I think Dawson's telling him, hey, it doesn't have Phantasm. So I don't know if he's still deciding to let that still block kind of... You know, he's already blocked with it. He's also going to springboard somersault from hand, so that's blocking 4 total. So it's not going to be coming in for any damage. And then just an erase face. But again, this erase face doesn't do too much against Pistol Dash. I don't think... It might do something against the Plasma Purifiers, but I believe the Induction Chambers just care about the weapon type, not the fact that it's a Mechanologist weapon. So still deciding on this block here. Hear a lot of commotion outside. I think a lot of our rounds are finishing up. You know, it's round 6. People have been here for a while. I've been here for a while. I've been talking for 7 hours straight. I'm having a good time, though. I hope everyone out there is watching is having a good time, too. I want to thank everyone who's been chatting so far. You know, we got this round number 6. We have 3 more rounds coming up. We're probably going to have other people talking at that point. You're probably sick of hearing my voice the whole time. I hope not. But it's been a pleasure definitely casting these games to you. I really do enjoy it. So it's like we're just going to sigil up here. And it's back to the point where Daniel is ahead in life at 30. And it's rough out here. Now, the Dragon did get to stick around. Necria did get to stick around. That's where I think this Ash actually really becomes important. It is from Dynasty. It's a new card. Haven't really seen it played too much. We're going to pitch a red. It is the other Vincerikai Ash. I don't think there's another Vincerikai to even use it on. But this will go net neutral, and Ash Dromai will create 1, and it'll also get used up. 1 will get used up by the Yenderai. Yenderai comes with a buff counter on it. That counter will stop 3 of the first damage it would take. That's why Yenderai is a little bit difficult to deal with. Now, if you come in and you ping it for 1, that will ping the counter off, and then you can kill it with a normal 3 attack. Or you can just hit it for 6. That works as well. Or you can break it, because it does have Phantasm. So we're going to take the 1 Arcane, and that actually does trigger the Necria, because the Arcane is attached to the Necria attack. The 1 Arcane coming from the Burn Them All. Burn Them All saying the first time a dragon attacks each turn, you deal 1 Arcane to target hero. Obviously, that target's going to be the Dash player. And it looks like, yeah, he's just going to take the Necria damage. Take 4 here. Go up to 5 Ash, then swing Yenderai. Yenderai does have Phantasm, but not going to be too worried about it not actually, not popping it. We are doing our Burn Them All trigger now. I believe it's on 4 Burn Them All counters. That Burn Them All is putting in a lot of work. It's doing some damage here. deck is starting to look pretty thin. Looks like we're just loading up our items here. Pretty standard fare. We are going to shoot the dragon, get another Ash token due to Nekri's effect, and then we're just going to shoot the Yenderai. This pistol's coming in for 5, so the Yenderai does have 1 life left. I'm just got to hit it with something. So we're going to load. I think we're going to end up shooting. Oh, it's kind of a shame that... Looks like we were just getting the counter off, maybe? Are we going to shoot the dragon one more time? Yeah, he is going to shoot the dragon, kill it. Do lose the dragon there. So what do you have on Dawson's side, right? So what are you going to answer with? You're kind of on a clock here. You're on like a deck clock. You're on like a threats clock. We have another Miragai. Miragai's such a good dragon, giving that first dragon attack each turn. No Phantasm. He's going to swing that Miragai. It's going to be 2 and 1. No Phantasm. You have to think, Daniel's been blocking quite a bit this game. How many good blocks does he have left? How many of those Sync Belows do we have left? Do we have Fate Foreseens? How many of those do we have left? Yep, so he took the 1 Arcane, took the 2 Physical. Then we're going to see the Sweeping Blow come in here. Sweeping Blow going to get blocked. He does create an Ash. I think he's up to like 8 Ash. So I think he has no worries about how much Ash he has left. And then we're going to make another Ash. So that's another Ash. Not a bad turn. You're actually getting Daniel to expend some cards. That's a big deal, right? We need to actually get those cards out of the deck. Here's our Burn Them All trigger. We should be banishing 5 this turn. I believe it was 4 last turn. We get 2 more reds in there. Though that Burn Them All is starting to really rip through that graveyard. We are going to pitch a last-ditch effort here. We're going to load up the pistol. We're going to kill the Miragai for 4. Give it go again. Again, this is kind of what I was saying earlier, where life totals can be a little deceiving here, even though it looks like Daniel's losing. Technically, he is, of course. But it could be the fact that really Daniel's running him out of threats. That's a big part of this fatigue deck. It's kind of the old school dash deck that was kind of doing this back in the day. Really piloted by Matt Rogers. A lot of his early wins were with this kind of dash deck. This is a big game. They're both hoping to make it in the top 8. This is not guaranteed, even if they win here. So he's going to make 2 Ash. He pitched a red. He's going to make 3 Ash Wings. Looks like he's actually just going to make even more Ash Wings. And this could be where it goes downhill for Daniel, right? This is where it starts to swarm the board. It's harder to kill these just a little bit. It's not really harder. It's the fact that there's just so many and they only have 1 life. It feels bad, like burning cards to kill them. And then Enlightened Strike. Enlightened Strike's a big card here. This is actually looking not too bad for Dawson. We are going to block, I think, for 6. So really, if I'm Daniel here, I think I'm going dragon killing, though. I think I'm still doing it. I put my counter on my Tunic, and I think I'm not even worried about... I'm not even worried about pushing damage at this point. I'm going to gain a life because I pitched Heart of Fiendel, so we know he cycled the deck at least once. So there's 10 minutes left in round. 10 minutes left in round. So it looks like we're going to summon a Necria. We're invoking Necria here. Looks like we're going to pitch the payload, get 3 resources. No, we're pitching for the Arcane, that's why. Okay. I want to say you just put the Opt on bottom. I'm not going to be calling anything out here. I didn't really pay attention to it. So we're going to be pitching a blue for 3 resources. It looks like we're going to load both induction chambers, get the plasma pistol. So it looks like we're going dragon hunting again, if I had to guess. So he's going to hit the Necria twice, giving it go again. We're going to pitch another blue. It's going to load up, kill the Necria there. And then we're finally just going to kill one Ashwing. Yeah, this is kind of what you have to do. You have to really just... We're on the game plan of destroying threats, right? You're not winning the race at this point. We are just trying to clear the deck full of dragon threats. The deck is looking very, 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 very low on Dawson's side, where he's just going to get fatigued, and that's kind of the game plan. This is the last Miragai to come out. It's kind of insane how long this Burn Them All has decided to stay on the field. It's really burning them all, I'll say that. It's been sitting there for the whole game. Not the whole game, but for a very long time. Like 7 turns, I think. And then a Pursuit of Knowledge. Can't just take this one. At least in my opinion. Do have to block this one. So blocking 4 here. And like I said, this deck is looking very thin for... he's going to flip the dragon just so he can kill it. Yep, flipping the dragon just so he can kill it. And he's going to shoot probably another dragon if I had to guess. That is the last Ashwing. Those are all down. And Dawson must be running out of credible threats here. I know we've cycled at least Daniel's deck. Probably cycled Dawson's as well at least once. Here's the second Burn Them All. And here's an Asvalai. This is going to be a bunch of Arcane. They're catching that he did not use the Burn Them All from last time. Did not trigger its effect to banish enough cards. So really it's just going to be 2 1-1. So we're going to pitch a blue. Still have 1 floating. And really it's just 2 damage physical coming in. Happy taking 2. There's no more Ashwings. And do you have a big effect? Just a potion on Dawson's side. And we're going to activate the Flamescale Furnace. Doesn't really do much, but it does allow us to cycle that card in our hand. We don't really want the book right now. We're going to activate every Plasma Purifier. Come in for 5 against the Asvalai. Kill the Asvalai. and then swing at Dawson for another 5. And I think they're just going to take 5 there. Yep, absolutely. Could absolutely be the last look, Arsenal definitely could be the last chamber. Just not really necessary right now. Looks like we're going to opt that card to the bottom. Didn't like it. Yeah, this is an interesting matchup for sure. I really just want to say I think he's running out of threats, but here is the big boy himself, Tomultai. Tomultai coming in. Tomultai has an interesting effect. Hopefully he stacked the deck in a way that there's 2 reds on top. It is a blue. I didn't see the red. If there is just a red, I would definitely, you definitely pick those. Now, what that does, if he had only gotten this Tomultai earlier, that is Daniel's only source of Arcane Barrier. So now he's going to take the Arcane every single time. So on Daniel, he's going to load all 3 of his Plasma Purifiers. Though I will say this is probably going to be towards the end of the game. That Tomultai just came way too late. He needed that earlier. He needed to be able to summon that earlier, kill those boots earlier on in the game, get a bunch of arcane damage in that's unblockable essentially. But it looks like I'm trying to get a good look at Dawson's hand, but I see a passing Mirage, not so great. I see what's probably a blue Dust Up, also not so great. Now the only other question, I'll be completely honest with you, I think time and round is getting close. Can Daniel actually close out the game in time? So 5 damage. Yep, so Daniel's ready to go next turn. Daniel, if he's not threatened with lethal here, I think he's going to pretty much burn every card. But nope, we're going to block that. Looks like the last of our 2 cards and a erase face. Block with 2 more cards. They're trying to go as fast as they can, trying to finish this round up. Looks like they're going lightning speed at this point, trying to go as fast as they can. Looks like Daniel's going to use another induction chamber and another induction chamber. So this is a 15 damage turn. Dawson looking at this like, I can't give you cards. I don't have enough threats to deal 13. We're going to pitch 3. Oh, Dracona Optimi. Oh my goodness. What a card. What a card. I think it's only 2 reds, so this should be 5 arcane, which will all be unblockable. Oh, so yes, it is 4 arcane, but you're winning. You can't use the Arcanite Skullcap. Oh, it was only 1 red, unfortunately. And a Dust Up. Finally a Dust Up. It looks like, I'm going to be honest, if I have to call the game here, I think it's going to be on... I think Daniel's going to have this game wrapped up if he can win in time. So load up here. The pistol's at 5. Now, he hasn't given the induction chamber any of the steam counters just yet. Looks like he was able to take back that attack. Still just going in for 5. Get the induction chamber counters on there. They are trying to play very fast to get the game done in time. And looks like we're going to be able to use the induction chamber one more time. Load up. That is time and round. I just heard the counter go off, or the timer go off. So this should be the last, Daniel's last turn. Block with 2 cards. So, granted, I heard that correctly. This will be the last turn from Dawson. So this will be 5 arcane damage. He can't block all of it. Again, I'm missing. I think he has 2 reds, but I guess it's 1 red and something else. So this is the last attack of the game, and it looks like Daniel's going to block, which will send this to a draw. So I'm not sure there. I don't know if they have a judge at the table. Don't know if they called time. Thought I heard time. Guess not. I am far away from where this is being played. It is on the other side of the room, so. And there is a judge out there, so he should be making sure these games wrap up rather cleanly. And that is the sink below. That's the last card in hand, last card in deck. And unfortunately for Dawson, he is going to drop there. And Daniel will be on the bubble. We'll have to see if he gets in. Just based on the audio you got. Okay. I'll go out there. I'll check with the judge. Make sure everything's on the up and up. We'll see how it goes. That being said, that is the final round of Swiss. That was round number 6. This was a wild day. We have 3 more rounds to go. Top cut to 8. If you're in the store, you are in the raffle for a alpha pack and a first edition Arcane Rising pack. Holy crap, could not think there. You are in the running for that, so that's awesome. The store is doing that. That being said, I will be back with Top Cut as fast as I can. I'm going to give myself 20 minutes. It may be a bit earlier, and I'm going to go check with the judge on a few things, see how it goes from there. It might be a little bit later. Let's call it 8 o'clock. The reason being is I believe they're going to deck check top 8, and I'm going to go help with that as well, so we can get top 8 back here as fast as possible, and I'll give you that top 8 rundown. So we'll be right back. Thank you guys for watching so far. Stick around for top 8. help if I turn on the microphone, wouldn't it? Welcome to quarterfinals here at the Haven. We have a amazing top cut ready for you. Top cut starting. We have Dromai versus Dorinthia. We have 3 other matches going on. We have, I'm going to go out there and I'm actually going to run and find what the top cut is. I want to give it to you guys, but I do know we have a Dromai, we have a Dory. This is a interesting matchup. Typically, I think Dory is a little not favored here. This is an interesting play, though. We do have the Iron Song Determination, giving this +1. So that's going to be a Dawn Blade for 4. Giving a go again, using Run Through. So, and then we are going to Silken Form here. That's going to create an Ash. This Dawn Blade will not hit, so it will not be able to swing again. But Silken Form coming in clutch. Let me go get the count of... Let me go get that that count of top 8, just so I can give you the breakdown. I'm back. We do have the top cut. We have 3 Icelander. Outside of 3 Icelander, we actually have 1 of each of the other heroes in top cut. That's what I call a healthy meta. So we have 3 Icelander, 1 Dash, 1 Dromai, 1 Dorinthia, 1 Oldhim, and 1 Fi. What a top cut, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like it's 43-35. I missed a little bit, didn't I? Looks like we have a Yenderai and a Aether Ashwing coming out. So we have the Yenderai. He's got that endurance counter. We have the Aether Ashwing. Just before this, Nick did ask me, he was like, so what do I do to Dory or do to Dromai? I was like, I really don't know, man. It's a tough matchup. Sometimes you got to go dragon slaying with the sword, and sometimes you have to go face, and it's just a fine line you have to walk, and you want to try to get those counters as much as possible. So Dromai versus Dory, huh? We're going to see how many counters this Dawnblade can actually get to. But yeah, so three Icelander, 1 Dash, 1 Dromai, 1 Dorinthia, 1 Oldhim, and 1 Fi. I think that is just a healthy meta if I've ever seen one. Icelander definitely feels like the best deck. It was definitely the second... Oh, sorry. Yeah, the second most represented deck in the room. Was able to get the top. But what I think is the most surprising, we had 8 Bravos and none converted to top 8. That's rough. That was the #1 represented deck, and not a single one made it in our top 8. surprising. How do you feel this matchup will go? Oh man, I think it's really rough for Nick. I'm really happy he made it. This is also, Adventure Co Gaming does have a competitive team. We're a little young, but it does consist of 4 of the top 8 people, and I'm just really proud of the team for that. We have Nick, Tom, Alex, and Evan all making Top Cut. That's a huge representation of what was a 44-player event. We had 5 players enter, and out of 44, 4 of our 5 people converted to top 8. That's massive. I want to say congratulations to Team ACG so far. Let's bring it home. Let's get someone to Pro Tour. But as far as this matchup is concerned, we do have the Yenderai. We do have Dawnblade. Now, again, there's no time limit in Top Cut, but both players are expected to still play at a pace that's, good. Good and efficient. So it looks like Nick is going to end up using those Braveforge bracers, give this another amount of damage, and he's actually just going to swing into Yenderai, and that is going to give him a counter because it hit for 1. That's pretty cute. He gets around the endurance counter, does hit the dragon for 1, which does trigger the Dawnblade. Now, hopefully he does know that Glistening Steelblade does not count hitting dragons. But this is where it gets really scary as the Dory player, because it gets to a point where, again, this damage is a little bit... exponential, so to speak. So just got to be really careful with that. And you have a fine line. You have to find ways to kill the dragons, and you have to find ways to still push damage. Now, it could get to a point where he just goes dragon slaying, right? Just go again into dragon, gain counters, gain counters, gain counters, but then you might run out of go again threats, and it's kind of an uphill battle from there. So here we go. We're going to swing an Ashwing. We're going to swing a Yenderai. And then we're going to swing Kyloria, and Kyloria is the scary one because he could get a card that draws, right? I mean, he's going to draw a card if he lets it hit, so... I don't know if Nick actually teched his deck in a way that he even has pops in this deck. I don't think he has any... Oh, he definitely has 3 Command and Conquer. I just did deck checks, and does Nick have any Command and Conquers? That's for sure. He has 3 of the Marvel Command and Conquers, or Fabled Command and Conquers, I should say. And not allowing the Kyloria to get a hit in, blocking for 4 with the boots and a card. Still a 3-card hand. This could just be a go again into Dragon. Have to see. Would clear both dragons, something he might want to do for sure. But then if Guy's able to summon just 2 more dragons again, it's a rough matchup for sure. So here we have the Glistening Steelblade. Now, Nick hopefully knows that this doesn't give him a counter. Yeah, and I think Guy does know that interaction. And unfortunately, he's not going to get a counter from here. And I think... Now, he doesn't lose the counter that he already had, but he did have to kill that dragon. So unfortunate for Nick. I believe he probably did that in the thought process that he would actually be able to. Really, he just did it for the extra counter, but unfortunately, he doesn't have it. So he doesn't have, won't get a counter from that. For those that don't know, Glistening Steelblade only gets the extra counters from it if you have if it hits a hero, just not an ally. And this is where it gets very scary for Nick. This is probably the worst matchup he could have asked for going into the top cut. This is 8th seed versus 1 seed, so Guy did get to pick who goes first. I believe he picked himself, which of course. And then this is really scary for Nick. It's just a bunch of damage. Now, he could stop the bleeding here. He could decide to pop this dragon, which it does look like he's going to. He's going to block with that Fable Command and Conquer. Blocking with that Fable Command and Conquer. So he does have the ability to swing into both the other 2 dragons to clear them. And that will get him another counter on his Dawnblade. This has kind of always been Dorinthia's kind of Achilles heel is these illusionist decks. You know, it was Prism before and now being Dromai, especially the heavy dragon Dromai. If you don't tech for it, you need a bunch of 6 attacks in your deck, and even then, that makes your deck way more clunky. So it's just a rough matchup. Hopefully Nick can try to figure it out here, but congrats to him on making top cut with he was 1 Dorian, he's the only Dorian he made top cut, so. Here we see the spoils of war going into the Dawnblade swing, and I think he's just gonna have to swing again at the Yenderai. That will get the counter on the Dawnblade. We did clear dragons, but Guy's gonna go into the turn with a 4-card hand, 3 Ashwings, and a card in arsenal. This is just not looking good for Nick. He needs to find a way to clear out these dragons in a more efficient manner. So the decks that are in Top Cut, if you can hear me, the decks that are in Top Cut are Icelander. We have 3 Icelander, 1 Dash, 1 Dromai, 1 Dory, 1 Oldhim, and 1 Fi. So a lot of variety outside of the 3 Icelanders. And I definitely agree, Chad, that the Dromai matchup, especially the heavy dragon Dromai, it's just not a fun time for Dory. Yep, and here we see the Snatch for 4 coming in. That will draw a card. He could snap it. This definitely seems like a very likely Snapdragon Scalar's target. I do want to say I think that Nick has done quite an incredible job getting himself into the top 8 with a 4-2 record on Dorinthia deck. No one was really here. Evan is the Oldhim, Alex is the Fi, Nick is the Dory, and Tom is an Icelander. We do have V also on, is the Dash. V is the Dash. And then Elijah is one of the other Icelanders, and I don't know the other Icelander's name, unfortunately. He might make it to top cut, or top after this round, so then I will know his name. Yeah, blocking with courage here. If Warriors had more things like Cleave, it would be a lot better. Yeah, maybe that's what the axe is for. I mean, maybe they solve this, and it's just, you know. We're gonna start needing those cleaves a little bit more. Yeah, something that just kills these dragons in a more efficient manner. So yeah, the Dawnblade is at 5 base, and this is going to be a yep, so the Dawnblade does have 6 now. It was able to one-shot that Yenderai, get that thing out of here. Yenderai was able to stop 3 of that damage, but only has 3 life after that. So 6 coming through, and we do have the Iron Song Pride, and then we have 3 more Ashwings. If you're Nick, this is just painful. 3 Ashwings, and they are all Marvel. This deck is blinged out. Asvalai coming down as well. The last Ash token available to him. Swinging Ashwing. Here we go. It's going to be 6 Ashwings and an Asvalai. This is just a really tough matchup for Dory. It almost feels very reminiscent of like Prism into Oldhim, where it's just, or Prism into Bravo, where it just swarms you and you don't really have that efficient way to get around it. Like, you don't run as many 6 attacks as the Guardians, things like that. So Illusionist players love their max rarity decks. Guilty. Yeah, mine's not max rarity because money, but I do definitely try to bling out my Dory decks. So finally, we had all those Ashwings coming through, and then an Asvalai coming in for 2 and 1. And this could be a red hot here. I kind of see it being a red hot, especially because we're going to activate... Oh, no red hot on that one. If we're playing red hot, that's terrifying, because we have a lot of Draconic Chain Links on the stack here. That's a lot of what Guy wants to do, you know, just swarm the board. This is a more red line aggro Dromai list. I feel like the developers had this list in mind because of cards like Red Hot for those to be played. But yeah. I just want to say, if you guys have been sticking around for me for the bulk of the day, we just hit 8 hours and 20 minutes streaming, and I just want to say thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun bringing you some high-level Flesh and Blood content. You know, a lot of times I do stream our locals every Saturday. This is something a little bit more, you know, a little bit extra. And there's a lot of streams you could be watching, and you chose this one, so I just really appreciate it. If you're in between rounds at another stream, I really appreciate that too. So thank you guys so much. Dory needs to get to 58 counters to kind of guarantee the win. Easy, barring Dromai doesn't have 4 D-reacts in hand. The issue with getting to 58 counters is go again. You don't have 58 sources of go again. I know you're kind of probably being a little tongue-in-cheek there, but yeah, it's really the issue is, like, you can get as many counters as you want, but you just run out of those go again options. So the Warrior's Valor is going to be at Dromai. I think Nick's finally seeing I have to do something to actually attack you. Oh, thanks for the heart. Thank you. So it looks like we are attacking the Dromai player. 3 Dawnblade counters coming in for 10 damage. Or I think it's 9. Nick deciding on whether or not he wants to play the hit and run. Got it. And good for Nick. I mean, this is going to be a huge turn from him. It's a lot of damage coming through. The fact that you even know is 27 sources of go again, bravo. Bravo to you, because I have no idea how much mine is. But that sounds about right. You want like at least one go again source in every hand. Usually you kind of get 2. Matt in the chat, let's get a late game comeback to get Dory in top 4. Let's do it. Yeah. And here we see Dominia, which I think is my favorite dragon, but that's enough to... we do have the blue and the red, and this Dominia coming down, and the Chromai. I don't want to call it. That was a huge turn from Nick. That was a big comeback turn, but this is a massive turn from Guy. Oof. Now, Nick does have a CNC in his hand. Does he have 2? He does have 2. So I think what's going to happen, he does actually have double pops for the... he does have double pops for the Dominia. So even if Dominia hits a red... Yeah, it was just a huge turn that he was actually able to tank there. And looks like Chromai's still on the stack, the attack from Chromai. So the weird thing about Chromai is even when he does pop the Dominia, which I think will happen right after this Chromai, he's still going to be the action point for like every single one of those dragons. And assuming that he hits the red off Dominia, he'll only have 1 pop. Like he won't have any after that because he'll usually banish 1 with Dominia, and then he'll have to pop it with the other one. But outside of that, it's rough. Trying to think of a way Nick could, somehow come back here, but without efficient ways to deal with all these Ashwings swarming the board. Oh, and he's actually going to take the risk here. So he will have an action point, and Dominia is going to swing. And assuming that Dominia hits a red here, and it hits a blue. And it hits a blue. And Nick slams down the Command and Conquer, ending the combat chain there. That is a lucky turn of events for Nick there. That was a massive miss from that Dominia. Dominia giveth and Dominia taketh away. That is probably one of the luckiest things I've ever seen. This is a red line Dromai deck. The vast majority of the cards in this deck are red, and the fact that Dominia just missed on that is massive. And good on Nick for that's the out. You just have to play to your outs, and wow, that is huge. So now he's going to kill the Asvalai, guarantee the hit, give it go again with Snapdragon Scalers, the Bolters. Give it +1 because it hit. Nick's going to come in for 8 damage at Guy. And suddenly we have a game here now. Guy still has a bunch of Ashwings. But this is huge. This is very huge. The fact that if Guy takes this, he's at 9. It doesn't look like he's going to. This might be the first block from hand we see from Gee. Gee still has a lot of his armor left. He still has the block on the Flamescale Furnace. Still has the Crown of Providence. So still has options available to him. Looks like we are going to use one of them. Looks like we're going to block with 2 cards and the Flamescale Furnace. So it's going to block for 8. Nick does not have a defense or an attack reaction to save. And this Dawnblade gets to stay at 4 counters on it. Now, I think Nick is out of pops here. Looks like we just have a Blaze Headlong. This is definitely getting Snapdragon Scalar. Well, this is like when your opponent just plays Snatch with a bunch of cards in hand, and you're just like, oh, okay, well, this is getting either Razor Reflex or Snapdragon Scalar. I don't think the deck is on Razor Reflex, so I have a huge feeling that this is going to get Snapdragon Scalar here. Little snappies. Nick has an awkward hand here, and he doesn't... I mean, it's just 4, but it looks like... Oh, we are going to play the red, and that's going to give it a go again. You know, cheeky little play. You can do that with Ashwings. Not something I really thought about with Blaze Headlong. But it does work the same way. It's going to be 6 more Ashwings unless Nick does something. I think you kind of have to take the 6 here. Blocking with a card to block for 1 doesn't feel great. Yep, blocking with a card here to block 1 of the Ashwings does not feel good. Hi.
I made it.
You made it. So, and then Gee's just going to follow up with a Dust Up for 4, and this is just very devastating for Nick because, again, this brings him down to 5 if he takes it. Gee gets an extra Ashwing, which is just not a good point where you want to be unless Nick just has a wildly kind of blowout turn. It's not looking great. I don't think he runs any more 6 damage attacks to pop any of these dragons going forward. So it was just the 3 Command and Conquers, and all 3 of those got used up already. So looks like he's just going to block with 4 here, 1 piece of equipment and the Twinning Blade. So going into Nick's turn, he really needs to have something massive here. Now, he could start trying to kill Ashwings, but I think that's a bit of a fool's errand at this point. He can only ever kill 2 at a time, and Gee's just going to replace those dragons faster than Nick can knock them down.
I wonder if the Twinning Blade was the right card to block with, because he has 2 forms of Go Again in hand there. So he could have gone...
He had to, though. So we're going to start with the Hit and Run. Hit and Run's going to give that next attack Go Again. It doesn't have any damage modifier on it yet because he hasn't swung with a weapon yet. But we are going to activate the Courage of Blade Hold. That's going to make our Dawnblade free for the rest of the turn. Swing the Dawnblade into an Ashwing. Just kill the Ashwing. That Ashwing got blowed up. Hit for 7 damage.
Not enough
and
damage.
Go again on that little 1 health Ashwing. And now we get to swing again with the Warrior's Valor. Is the card in Arsenal another Twinning Blade? It very well could be. But this is going to be 10 damage and Go Again. Well, 10 damage and if it hits, Go Again.
11 damage.
11 damage because we're activating Brave Forge Bracers. I like how I used 2 1s. Instead of like getting out like a 6 and a 5, just 2 1s. 11. I love it. This is a huge turn from Nick. This might be what he needs. If he can get Gee to block with the rest of the cards in hand, which is it's a slim chance, but I think it's the only chance he really has at this point. So Gee's going to block 6. There is the Twinning Blade. Twinning Blade's so he's gonna take 5 here. They both went to hit the life counter. He's gonna take 5 here. The Dawnblade's gonna go up another counter, And the Twinning Blade's going to let him swing again. And this is going to be a Dawn Blade for 8. 8.
Is this the one there or just for that attack? Is it for their sledgehammer?
It's just for the 1 attack.
That's what I thought.
And Guy's just going to take 8. And, that's kind of the turn that Nick needed to have. He needs also Guy to kind of whiff a turn here. And if Nick just had another kind of popping attack in his deck, I would say actually has a decent enough chance at this point. But the fact that I don't believe he does, and this hand is kind of not great. So this is going to be 4 damage and go again via the Ravenous Rabble. Four damage and go again. Really rough spot to be in if you're Nick. I mean, you're looking at another 5 Ashwing damage there. So he's going to use the card to block. This is the most efficient block he's going to get because these are single pings of 1. It's basically 5 Kodachis coming at your face. And it's 5 damage coming at your face. Lots of Ashwings. Take all 5. Just no real efficient way to block it. And there's a Blaze Headlong pretty much to finish out the chain. Another 4 damage. You have to block with at least 1 card here, especially a 3 block. I mean, you could block with a 1 block, or a 2 block, sorry, but. And good for Nick to make this a bit of a game. I thought this was not going to be a game earlier on. It looked like Guy was running away with it, but it looks like Nick is doing his best here to hold on. So Nick needs to have a turn here that threatens lethal, and it's going to be just the turn. I mean, this is 8 damage coming in.
Yes, but he also has the Singing Steelblade in hand.
Singing Steelblade could be enough to get there. I mean, Guy, if he is going to block, would need to really block this out to not get blown out by Singing Steelblade.
Because he has 1 floating, so he can play the Singing and then play anything for free with Reprise.
The best thing for free, this doesn't have Go Again. There's no way to give it Go Again. The best thing would be if, would either be a Glint, if he does have a way, or actually Glint would be okay because he would draw a card. Mm-hmm. That's if he lets it hit though, right? Because he won't be able to swing again if he doesn't hit. So if he doesn't hit, or if he's not going to, then the best thing would be like a Iron Song Response, which is just the only free reaction that I can think of that's going to give it plus damage.
Well, the Singing also gives it +1 as well.
Right. So it'll be +4 total.
He has to block this because otherwise it just dies.
Yes, this is check, so to speak.
How much is it coming in for total?
8.
Yeah, that's
So
in the chat.
it looks like we're going to be blocking for 2, 3, and 6. 6, if he's not running D-Reacts, this may actually be a blowout here.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to spend the 1. We are going to Singing. That's going to make this a 9 damage attack. So as it stands, Guy would be taking 3 going to 4. We'll have to see what Nick decides to fish out with the Singing Steelblade.
It is Glint.
It would be Glint. Now, if there is a D-React in Guy's hand, that's a blowout as well.
Yeah. Now, the smart play should have been is he plays the Singing and asks if he has a response to it, and if he doesn't, then he just searches the Glint, which he did not have a response, is what we're looking at.
So going down to 4, draws a card. We do have Go Again, and it's just going to be a swing. Unfortunately, it wasn't a blue or something, so we can't add the damage with the bracers.
Still swinging for 8, though.
Still swinging for 8.
Potentially 9.
Nick does have a chance here. Now, it just depends on the blocks in Guy's hand. If he is able to keep like a free attack, Oh, he did have a fate. I'm not really sure. So the other thing that could be a blowout there is if Guy did fate there, but you know what card he fishes. I don't know.
It's interesting. So we saw the Blaze before, so we don't know what this card is. It's interesting the fact that he didn't. Okay.
And that's really enough there. I really do
Yeah.
think that's probably going to be the game that's going to strip all of Nick's hand because it's going to be 5 more damage. That looks like it's going to be the game here. Yep, Nick extends the hand. Guy will move on to the semifinals. I still got to give props to Nick. He still went 4-2, made top 8. Great game there. Made it a game that I did not see coming. I thought Guy early on in this game looked like it was completely a blowout, that Guy was going to run away with it, and Nick still made it very competitive and came very close to winning. So I want to say congratulations to him. He's still going to get a pack of those Soraya sleeves, and he's still going to get some packs here at the Haven. Good job for him. Good job to Guy. Moving on to our semifinals, I'm going to give my voice a break. We're going to move it to the Be Right Back screen. Hopefully it won't be too much longer. I'm not sure how much the other players are still going, how much life is in their game, but we will be right back as soon as those games come up.
All right, we are going to turn down the audio of the music.
Mm-hmm.
Do we keep it on a little bit?
Yeah, we keep it on a little bit, just a little ambient background
A
stuff.
little music.
All right, well,
there
they're
we
here
go.
to talk about that.
It's fine. We are back. AJ is taking a little break. Ryan is playing Pokemon Go, and he's going to be streaming with me. So we're going to do the semis here. We got Alex from Team ACG, our last remaining member of Adventure Co. There's 4 of us in the top 8, and 3 of us got knocked out, unfortunately.
The last remaining member of our local meta in general.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone else is...
All the locals got knocked out by these invaders.
Yeah. It's all right. Alex is our last hope, and I believe in him. He's the boy from the prophecy that
Oh,
we've
yes.
been speaking
Yeah.
of. So Phi Icelander, this is definitely a match we've seen a lot of today. There's 5 Phis that were in our 44 and 7 Icelanders, so this definitely happened a few times today. I know Alex played...
Just a couple.
He played 2 or 3 in his Swiss, and then now he's playing another one.
Mm-hmm.
So he definitely knows this matchup. When he was building his deck yesterday, he actually made some like concessions and switches out
Yeah.
for assuming there would be more Icelanders than Phi.
Yeah, that was turned out to be a good call, because while there were
Yep.
plenty of Phis, I think there were still more Icelanders here in our meta.
Yeah, there were 7 Icelanders, and then there was 5 Phis.
Yeah, and when it comes to like the matchup between them, like Phis kind of ride more of a fine line than preparing and like siding in versus Icelander.
Is this laggy?
Yeah, it's been like that. I'm not sure. It could just, I don't know if it's our catching up to our computer or
I
if
see.
it's
It's
an
better
actual
now.
stream.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it goes in and out. Don't worry about it. Getting back to what we were saying though. Yeah, when it comes to the like siding in or like preparing for, like you kind of need to prepare a little bit more for Icelander, I think, as the Phi than against another Phi, because it's more of like it's almost like a game of like better hands or like a game of chicken to see who blocks when in the mirror match.
Yeah.
And then it's a little bit of luck. There are not to say there aren't specific cards that like hard counter yourself that you can play against the mirror, but
Yeah, I think the 5 meter is just like you need a lot of dreads in your deck, and you need to draw better. That's really what it is.
yeah,
Alex made some concessions playing some of these yellow cards. So we can actually see Yellow Rising Resentment. That's not a typical inclusion in a 5 deck, but it gives them a little bit higher of a resource curve, adding these like yellow cards that are still good to attack with, but make it so you don't have like 4 red hands as often.
exactly, and that's really the worst case scenario that can happen to you, especially against Icelander, is that your turn just gets shut down or you get blown out because you know, you just don't have the resources.
Yeah.
I will say it's kind of strange. What do you think of playing Blizzard turn 1? Like, it attempts to show. Ooh, that's nice.
Just got my sleeves for getting top 8.
Yeah, the Soraya sleeves look very nice.
Did you get your boosters?
No, I did not.
Just whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so he played a Blizzard. I did not see that, but I see it in
Yeah,
his graveyard.
it's in the graveyard now.
So Alex
I
had the
mean,
blue, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on turn 1, when you know you have one card that can't
Ooh.
even block,
Yeah.
it kind of helps with that curve or make it so you don't get blown out. So yeah, I guess it is just as worth as defending with any other card.
One thing to note here is this Blaze Headlong does not have Go again, because that is a Yellow Rising Resentment played.
Yeah, that is.
Which I think Alex is fine with. He got to attack again through a Blizzard, and then he gets an Arsenal card, so
Yeah, and he gets to get one of those Aether Ice Veins out early too.
nice. Yeah, so Alex at least able to sneak in some damage. You get a couple of cards out of your deck, but this game, like, aggro decks into Icelander, I feel like often come down to just those, like, single 1 or 2 points of damage at the end, so
Exactly.
we might
And-
see that one matter.
Well, especially when Alex is only playing AB1, so he's
Yeah.
at the mercy of whatever Icelander does in terms of like hit effects.
For sure. I know some
Just like
people...
this?
Early Ice
There it
Vein.
is.
At least there's no Insidious chills on the board.
Not
That's
yet.
the worst, yeah. I mean, some people I think might take them out just because setting them up can be difficult. You can instant them from Arsenal, of course. But
So I played Icelander today, and from everything I've been told, like from every list that I watched and like videos and stuff to like kind of familiarize myself with the content, the oh, we thought we kept it on in the background.
yeah, just a little background music. All right. See it.
All right, bye. AJ just coming to turn the music down.
I agree keeping them in is probably best. Like, I would keep them in, the Insidious chills.
It's because it's another blue ice card, and yes, if you get the fusion off, you can literally just blow out your opponent's turn with a single. Like even a brain freeze turns into like a super like turn-ending card when you fuse it. just by taking a card out of their hand with that and the Insidious Chill resources.
I agree. It's not great having a 2 block in your deck. That also costs 3 to play, but the upside is definitely like there. For sure.
Its setup and value over time is insane, though. And the fact that you can play it at instant on your opponent's turn and still get a frostbite out of it is pretty. Like, there's so much insane value on that in the long run that it's worth it. Like, in certain scenarios, like, oh man, I wish this blocked for 3, or oh man, I wish this was a less expensive card. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But the long-term potential usage of it, especially against like matchups that have a lot more resources to pitch and block your attacks, it's definitely worth it.
So we see this is Soaring Strike, yeah? I've never
Soaring
played
Strike,
5,
yep.
but yeah, that's right.
That is the Soaring. This is the one that says if it hits, banish a card with less than the Draconic Chain Links, and it can give Go Again. So this is actually a really good one, because you can give something like Snatch Go Again, technically.
I thought this was... wait, which one gives +1?
+1 is Mounting Anger. That's the one where it looks like some crazy guy's like charging you with a sword.
I see.
He's angry.
The one that reduces, it's a 0 for 3.
Rising Resentment.
Rising Resentment is really good in this matchup because it gets around the frostbites.
Indeed, even for
which is
0
really
costs.
Nice. Yes, usually it is for 0 cost. Pops the frostbite without any effort. So we see a Channel Lake, which this is like such a backbreaking card for so many decks, especially Fi, because you have to deal with the frostbite and now everything just costs 1 more.
Yeah, but the thing is that like, and this is what happened when I played against the 5 matches I went up against today. Even Channel's not like the worst thing in the world. Maybe they wait it out, or they get like just a few what little attacks they can get through by pitching a blue if they have one. If they have a blue, they're still pretty set to play like 2 or 3 attack actions during their turn.
Yeah.
But it does give, one thing I like about it is that for an Icelander, it gives you time to set up other disruption cards for long-term plays.
Yep.
Without being hammered too hard in response by like a full Fi hand.
Yeah, it is nice that Alex was able to get the damage through. So this Icelander, I think, wants to probably keep these three cards in hopes that the Channel Lake here just ends the turn after maybe 1 more attack. Because as Icelander with 3 cards, you can be like swing for 7, heal 1 Arsenal card, which is a really, really strong swing.
Mm-hmm. The thing about setting up Channel in your opponent's turn is that you don't need to check it at the end of their turn, but at the end of your turn, you still need to have an ice card in there somehow for the...
Oh, there it is.
Oh, Snatch with Go.
Let's
there
go.
it is.
It's a blue Snatch, which I love having blue Snatches. Great
Yeah.
as a pitch card and great as a play card. Like, this is probably going to demand a card, I would assume.
Yeah.
Because any card that says draw a card is essentially giving 3 more value to it.
Exactly,
in some way.
exactly. And the thing is that, like, the Icelander needs to at least keep a blue ice card in hand next turn to pitch for the Coronet Peak if they want to keep Channel up for an additional turn.
Yep, so I assume...
Yeah, it looks like that's what's going to happen. Okay, so I predict Elijah's just going to pitch for the Peak and then Arsenal the other card.
The Arsenal might actually be some sort of attack action because you know Channel Lake's probably going to do enough
Disruption to
on its
allow
own.
it.
Yep.
Yeah, I was not... That was one thing that you also... I felt comfortable doing as Icelander today, is I was very comfortable arsenaling red attacks that I wanted to save for later. I was like, you don't get to use your ability, but don't like hamper yourself just by trying to play to it exclusively.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta adapt, you gotta be flexible.
And when you have Channel Lake out, like, you honestly probably don't need it anyways. It's almost overkill.
That's what I'm saying, is that it's very... it's kind of like... I don't know what to describe it. It just softens the turns that you can set up something, or at least like play other things in the meantime, so you're not just getting blown out during that time.
Unfortunate thing for Alex is he got peaked when Tunic was not up. It feels very good to Tunic away a crown.
For it,
Oh yeah. Okay, this is Mounting Anger, costing 1 because of Channel Lake.
But if it does hit, it'll make something 0 cost free, even amongst Channel Lake. But
I'm very happy to see an E-Strike block. I'm very happy to see that card gone if I'm Fi.
Yeah.
Oh, we see, I think he has actually an Aether Ice Vein in Arsenal, and he has a Blizzard in hand. So he has so much disruption, even with Channel Lake out. It's pretty gross.
But the thing is, when the 5 player still has 2 cards in hand and a few floating resources, like, even Blizzard isn't that big a deal.
I wonder if...
it's like...
Oh, Alex is thinking of Artivoring here. So he's blocking for 3 exactly. He has an Artivore in hand and 2 floating.
Ooh.
But Artivore would cost 2 here.
It would cost 2, and then, like, God forbid, then he decides to respond with that Blizzard, then you're just kind of, like, blown out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think Alex is letting that
Don't
resolve.
be greedy.
Yep.
One of the biggest things
There
I've
we go.
seen people do today that's a mistake is get greedy against Icelander. That's, like, the worst thing you can do.
I agree. I think we're going to see Alex pass here because you don't want to pitch that Artivore for like sword. You want to keep that Artivore. Oh,
Ooh.
interesting.
Is he going to?
This is a triggered ability. It would not cost anything under Channel Lake.
Correct, and he's not necessarily saying. So he's thinking on it.
Yeah, it is.
It
It always
technically
triggers,
when
yeah.
it hits, but like you can. It only matters that you break it or choose to break it during the
What
trigger.
do you get though? Like you can.
I was gonna say you save this for the Art of War turn when you're not under
Okay.
channel.
I agree.
Yeah.
Next turn is probably the move, so we're gonna see him save it.
Yeah, not the best time to use that. So.
Yeah, but having Tunic Artivore and probably not under Channel Lake feels pretty great.
Yeah, you know what's insane about the Artvor is that even if you choose the 2 modes before they go off, like if Icelander has like an Amulet of Ice or Insidious Chill, and they have a fusion card in their arsenal, they can make it so you just lose the card in hand before you even get to banish it.
I think he's gonna keep Channel Lake again. He's gonna Aether Ice Vein, pitching on Ice card, revealing an Ice
And then
card,
he
and
can
pitch for Waning Moon.
Oh wow, and he got to Scar for a Scar too.
Oh my gosh. This is so favorable for... Oh, it's a red one. He arsenaled the red one. I thought it was a blue one. Wow.
Nice. Oh no, that's why he didn't play it during Alex's turn.
I mean, he didn't really need it, right? Like, Channel Lake was doing enough.
If he knew that he can keep Channel Lake for another turn, true.
Yes, right. So, I think giving up an arsenal to keep Channel Lake around and do 2 free damage is definitely the play here.
Oh yeah, and it's like 4 into 5
Yes.
magic damage with ripping cards out of his hand and keeping Channel Lake.
Yeah, so he does 11 damage and keeps Channel Lake around. That's such an insane turn.
The other insane part about that was that he still had the Blizzard as a play in case Alex
Right.
did decide to go for the Art of War, so like he was safe no matter what.
You just respond to the Artivore after he, like, chooses his modes, and then he just can't draw and his Artivore's fizzles.
Yep.
So we're going to see him choose to just discard a red, and we're going to see exactly what we said. So pitching for Waning Moon, this is 2 Arcane. Alex definitely just going to take this. We see his hand is E-Strike, Lava Burst, and he knows that this Channel Lake's going to stick around. So a really good play under Channel Lake is just pitch a card, E-Strike for 7.
Oh yeah,
So that's probably exactly what he's going to do, I assume.
especially because now Elijah is not threatening anything from Arsenal
Right.
in response. So
So you're probably
while
not
it may
going to
not
take
be
Arcane.
anything crazy, like 7 damage is 7 damage.
Yeah. Oh,
Your health.
double Sink Below. Yeah, 2 Sinks and Frost Hex and another Ice card.
Yep.
Aether Hail?
Aether Hail. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So if we do see that play, Alex could pitch whatever, play Strike for 7. You already have an arsenal. It's a really solid most damage play that you could do here. I think he should just do. I don't know what he's thinking on here. Yep.
Yeah, this is definitely the best choice.
There we
There
go.
you go.
There's Festus in the chat. Happy to
Hey,
see
what's
you,
up,
Bob.
man?
Welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining us all day today. We really appreciate you sticking around. Always good to have you. Wish you were here in person, but
We miss you.
we are glad you're here. So let us know if you have any input on this game. I know how much you love Icelander. So we're going to see Alex floating some resources. Probably not going to matter. I don't know if we're going to see him do double sync. It does save life. Sure.
Oh, there you go.
Fixes your hand, even though it wasn't a bad
Oh,
hand.
maybe he wants to do something. No, he should. If he's going to do this and he's got the Frost Hex or Aether Hail, I would assume he would just Coronet Peak on this
Yeah, for sure.
upcoming thing.
Ooh, I love you too, Brandalorian. Thank you also for joining us.
Hey,
Appreciate
what's
the
up,
support
man?
today. I know I fizzled out in the top 4, but I appreciate your...
Oh, this is
Oh,
something I haven't
I've-
seen before. Just using the Tunic for an Aether Hail? Okay.
I don't know about that, but sure. I guess
It's not bad. It's
not
a
the worst
conversion
thing.
of one resource.
it's a card, though, for 2 damage.
Yeah, it's not the best use of Aether Hail. Usually you want to use it from Arsenal so that you can also
Why
Waning
not
Moon for a
peak,
single
though?
card.
Right? Like, why not peak?
Yeah, Peak would have definitely been the better play because it forces Alex to lose a
Yeah,
card.
right. He doesn't get a 5-card hand. Like, right now, we know...
Yeah, because he didn't have the Tunic counter.
yeah.
Or no, did he have the Tunic counter? Maybe the reason why he didn't do it is because Alex had the Tunic counter threatening.
What did he use Tunic Counter for?
I think he used it for AB1 because he just got it at the start of his turn.
I thought he took 2. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, Zach, the ranking of the players here. AJ would know, not me, and he's taking a break from talking, so I think Alex was like 5th seed, maybe?
He was like 6th, I believe.
5th
or
or
6th,
6th, yeah. Elijah
Elijah was in the top 4.
Yeah, he was in top 4. So Elijah knocked out Tom, who was our 2nd seed. Oh no, then Elijah couldn't have been top 4 because Tom was in. It was second and 7, so Elijah must have been 7th.
Oh,
He beat
yeah.
Tom. So they were both in
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah,
bottom
so they were
of the
behind.
8.
And then they beat out their players in the top seed above them.
This is really strong. So we're going
Woo!
to see what happened to his tunic counter. He must have used it here, right? Like, because he...
Did he? Oh, maybe he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just got confused because it showed 1 all of a sudden. Maybe he just accidentally bumped it.
Yeah, maybe he was just saying he was getting their own resource. I don't know. But this is really strong from Alex because... Oh, we have a... he pitched another Artivore. So this is really good because if he had been peaked, I think it's a better play again because it makes the Artivore turn like ripping a whole card for that turn. But you're right, he probably would have just given Tunic, but...
This is not great either, though. So he's got 1 resource floating and 1 card in hand. The most he can do is whatever after the Spreading Flames, and if it's a...
That's
oh, no,
good
he's
enough.
got 2 cards. Okay, never mind.
That's good enough because then you can do...
I thought he only had 1 card left, so
If
no,
you
this is
can-
great.
If you can pitch Sword, Phoenix Flame, and then Lava Burst or Salt, it's pretty nuts.
He still has Pouncing Links, too. This could be a blowout turn.
I wonder why he didn't Pouncing Links just after the Soaring, or the...
Maybe he's trying to make sure that his opponent doesn't, like, respond with something after the...
I guess he's playing around Blizzard, because his opponent doesn't have...
I feel like his opponent would use Blizzard by now, but I guess
Yeah.
Alex is just, like, he'd use this turn to try and burn them out of even having a turn to respond. And then if they let them go through with the damage on one of the other attacks, probably the Phoenix Flame he'll get, then he'll just search for it then.
Yeah.
Situational.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like against Icelander, I just don't want to risk they, like, block this out, they eat the sword, and they block my Phoenix Flame, then I just don't have another chance at getting my Mass Trigger.
I think, well, to be fair, although that would definitely suck when you have an Artivore and Spreading Flames.
Yes.
It would make it so that Elijah doesn't even have a turn, because that would take all of his cards to block, possibly.
Yeah, and you get to keep your Mass, that's fair. But, like, Lava Burst on this turn, like, Artivore Spreading Flames, getting those two together is wild, because he gives a +2 to the Lava Burst plus Shuko.
Yeah, so that's going to be 8 damage.
Which is wild. Okay, I think...
Oh, he banished... Yo, it's Snatch!
Does this give it go again? Or no, it gives it +1.
No, it's going to give it +1.
Yeah.
So...
Interesting.
Oh,
Oh, so he needs to mask here, get Lava Burst, Tide Flipper, Snatch.
But Lava Burst wouldn't be hitting for its full damage. It's only 2 Chain Links right now. It needs to be the 4th or higher.
Oh, you're right, it does.
Yeah, the
No,
problem...
get Phoenix Flame. Oh, it's not even
No,
free yet.
it's not free yet. It's...
Oh, man. Interesting that he banishes the Snatch. I feel like that should just be your pitch card here.
You know what's crazy?
Hmm.
He could, if you wanted to search for it with Pouncing Links, he could search for a blue card, swing, or get the Phoenix Flame with
It doesn't
1
go to your
resource.
hand.
Huh?
It doesn't go to your hand.
God, I keep forgetting
What is wrong with you? You think Katsu goes to your hand? You think
Yes,
Mask
I keep-
goes to your hand?
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, no.
Don't be mean.
I feel like he shouldn't have banished that Snatch. That was a really, really weird play.
Okay, so going back to what I was about to say, he could search.
Gonna mute that really quick. Sorry.
Yeah, they got it.
Okay, I think I got it.
Yeah, there's no getting around it. It just really sucks. So even if he gets something, he could get something like Rising Resentment, for example. It makes something... No, that wouldn't help. Not making something free. He could just get another 3 with Go again, though. And then
could.
grab the Phoenix Flame.
You're
and,
right, yeah.
And then play Snatch at the end of all of it.
Why
And
do
it
you
would
get a
be
yellow
insane.
one?
So it gets the bonus damage, I guess. So it's hitting for 4 now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's for 4. Oh, and to boost the Phoenix Flame from the Shuko.
That's true.
Because it needs to
will
be a
trigger
2.
here.
It needs to be 2. He needs to play 2 cards with 2 or less base.
So one of the more unimpactful masks, but he doesn't have to break boots. And this turn, I assume that's a red Snatch, that's 5, right?
Yeah, it's going to be...
Plus
no,
1
it's-
from Artivore, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
'Cause
wild.
Does Spreading Flames only working on Draconic?
Correct.
Okay, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, oh... Man, it's too bad he couldn't do it like where he plays the like Brand with Cinderclaw. That would make it Draconic. Oh, that would be so cool.
This is a really good turn. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep. Has a 4 damage Phoenix Flame.
Ugh.
Woo!
Like, I know people think Ira would be insane if she was in CC. Like, she doesn't get a searchable 4 free damage every turn. Nope.
Nope.
And then this Snatch.
Okay, to be fair, it's not 4 every turn, but yes.
Yeah, but she doesn't even have the option of that happening. And then this is 6 damage. That's such a good turn. It's crazy. Oh, he can't search a red Rising Resentment anyways because
Oh, because the Mounting Anger already gave it +1. That's right.
Mask says 2 or less. Wow, he just takes it, and then Alex is gonna get an Arsenal here.
Oh, that's right. It is Mask is 2 or less.
Yep.
I keep forgetting that too.
So it's nice to have yellow ones.
Oh yeah. Well, people could search naturally just for either the Salt the Wound or the Lava Burst to end the combo with
Yeah.
it. So.
Wow.
Just
I mean,
used to that.
taking a turn that like wasn't ideal. Like Lava Burst definitely ideal from the mask, but making the most of it. Icelander is gonna die very
5
soon.
health.
Yeah.
What is he doing not blocking any of this though? That's wild.
I think he has 2 attack actions. I think he has Scar and Bull. I think he just wants to play them both.
I mean,
But I mean, they
Yeah.
also block for 2, so I don't know if it would have done much there anyways. You're still at such a low health total.
yeah. So like, Alex will just say send the bill and then tank everything that
Oh yeah.
Elijah throws at him, unless it's an Aether Ice Fang. Because oh yeah, here we go. This was something I wanted to bring up earlier.
Oh, yeah, I
He's
didn't even notice
playing the
that.
Goliath Gauntlet.
This is 10 damage. I get it now. Yeah, this makes way more sense. Because you put him at 10 or 7 if he just eats this. I think you give Shuko here. Like, I'm almost certain you give Shuko here.
I'm
it
sure
just
Alex
trades
would be
gloves.
fine. I
Yeah.
was gonna say Alex would be fine with that.
You trade gloves with them, you only take 8, you go to 9, you're not in lethal range. Really? Because the lethal range with, if you're on AB1, is 6 or less. Because
Yeah.
it's 4 from a red Aether Ice Fiend and then 2 from the Waning Moon. So
Or 6 from a red Emeritus Scolding.
if he's on that, yeah. So if
that
he
is the
takes this and
spicy
goes
play.
to 7, Alex is super close to just dying from that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Elijah's keeping an ice card here. I didn't see which one it was, but I think his hand was like 2 ice cards, Scar, and this Bull. But it is interesting to value, like, because usually people are on the Gauntlet to just block 2 more.
That's what I usually do,
Yeah,
but I
right.
guess maybe against the aggro mirror like this, you want to get their health as low into lethal range as fast as possible.
Yeah,
Or
I
if
mean,
you were playing Command and Conquers, then I mean that's an oppressive way to get rid of either some armor or their
Oh.
arsenal.
Alex being even safer and taking 4 from this, giving essentially all of his blockable armor.
Yeah,
But I agree.
Honestly, not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, Tunic's probably not gonna. He's probably not predicting Tunic to be of any use later, and like.
Shuko's gotten its value.
Yeah, it still sucks though. Shuko's great to keep for as long as you can.
Yeah.
He's got the double belittles. Oh.
Oh, this turn's gonna be wild, actually.
Yeah. So,
Oh no, he can't reveal off the second belittle, but still 3 go again's like really good in this matchup. We see the Blizzard in Elijah's hand, but Alex has 2 floating. So
Yeah, and he's about to search for 3 more.
yeah, this turn actually will be pretty insane because Alex can do 3 go again, 3 go again, 3 go again, 1, and then whatever his arsenal is. So it's
Well,
10
his
damage.
what's his arsenal? Do you remember what that was?
I didn't see him arsenal it, so
Yeah, it was whatever he got off the snatch. That needs to be a draconic card for
it
the
is.
sword.
It
to
is.
have.
It's
Okay.
the one with the hands together, whatever that is.
Oh, Lava Vein.
Lava Vein
Wait,
Loyalty.
that doesn't have go again though.
Or it's the one that makes Brand. Maybe it was Brand.
Oh, Brand.
Brand
That's
is
the guy
Cynical.
with the guy who's tied up and getting like branded like cattle.
All of these cards look the same. But if it's a Brand, this is really good. Ooh.
Oh no, boy. The double whammy of Brain Freeze and Blizzard in hand means that
Take the Minnowism. Right. Oh, that's so smart.
yo, Alex getting the most value he can, and he knows that you can't get rid of the Belittle with Brain Freeze. Oh no, but he can get rid of the Phoenix Flame now and put it on
wait,
top.
yeah, I don't know.
No, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, you can put the Phoenix thing on top. Yeah, I don't know about that. He ensures he doesn't
No.
draw a little next turn, but
Well, he could have drawn the Minnowism blue for next turn and been like, yeah.
oh, and now
I
he
have
plays
blue.
Blizzard. So he's gonna pay 2. That makes sense.
Yeah, because if the card in Arsenal is free and he can play it out, at least he can play it and then replace it with the Belittle during the next turn.
Yep. So this is gonna get Peak, which is interesting. It's gotten its value. People block with that usually pretty early, anyways. I don't
I
think.
try to keep it, man. It's like on the right turn, it can really just make sure you don't get dumpstered when you're trying to Arsenal something.
Yeah, but this late in the game for sure. But you are.
I mean,
right.
when
Some
you're at
people
5
are.
health, you gotta.
Wait. Did you see the card in his hand?
No, I didn't.
He has the one that does a bunch of damage on your opponent's turn, Wildfire.
Oh,
He has
Wildfire?
Wildfire in his hand.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I guess you can boots it and do a bunch of damage.
You can?
But I think
Yeah.
you need Emeritus and
You
Arsenal.
need a lot of resources to do that, though. He doesn't even have a single potion and not a tunic counter ready.
Well, I mean, if you have Emeritus and Arsenal, you can just do that off boots and Emeritus, and that's a lot of damage.
Oh, no, of course, but, like, even both of those still take.
This is Lava Vein, right?
That's Lava Vein, yes.
So it doesn't have Go again?
No, it does not. It's 1 damage. It's just the blue he got. I guess he was definitely arsenaling it, expecting to get more Draconics with Go again, but he did not.
Did he take 2? Oh, he took 1 off Bolero and 1 off that. Okay.
Yes, he did take some damage.
Yep. So, wait, Wildfire on his own turn is.
He's just swinging for
Arcane.
damage to Arsenal.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all it is. He's got to make the most of what he can to chip Alex down
Yeah.
before he kills him.
But this is a really good reason why Alex decided not to just eat 10. Because once you're at 7, like, Boots, Wildfire, any spell probably is enough.
Yeah, kind of be honest. Like, I haven't seen Hypothermia show up in Elijah's deck so far, and I think that's like wise. I don't think Hypothermia is good against Fi.
Yeah, Tom is on the same thing. I mean, it gives the sword not Go again. Like, some turns it's good, but
That's but if you're already trying to tax them with extra resources, you probably want a better ice card for them.
yeah. So, Alex wants to keep this whole hand. 9 is not super dangerous. He can take a lot, especially knowing his opponent's on Wildfire, but you can only play around so much, so...
Yeah.
And his opponent's at 3, so...
Alex can only block 1 from any source of damage that Elijah tries to do, though.
Yeah. But red Ice Vein and Wand is usually... Oh, interesting.
Oh my god, here it comes!
Are we going to see the red Ice Vein?
It's coming!
So pay 1 for Boots.
No, it's the Wildfire.
This is game. He can only stop 1, he takes 3, and then any spell gets buffed by 3. So if it's a blue spell, it does 2, it does 5, and then you can
That's
still
wild.
Moon.
That's wild.
Yeah, I don't think any combination of cards gets Alex out of this. So he takes 3.
Imagine he just whips out the Oasis Respite all of a sudden.
Go to 6. This spell gets buffed. Oh my gosh.
And it's the Aether Ice Vein for 6.
So Alex can stop 1 of it. He'll take 5 and Moon. If he has a blue, he's like, yeah, if you have a blue, you just win. And he does have a blue. Fusing doesn't matter here.
I mean, it would just guarantee Alex just loses more resources, I guess.
I guess fusing doesn't matter, because then he... Either way, he's dead.
Yeah.
I mean, once you show that you have a blue for Moon, it's just over.
Aether Wildfire. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's wild.
That is wild.
I
Wild and crazy.
I play Red Aether Hair on my list as like the additional way of kind of killing from earlier with less cards. But Wildfire is pretty good.
Wildfire is a game closer. Jeez.
Yeah.
Especially when you know that they can't block at all. Like, against the aggro matchup, at least. Like, that is a killer. Holy cow.
Man, that's
There it is.
very interesting to be on the Wildfires. It's more reds in the deck that you don't really want.
This man has taught me. This man has taught me a lot today. He told. So I didn't actually know this about like the Icelander Mirror, but you play the Alluvian and try and get to 4 counters, so
Yep.
that when they try and like Aether or what is it? Endless? No.
Her specialization card?
Yeah, her crazy specialization with the frostbites. Why am I forgetting the names now? Ice Eternal. There
Ice
you go.
Eternal, yep.
Ice Eternal is that you can remove the counters in response to it, so that when you have a bunch of frostbites, you can still use your staff for free because of all the discounted stuff to get rid of the frostbites. So they don't.
If they give you 4 or less Frostbites, you can just play it for free and crack all of them, which is pretty insane.
And then, like I said, it makes it so that if they have frost hexes on you, you don't have to worry about pitching for all those crazy. What is it called?
Pings from the Frost Hex?
Yes, every individual arcane damage that's basically a rune chance at that point.
Yeah, one thing that I've done in the mirror match too is actually shoot spells at yourself to get Alluvian triggers up.
They said he told me about that too.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would play Rewind because all you need is a rewind at the right time. You just bust them. You just destroy them.
Yeah, the deck
Especially on that final turn, dude.
the deck
Like,
just
if
doesn't
they-
have much space.
Oh, it does. I can think of a few cards I would take out, like in general, that I feel like wouldn't be the biggest sacrifice against the mirror. But it would be something that I need to test. Icelander has a lot more dimension. Like, she's definitely like a top hero right now, and definitely dominating a lot of the meta. But she's not like tier 0. She's not like Chain, where it's like there's no counterplay, there's no. It's not like she's that oppressive, but
Yeah.
she's definitely strong, and there's different ways you can kind of like change how you play her just to make it so it's either surprising or more favorable into what you might think your local meta might have.
Yeah, I mean we have 2 in our top 4, so definitely like a super strong hero. Only one Fi that made top 8, I think, which is pretty crazy considering that people think it's like Fi and Icelander are the 2 best decks.
Oh no,
Do you
Fi
know who? What? Okay.
Oh.
Taking these? Are you taking photos? Oh, okay.
We're about to go take some photos, so
Do you know
stick
who
around.
won the other round?
It's still going.
It's
It's still going?
Well,
Alright,
we'll
the
be
other
back
round's
with
still
our...
going on, so stick around, folks, and we'll be in with the finals in just a little bit.
All right, we are back with our finals. We've made it through 6 rounds of Swiss. We've made it through our top 8, and it all comes down to this. You got me, and you got Tom in here, and we are actually both watching the people that beat us.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. I lost to Elijah in the Icelander mirror.
And I lost to Guy in Dory versus
Dromai.
Dromai. That's
Yeah.
this hero's name.
So this field today. Okay, I just want to talk about the heroes that showed up for a second. You had 7 Icelander, 7 Bravo,
Yep.
1 Azalea, 1 Olden, 3 Dromai, 3 Dash, 2 Bolton, 3 Lexi, 4 Phi, 1
5
Levia. Oh, 5 Phi,
Yep.
yep. 1 Levia, 4 Briar, 2 Arachne.
2 Arachne, what the heck?
Dorinthia, that was you. And a Viscerai. Okay, so Guy is undefeated. He was 6-0 in Swiss.
Yeah.
Has not lost in Top Cut, clearly.
Uh-huh.
And he's played 0 Phis.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the one thing that would make me not play Dromai is just every time I play
Yep.
Phi, it feels 70-30.
Yep.
Like, it feels really bad. Even Katsu, like, it feels pretty bad.
Right?
So to completely avoid it, and also for
Yep.
only 5 to come out of 44 people,
Yep. So like, there were 7 Bravos, though.
yes.
So, like, let's say combine Phi and Bravo, that's 12.
Yeah.
So that's a quarter of the field or so. And Guy only had to play 1 Bravo and he won.
He won, yeah.
Yeah,
It's not the
so-
worst matchup. I feel like Phi is probably worse than Bravo.
I don't know. I feel like if the Bravo knows what they're doing, that's real hard. But
JB
look,
played against one today, and he said that they remembranced all 3 Mirage guys back in the deck, and then
you know, it might have been Guy that Jamie played against.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. In any case, your deck as Dromai has to be set up to beat
Yes.
like 30 plus poppers.
passing Mirage guys, Remembrance,
Yep.
yeah.
And he's also got plenty of attack actions that
Yes.
don't have Phantasm,
Yep.
which I think are totally necessary. So
And he's on Boots, which Phantasma Boots really good because you can like attack action. They have to waste a popper on it. It's just
Yep.
another one out of the deck, and you can just get an action point back.
yeah, so I think a lot of players have kind of slept on Dromai, myself included, because of like the Phi threat.
Yeah, and you just assume Phi is going to be like
You assume he's going to be
25%,
20,
30% of the
something like
fields.
that. But pretty open meta today,
Yeah.
and Guy is showing us that like an aggressive slanted Iceland or Dromai rather can really get it done.
Yeah.
I mean, those dragons are no joke.
and he's so well practiced on this deck. He knows everything. Like,
Yeah.
being able to pilot this deck is not an easy thing. Oh yeah, so it was Jamie. It was him.
Yep, it was Jamie and Guy.
So Guy
Yep.
just knowing he has Remembrance in there, he just has like the action point cards and the things that remove Phantasm to get around the Bravo stuff. He's on 5 D reacts, not going to matter here. He definitely sides those out. He's on 3 Sinks, 2 Fates. I don't have his list, but I looked at it before we played each other. He's on like essentially every dragon. What do you think it is as far as like favored wise? Do you think it's Icelander favored, Dromai favored?
So I think it's a race.
Yep.
And I think Icelander has the more efficient damage.
Yeah.
The what Guy is going to look to do is set up a sticky dragon early.
Yep.
So what I mean by that is pretty much anything that has more than 2 health.
Yenderai is a good one.
Yenderai is great. Mirror Guy is quite good.
Vincerica is also wild. You have to wait a whole card to get rid of that thing. The 1 health.
Well, I mean, okay, so the reason I say more than 2 health is because Icelander has a few blue ice cards that can come out of
kill it.
Arsenal
Yeah,
to kill
yeah,
them in the layer step. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything bigger than 2 is really hard for Icelander
Sure.
to kill.
And then, of course, I assume Guy is on and some amount of the Mai.
Yeah, so in,
Oh, I saw it
in
last
our
round,
match,
yes.
he resolved 2 of them. He might have a 3rd in the deck.
Oof.
Yeah, he came prepared to beat Icelander.
I saw him play it
there's-
last round, actually, yeah. We see a red rake. This might just be to make Ash. You get 2 Ash here.
He's going to activate Furnace in response.
So get 2 Ash, 1 from Furnace,
Well, 2 from Dromai.
2 from Dromai, 2 from Dromai, 1 from Rake.
Rake. Yeah.
And then you can choose to resolve as many of these as you want to, and he is going to resolve all of them. So he just wants to get these 3 babies out, which, honestly,
I think it makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. I mean, going first, you don't really have much of a threat. Icelander should be able to block everything. So we have the deck list now, thanks to AJ.
and we can
And-
confirm 3 invoke the Mai.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that card definitely kind of walls this matchup. They have to essentially use an attack action to kill it, or yellow or red Aether Ice Vein. Like,
Yep.
that's it.
Yep.
And that
Well-
feels terrible.
So There are cards, right? First of all the poppers, if Guy ever attacks with it.
Yes.
Which, to maintain tempo, he might have to at some point. As we see Elijah maybe making a tempo play of his own. Lightning Strike, probably with Go again. But yeah, so the Thamai, it interestingly dies to Blue Brothers in Arms, which is in the Michael Hamilton version of...
Yes, it does swing for 4.
It does swing for 4. Elijah's not playing that card, so we can't see it.
Oh, he's not on Brothers in Arms. It's
No,
interesting.
he's not.
I like that card a lot.
Yeah, me too. I think it's great.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
I mean, he's in finals, so.
Yeah, he's
worked
in
out.
finals.
Yeah.
An early block with Crown of Providence. Wow, Elijah. Almost a perfect hand here.
Yeah, wow.
Could have only been made better by a Scar for a Scar instead of that E-Strike. But yeah, just 13 damage.
Super good. I
Sweet.
mean, having the 3 dragons out is going to be a lot of value because Icelander can essentially do nothing about them unless you're on, what's that one card? The one that does like pings a bunch of damage.
Oh, Singe.
Singe,
Yeah.
which no one is playing.
Nobody plays that.
But that would have been a way to clear these. That's a cute card if you're worried about this matchup. So we're gonna see. Does he not have an arsenal? So Elijah's just gonna.
Yeah,
opt
that's
for
right. No
damage.
arsenal. So yeah,
I don't know. That's weird. 'cause-
it's tricky, right? Like I think because the rake was resolved on that first turn,
yeah.
Elijah knows he just has to put on the pressure, and I think he's pretty wisely blocked a decent amount of that damage.
Do you agree with not attacking with the dragons turn 0? Like he made them and then just didn't attack with any of them.
I do agree with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't it get rid of a popper from the deck or just get cards from his hand?
Well, I mean, cards from the hand is. So first of all, the match won't go to fatigue. Someone's going
that's
to win
true.
in first cycle.
But you might get good cards out of his hand.
So
And there's 0 blocks in the deck, right?
this is like kind of an age-old conundrum, isn't it? If you know you're not going to leak damage on the first turn, do you attack?
Yeah, right.
And I think the opportunity for the opponent to kind of pick and choose what cards they block with
Yeah,
is a
it
little
matters.
bit too much.
That's true.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, and we see an Asvalai, and I think he also pitched for. Oh no, he pitched for blue
Sweeping blow.
sweeping, which makes
Made a couple ash.
made 2, and he used 1 for Asvalai.
Yep.
Which we haven't seen a ton of damage come out for Guy, but just the board presence is so much value
Yep.
here.
Sure is.
Those 3 baby dragons are essentially going to exist forever, and the Asvalai has 2 health, 3 health,
3 health. Yep.
3 health, which
Attacks split damage, which is really
oof,
strong.
really good.
Yep.
And I assume Elijah's probably never going to pitch for that AB unless he's already like pitched for something from Arsenal
Yeah,
on that turn.
he'll only do it efficiently, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
So we're gonna kill it actually, which makes sense.
Yep, Scar for Scar, pretty efficient.
Ooh, this is a good turn.
Yeah, sweet turn.
He has to Arsenal a Frost Hex, so how do you feel about that?
I think you have to play Frost Hex in the matchup because... Well, okay, I can look at Elijah's sideboard here and see if there's anything else that he might play instead.
I understand playing it, but why don't you pitch the Frost? Oh, I guess it's not an ice card. See, like, just paying 3 on your opponent's turn to give him a Frostbite and a Frost Hex that might not do anything at all. Is
Yeah,
like,
I think the Frost Hex, I mean, it's not ideal, but
Yeah.
you need blue block threes.
you do.
Generally speaking. And, you know, there are some slower draw my decks.
Yeah.
And the Frost Hex can, like, get some damage in there. Probably it's never worth the 2 cards that it costs to play it.
Oh, I didn't
Which
even
is
realize Guy is not on Arcane Barrier. Oh, he has the dragons, the baby
He
dragons.
has the dragons.
Yeah,
he has
that's right.
Quell from
Quell.
Silken Form here.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see if he elects to use it. I suspect he won't unless he has a blue. So yeah, just
Yep.
taking the 4 there.
And probably just discard a card, yeah.
Discard 1.
It'd be cool if it just said pay 1 or discard because you can pitch a red, get an ash. That'd be really sick.
Yeah, I think that would be a little too
It'd be really-
too draw my favor.
Yeah. So you see getting rid of Burn Them All, which makes
Yeah.
sense.
So Elijah, he
I-
knows exactly what we're talking about, and he doesn't want Arsenal that card.
It makes sense. It's really expensive. You only give 1 Frostbite. The damage from it's probably not going to come up, and 1 Frostbite doesn't do too much. Oh, thank you. This is finals. Thank you, Zach.
Okay, so this problem of playing Frost Hex
Yep.
because it's a role player basically
Mm-hmm.
means you might end up with it in Arsenal.
Yep.
For that reason, I really like the Crown of Providence against Dromai. Sometimes something gets
Yeah.
stuck there and you're just like, no, I don't want it.
I looked over when I was like, oh, he's going to Arsenal this Frostbite. That sucks. Does he have Providence? No. So
Yeah.
you really have to play it.
Yep.
This is one card that's in my draw my list that I have loved playing. Burn them all. Or, sorry,
Blaze Headlong. Yeah, Blaze
Hedgehog.
Headlong. Honestly, I can't believe that it's not in every draw.
Yeah, it's so strong. People were like, you need to cut this card. Why? It's so
why?
insane.
I agree.
Like in this turn, we see he gets to play the Kyloria, then he gets to play the Burn them all because he's already played a red card. It has go again. Probably going to shortcut the 1 damage from all 3 of these, which
Yep.
will happen every turn, which is insane.
Crazy.
That you get 3 free damage every turn.
Yep.
And then we're going to swing for 4 if this hits, draw a card or steal an item,
Yeah.
which will just be draw a card here.
I mean, we can see already, like, imagine that Frostex was a blue frosting,
Yep.
right? Now, like, all of a sudden, Elijah heals basically 5
Yeah.
damage or more.
Yeah, that is one thing we haven't mentioned is, like, of course, poppers are important, but instant arcane damage at the babies
Yep.
is insane.
Big
Ending
deal.
the turn, yeah.
Yep. And this is, like, it's really why Dromai has such an edge, is because if the Icelander doesn't draw that sequence of cards to efficiently get these blue arcane targeting dragons in the arsenal,
Yeah.
it's really tough.
One card that's really good, of course, we're going to see a Channel Lake here, but Hypothermia in this deck or against Dromai
Yeah, Hypothermia is excellent.
is really strong.
Um,
So I played
so-
Dorian to him, not Elijah, a different. He was also in top 8.
Yeah,
And 3 turns in a row, Hypothermia'd me from Arsenal.
Yeah.
I was like, this card's really insane.
it's really good.
Yeah.
Hypothermia is great at instant speed. Probably a little too good, but
Yes.
Guy has been playing around Hypothermia excellently all day.
Yeah.
If he's got his dragons that like the invocations, right?
Yeah.
They're not attacking, so you can play as many of those as you want before you go out with your board.
And he's on a lot of attack actions.
Yep, a lot of attack actions
With natural go again.
With a natural go again. I mean, look, I'm not sure you can make a Dromai list that has more technology to fight Icelander than what Guy has here.
Yeah, which people thought, like, oh, to beat Icelander, you need more blues, but Guy's just like, no, you just need gas.
Yeah, you just need gas.
Yeah.
It's true.
He has 10 blues in his deck, I think. I'm pretty sure it's like three ofs and like a 1 of.
Yeah, so he's running 3 Dunebreaker Senpai, 1 Embermoth Senpai, 3 Passing Mirage, and 3 Sweeping Blow.
Yep, 10.
Yep, 10 blues, perfect number in my opinion.
1 Remembrance for Guardian, I assume specifically.
For Guardian, yeah.
And then just every red in the game.
Like lots of reds.
63 reds, oh my god.
We see a couple choice cards, 2 Enlightened Strike,
That's interesting.
2 Burn Them All. I like both of those numbers. I think they're great.
I understand if I burn them all. In this deck, I can see E-Strike too.
Yep. So Elijah trying to get in for some damage with his Waning Moon here.
It's already at 18.
Yeah, it's tough.
And he couldn't kill the Kyloria.
Couldn't
which
kill
is Scary. Hopefully he was able to arsenal something. I didn't notice. Oh,
The
no.
Thamai, yep.
You
Pitch
have
two
to
reds.
respond here.
Yeah.
And even then, it like feels terrible.
So look, this is like, it's such a tough spot because, so Elijah, he has a pretty decent response here.
Yep.
But Flame Skill Furnace being an instant means if
Getting
he
a bunch
has
of resources.
any color or card left in his hand, he just pitches it to this Furnace in response. He'll have a few resources left over
Yep.
to pay for a few attacks.
There was another Thamai.
There's another Thamai, yeah. So he gets an Ash out of this. Not that he has had trouble making them this
Yep.
game.
And we're gonna see, as long as he has 2 resources, I don't know that they resolve the Frostbite. That seems like a beneficial.
So it looks like the
trigger?
Icelander was waiting for the Frostbite to resolve because
Oh, okay.
Furnace was
It was
activated in
activated.
response.
And then he Waning Moon before it resolved,
Before
so he
Furnace
doesn't
resolved,
have
yep.
resources. Yep. Okay.
So now the resources are going to be there not to block Waning Moon.
Yep. So he
I'm
takes
guessing
it.
they weren't going to be doing that anyway. They're going to
Yes.
be paying for dragons to attack.
100%. You do not want to block 1 arcane here.
Yep.
So we're gonna pay 2.
pay 2 for a midget dragon. Probably just playing around that popper. No
Might as
reason
well
not
get the
to.
damage and then
Yep.
attack with this. And
with
if he doesn't
Kyloria.
have the popper, this is
Sweet, good free arsenal.
it's so gross. Like
Yeah.
you probably, you take it. Oh my goodness.
Well, he has to because he needs some play to keep his channel like Frigid around for the next turn.
You're right, and that's what Peak is there for.
Yep.
Because he could have given him Tunic, but it's probably too early for this.
Drew a card, looks like a red. No, it was a blue, so he gets to attack with all his dragons.
No,
Oh,
we get so
no.
punished, and he's attacking with the Mai because he knows there's no popper there.
Yeah.
Wow. Insane. To draw one of your 10 blues at the perfect time under Channel Lake, like that's...
Yeah, and you've just resolved the Thamai to know real effect from the opponent. Like,
Yeah.
this is
Like, if they can't kill the Thamai here... Oh, he's at 8? This is... Okay.
hypothermia, pitch to waning moon, so he keeps his channel like frigid around.
Sure. So, like, he has to rely on attack actions. He does have a couple dragons in hand, so...
And one of them's a Chromai, so he can
the
even,
action
he can resolve the
points.
Chromai, get an action point, and still attack with probably Kyloria.
Kyloria,
Yeah,
for sure.
Man,
Oh, my goodness. Yeah,
Look.
Gee's deck is very well built.
it's very well built,
Yeah.
and he's executing this perfectly. I have to say, the last time I cast in Gi here, he took down like 2 events in one weekend or something silly.
Wow.
Yeah, he's doing
He won
it
a 1K
again.
recently.
Yeah, he won the 1K. Yep. So, Gi is just the menace at the Haven.
Yeah. Yeah, really, like... Our game was closer than I thought it was going to be. Icelander can clear the Thamai, but not right now.
Yeah.
So you're right. It's possible in the deck. Scar will kill it. It has 4 health, I believe. It's a 3/4.
Yep.
But not having the out for it, I think his hand is like random ice card, 2 hypos, and oh, that's it because he blocked. So
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be able to arsenal a card, but until
play
that
it.
Thamai's gone, can't play it.
yeah, even boots don't matter. Like Gi is going to threaten so much damage here. So unfortunately, Gi's hand is Passing Mirage 3 dragons. You can play the dragons at least to set up more board presence, and then, like you mentioned, you can Chromai and swing Kyloria, but he's not going to get as much damage as he could because his hypothermia is definitely going to matter.
Yep.
But still, Chromai giving you an action point is
Yeah.
so strong. The Demon of South Central Florida. I had never played him before today. He's a really imposing dude to play with.
So to be fair, he is like the nicest guy you can play
He's
with.
super nice.
But his mannerisms really don't reveal much.
No.
He's got a great poker face.
His poker face, yeah. I would not want to play poker with that dude at all. He gives away
Yeah.
nothing.
Yep. And he's clearly very well practiced with this deck, which you can see by the speed he moves his cards around.
Right.
He knows when to activate Furnace. He's really got it all going on with this Dromai deck.
And I will say I didn't practice Dory at all into Dromai. So I just didn't know certain things. Like I didn't know Glistening doesn't give you a counter when it hits a
Yeah,
dragon.
yeah.
I forgot about Quell on the gloves because I haven't played this deck in so long. So like he knew the Dorinthia matchup. He's like, Dorinthia is the second deck I play. I was like, yeah, you definitely acted like it.
Yep.
You knew what to play around. The only thing he didn't play around was twinning at one point, but like even then he still
Yeah.
won.
So he took 2 from the Waning Moon. That was on Elijah's turn.
Yep.
Looks like a blue pitch to play a Mira guy.
Yep. And then we're gonna probably see this Chromai come out. He gets to arsenal his Tumulti, maybe. Oh no, he has to pitch it
Look.
because he's still under Channel Lake. Yeah.
Well, he had 1 floating for the Chromai, which is good.
But if he wants to swing, yeah.
I think he's gonna swing.
Yeah.
I don't see any world in which he.
Yeah,
he
you're probably not
arsenals a
gonna
5-cost
play-
dragon. Yeah.
It is great if it resolves, but
Yep.
yeah, I agree.
So he
Yep.
just picks the one with the highest upside here. Attacks with the Kyloria.
Yep,
doesn't have
'cause
go
he can't
again.
attack again.
But potential arsenal here if the on hit.
Oh, does he not have a popper? Like Elijah, we've only seen 1 Wounded Bull.
It wouldn't matter. There's a mirror guy.
There's a Mirror Guy. Oh my
yeah,
gosh. Yeah, his board, the My Mirror Guy Chromai. I don't know how you get around that.
yeah.
Can
Grab
any
bag
deck
of
really-
dragons here.
I mean, I guess Phi can clear a lot of this stuff, not without much difficulty.
Well,
but
look,
at this point, it's so much.
the trouble here is
It hits.
Icelander just doesn't have really the tools to get multiple dragons in one turn.
Yep.
So we see
Yeah.
he is just able to build up his board. It's not like they've all come at once, right?
Yeah,
It's
right.
4 or 5 turns, and the first turn, right, without Rake the Embers.
Wait, he had a Find Us Fighting Spirit in hand. Oh, but it didn't matter because he can't pop it, which is unfortunate.
Yep.
When
Indeed.
you have the popper and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate.
He has another Mirror Guy in hand, so if we can stack those, it's just like clearing 1 doesn't matter. He still has plenty of Ash.
Yep.
I really respect the full Marvel treatment. Those baby dragon marbles are not cheap.
Yeah, that's not the only Marvel he has in his deck. I want to say... Alright, so let's see. He has... Yep, 3 Command and Conquer.
Are they
and
marvels?
They are marvels.
Whoa, I
Yeah.
played my marbles into him too.
Yeah, so Guy is...
Max rarity.
Yeah, he's just gonna style on everybody with his deck.
Yeah, it looks so pretty to watch.
It really does.
Yeah.
It really does.
So, yeah, I mean, what a suite of dragons. Like, if you, 2 years ago, told me that there was going to be a deck that you can have a Snatch on board every turn that has to be
Yeah,
dealt
yeah.
with.
It's pretty wild.
Time Snap Potion that's on your board every turn that swings
Yep.
for 3.
So Elijah, though, look, this play is sweet. He's got a Cold Snap to freeze the Kyloria.
That freezes an ally.
Yep, it freezes an ally or an arsenal. So frozen the ally, as Guy did not pay for Cold Snap's ability.
And Channel around.
Channel around because he used the go again to pitch another blue for his Fighting Spirit.
I love that play.
Very nice.
Yeah, really well done.
And that Fighting Spirit gained him a life, took out the Thamai. Channel Lake is still here.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elijah's bought himself some breathing room. See
Yeah.
what he can do with it here.
But Chroma Action Point just plays around so much of the disruption that's available. It's good that the Mai's gone, so there's some play that's available now. But Rabble, just like...
Rabble pitching red here,
Red
making
dust
an
there.
ash.
This is
Yeah,
probably-
look,
Go again.
I was gonna say Elijah's bought himself some room if he can find a popper, but I forgot about the mirror guy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this
And Chromai.
and Chromai. Yeah, there's just a lot to fight through.
So Chromai's always going to give you 2 action points.
Yep.
Because it can't be popped, and then... So we're going to pitch 2 for Furnace.
Yep, cost 2 because Channel Lake.
Right.
Yep, and
Get 3
makes
resources.
you 3 resources. Man,
Furnace is such a card, man.
it's such a card.
And now you can swing 3 times through Channel Lake.
Yeah,
Wow. Yeah, it's crazy that like a deck with so many reds like Channel Lake would obviously shut it down, but Furnace is...
Furnace is
So
the real
strong.
deal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It makes Emperor good too. Like without Furnace, Emperor is pretty not great.
yeah. I said it maybe last week or the week before on stream.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't played Emperor yet, do it. He is a blast. It's probably the most expensive equipment suite in the game. So
Yeah.
if you don't have all that,
For
you
sure
know,
is.
see if your locals are okay with proxies.
Just
Somebody-
buy legendaries for 2 classes and generic legendaries.
Yeah, yeah. But he's sweet.
He's really cool.
He has a lot of cool stuff going on.
But yeah, Furnace definitely enabling his stuff too.
Yeah, indeed.
Because his ability costing 3, you just pitch a red once you already have 2 in there, and
Yep.
there's 3 resources.
3 resources, Command and Conquer from deck. Okay, so Chromai coming in. 3
3 go
damage,
again.
unblocked. So Elijah,
I think he has to block, right? He's a 4. He's definitely gonna
Oh.
give a card here. Yeah.
I don't know which life total I saw ticking there.
Is it frozen, or is he just holding his hand super
it's
still?
not frozen.
Oh wow, his
Yeah.
hands are very still.
Very still.
He has
Wow.
very steady hands.
Elijah probably has a good poker face
Yeah.
too, huh?
I need to talk to Elijah. So he's definitely gonna block this. Like you don't want to go to 1 here. The baby dragons all kill you.
Okay, another channel.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Oh, and then this ends the turn, right? Frostbite, 2 channel lakes is enough.
There's gonna. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it
It'll
costs 3
it'll
to do
cost
anything.
3
Yeah.
to do anything. Yeah.
So this saves him a turn, but like,
Oh wow.
how do you chip through 19 damage?
I don't know.
Oh, and then you still have to take that. He didn't even block that.
Nope.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the baby dragons just like win the game on their own.
So
Does he have another channel lake in hand? I'm almost certain that Elijah has the 3rd channel lake in hand right now.
that's pretty crazy. Well, whatever ice card he has is probably going to Coordinate Peak
Yeah.
here.
So he keeps 1 around.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, he's gonna pitch for a peak. Keep the cold
Yeah.
snap. That makes
Well,
sense.
it does
Or,
make
sorry.
sense. Yeah.
Pitch the 3rd channel lake. So this one's gonna stick around for another turn. One's gonna die. He has to give up a card.
Bagel says Elijah's good at magic tricks. If you pay attention to how he moves cards around, you can sometimes see how smooth it is.
That makes sense to me. His hands are very, very
yeah.
steady. He could definitely pull a card out from under the table, and I would not notice at all.
Yeah, both of these players have like
Yeah,
they command the board well and their cards. You know.
they really do. Yeah, it's really nice to see clean play and both people who just fully understand their decks.
It is. I want to take this time, Elijah. I'm not counting you out yet, but I want to talk about the way that Dromai accrues this advantage. Okay, there are these permanents. They
Yeah.
stick around on the board, and in her case, they deal damage.
Right.
Not all permanents just straight up deal damage every turn.
Yep.
But maybe the difference in life total here is because Dromais do.
Yep.
But this is a theme. Icelander does struggle with decks that can put advantage on the board
Yeah.
and keep it there until the right time.
Right.
Um,
Like if Dash can set up those items
Yep.
that just give go again.
exactly.
And
We know
buffs.
Energy Potion does great work against Icelander. So
Yeah, 5-siding the E-pots for them. Yeah. I don't know. I
yeah.
feel
Well,
like
I'm just bringing up this point that what we're seeing here with Dromai, other decks can try to accomplish it in obviously a much less aggressive form. But this is something. If you're struggling against Icelanders in your local meta, try putting some energy potions. Try.
Oh, yeah.
Try. Let's say you're.
even time snaps because
Yeah.
hypo
Just
doesn't do anything.
have permanents that allow you to gain value on a future turn,
Right.
and she can't do her like super efficient turn-to-turn cycle plays. So
Yeah, like in Dory, I play epots, and there's like really cool stuff you can do because you have like permanent go agains off
yes,
cards.
yep,
So you just like play an epot after they fully block you or something. I did that earlier on stream, and it was just like super strong. Like I expected the full block out. I was like, if it's not full block out, I just swing again. That's great. But if not, I can play epot and then I'm set up.
yep,
It was against a Fi actually. It was a Fi on stream, and it was just like, I think he's gonna want to clear my counters, so might as well just keep the epot and play it.
yeah.
Potions, I feel like people underrate because they're like, oh, it ends my turn, it doesn't block, but future value is
It's real.
it's very real,
Yeah.
and it's people I think don't know how to value it. Like, how do you evaluate
Well,
an extra action point 2 turns
like,
from now or something?
I think energy potion's really easy.
I agree,
It's-
that one is
It's
easy.
almost a full card worth of pitch
Yes.
on a future turn, which is almost like having an extra card in your hand.
Yeah, right. So,
So-
if you have a 5 card hand, you have a 6 card hand.
Yeah. So that sort of thing can be cashed in against Icelander big time.
Yep.
And like, if you think about Dromai's board here, he's had a 7-8 card hand for the last 5 turns
Yeah,
because
this-
of all the permanents.
It feels like Chain, right? When you
it
just,
feels like chain. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And you
What-
just see like, oh, I'm taking 8 more damage this turn because you banished well.
Yep. Exactly. These banishes are permanent. Stay there.
Yep, they stay there.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it feels like Seeds Chain when it's just like, oh, he banished 3 seeds and 2 attack actions, so I'm taking at least 9 that I can see, and there's still 5 cards hidden.
Yep.
Same thing here. I'm taking 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 on board plus other cards
Plus a
that
whole
are
hand.
hidden.
Yeah. So it looked like an attack was declared here.
Oh, he
from
froze the.
from the Chromite. Yep. A Cold Snap played off of a Tunic counter from Elijah.
So he has a 5 card hand.
Frostbite froze the Kyloria, so it can't attack.
We're gonna block 3 here.
You know, so Guy, I'm curious as to why he didn't pay for that. If he pays for it, well, the Frostbite comes down first. Okay, never mind. I think that he did the math right, after all. Z's only 2 cards in hand. But I was going to say, if he had enough resources, he could pay for it, which essentially is worth 4 damage. 1 resource worth 4
Yeah.
damage. Like, he'd probably trade that in, but
But I get it because you're under Channel Lake and Frostbite.
under Channel Lake and Frost,
Yeah.
probably doesn't have enough anyway. So some equipment block here from Elijah to not die. He's on 1.
Yeah, it just feels inevitable because the baby dragons are just like,
There,
you have to give a whole card now.
Yep. Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, they're not going away unless he like gets a popper, but then it's just like inevitable, and Maror guy's around and Chrome guy's around. So
Yeah.
we see a Scar in Elijah's hand, which can clear probably what, Chromai or Mirror guy?
It has
Either
to be one of them. Probably the mirror guy, because, like, look, you need the out of drawing a popper
Yeah.
to end the Dromai's turn. So
Yeah, it's really rough. Both of those, like if those weren't on the fields, I mean Elijah has that one, so
Yeah.
if those hadn't been on the fields when he got them, this is a closer game. But those two together, it's just
Yep.
so hard to do anything about those.
So Elijah throws the moon. Looks like a 2 life block. 2 reds pitched from Guy to defend Waning Moon.
Oh, and he just is gonna pass.
Just pass. Well, the
Makes
Channel Lake
sense.
is still there. Yeah. And this is kind of
Get more ash. Yeah.
Dromai, if she stays above, I don't know, 10 life.
Yeah, because Elijah's
There's-
on. Did you see that he's on?
Yeah,
Wildfire?
He has Aether Wildfire in his list.
he do it
yeah,
against
3
you?
of them. He did it against. He did it in the
Yeah, in the
last
sunrise,
round. Yeah.
But he did it against you when you guys played.
No, you don't play Aether Wildfire against wizards.
That makes
That's
sense.
asking for a bad time.
That's true. It makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. Are we gonna see Scar into a dragon here? I wonder which one he chooses. Face doesn't really make sense here. It is face.
It was face. Well, look, face does make sense because, and maybe this is what Elijah's thinking. His best chance to win might be Guy misplaying.
Yeah, maybe
if he
disruption,
attacks, If he attacks
misplaying.
face, takes a bunch of damage because Guy wants to keep his hand, and then, some Storm Striders nonsense.
So if he eats this, he goes to 10, which
It's scary.
Wildfire
It's
actually
pretty
would
scary.
win the game
Could win
if
the game.
if Guy doesn't have enough pitch. So
Yeah.
let's say if nothing is blocked, what is Wildfire? It's 5,
4.
4,
There is a Metacarpus, so possibly 5.
possibly 5. Let's say it's 5. If that's not blocked, any spell, Frosting is 6,
Yep.
and then Waning Moon is 3 more.
It's pretty scary.
14 damage.
Pretty scary.
So yeah, I mean, I can understand why you would just want to maybe get him 10, sub 10, and just play for that strategy because it's probably your only win condition at this
Probably,
point.
yeah.
Channel Lake not going to stick around. Important. So the only disruption that'll happen is Storm Shredders or Arsenal here from Elijah.
Yep. And this is like, I know Guy is a great pilot. He just needs to block this.
Yeah.
There's no world in which
You don't need
he
a
takes any
5-card
yeah,
hand.
yeah.
Yeah. Block 6, take 1.
Yep.
You don't die to anything. Oh,
Blocks the
block
Chromai, which
3.
is very interesting. I mean, I didn't see the rest of his hand, but Chromai is... okay, he has Mirror Guy plus Chromai. He's pretty insulated from a popper, so
Yeah.
probably he does just have more damage in his hand.
Any red go, I think that's a Rabble, so this just turns
Rabbles
on
Rabble.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put Rabbles and Blaze Headlong in my list, and those cards are
Yeah,
so good.
they are sweet.
Yeah, it makes the Guardian matchup better, and if you keep a 1-card hand and you have a board set up, you're like, Rabble,
Yep.
swing everything.
Rabble swing everything.
Ugh.
Yeah, so here's another chain hand. It is, he blocked with 2 cards, and he's still going to attack with 5 cards. Really cool.
It's really strong. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. And Elijah definitely needs to do something here. You can't really block 4 on this. Oh, he has an amulet in hand. Ooh.
Well, he has to block 4 because he's at 1.
No, I mean, like, I think you need to do something in response and then block. Hope it shuts down the turn.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. I doubt he has the Wildfire. It's not in his hand. He has a red in hand, so he doesn't have
Yeah.
enough money anyways.
And putting the Wildfire in Arsenal is no good.
Nope. Guy still has cards, so he'll at least AB enough to not die. Having the amulet here is super rough. Like, I don't think it matters anyways.
Yeah,
Oh, it's Scolding in Arsenal.
when I play against Dromai, I like to cut a few amulets for this reason. I mean,
Yes.
It's like, but Elijah extends the hand.
Yeah,
Guy, well done. Everybody
Well
applauds
done.
him.
I don't feel bad that I lost to him now.
Yeah, that's too bad. I'm gonna be watching that back.
Oh,
yeah,
it looked like a non-game actually for a few turns.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Because I misplayed turn 1. I didn't realize Glistening, like,
Was hitting,
Yeah.
dragon. Yeah.
and I miscounted resources. I pitched yellow for Glistening Sword. Couldn't swing sword again. Like,
Yep.
it was just terrible.
But take nothing away from Guy, our
Yeah.
champion today.
He's a really
Played
good player.
perfectly,
Yeah.
pretty much. Was undefeated the
Yeah.
whole day.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
No one took a game off him.
He took down at least one of his bad matchups in a Bravo, I think round 2. So, yeah, well deserved.
Really well done. A deck that people definitely underrate. To see it do a clean sweep is very impressive. So
Yeah.
congrats to Guy. We're going to see what gold foil we got. Or he got. I assume they didn't do any sort of splitting.
Yeah, I think Guy
He
was...
just wants both.
Look.
Yeah.
We got in... It was Guy and I in the 6th round, with the 2 undefeateds. And I said to him, like, are you interested in splitting the top 8 prize packs? And he just looks at me with that poker face, unyielding poker face, and he shakes his head. He's like, no, I'm going for it. I'm going for everything.
Yeah, as soon as anyone said the word split, as soon as the first syllable came out, he just said no.
Yep.
Doesn't even need to hear the whole word. But yeah, I mean, that's our 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds today.
Yeah. Long day.
Started at noon-ish, and at
Noon-ish.
10 p.m. Yeah, I appreciate everyone who joined us today, everyone who's still around. Really lots of cool games that we saw today. It was a very diverse fields. We saw 3 Icelanders in top 8, but then everything else was unique, right?
Well, so we had the 3 Icelanders,
Yeah.
a Phi, you, Dorinthia,
Dash.
2 Dromais, right?
No,
Or was it Dash and Dromai?
Dash, Dromai, and then what's the
And
last
Guy
one?
is the second Dromai.
There's 2 Dromais?
Pretty sure.
Who's the other Dromai? In top 8?
Oh, no. There was
Yeah.
no. There was 3 Icelander and there was 1 of everything else.
Yeah,
3 Icelander, one
one of everything else.
Okay.
I forgot. Oh, Oldham. Evan.
Oldham,
Yes.
Evan. Yeah, that's right.
So I mean, pretty diverse top 8, pretty diverse field. Like, really, I was expecting lots of Icelander, lots of 5. Like, I thought that would be a third of the field, those 2.
Okay, here it comes.
Oh, he's just
Drum
gonna straight up
roll.
open it. Let's
I
go.
love it.
Yes.
Come
When
on.
people are like, I'm gonna sell it sealed, like, no. Show us the goods.
Yeah.
I don't think we know what all of the options could be. We've seen a couple.
We've seen a few on Twitter and the like.
Thorn is cool.
Thorn is sweet.
Achilles Accelerator is so dope. I would
Yeah,
love
yeah.
that.
Oh,
I
man,
heard
come
Death
on.
Dealer was one. I know Iris of Reality is one. It's cute.
Well, so he plays Dorian Dromai. Let's hope for one of those for him.
Ooh.
Okay. So he's trying to find the back of the card, I think. Oh, vest.
That's interesting. I have not seen that one. Not the best card, but
Look.
not the vest card, am I right?
Hey.
It's cool.
No, that's still sweet.
It's a welcome to Wraith card.
I'm really happy for Guy. I think
Yeah.
he really well deserved this win.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, that card right there can be played in Draw My Blitz.
You definitely can. That's
Yeah.
true. Get 2 resources. A
Fan of S says Chad Blankenship.
Thank you, Chad.
That's a cool name, Chad.
Yeah, it's just not currently played really in any decks, but it's
That's the
cool.
first
Yeah.
Hey.
It's interesting. I did not expect that. If you would have given me 10
Yeah.
guesses, that would not have been one of them.
Yeah,
But super cool. Yeah, I mean, congrats to Guy. Getting to go to Pro Tour is like really sick.
it is.
He's a great player, so
Yeah, watch
That
out
makes-
for him.
yeah.
He's won a
Seriously.
bunch of big events here, so
He has, yeah. We've
he
been
won the
calling
1K
him
here as well.
on the 1K
yeah, I think really your only bad matchups are Ninja, but like you
for
can take
the
it
Dromai.
for Dromai.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he keeps on this deck, like everything else feels pretty good.
I think Guardian is tough.
All right.
Yeah.
He has the right cards for it, but
It's
you
still
So
hard.
that all being said, I want to cut you guys off. I know you can talk for another 4 hours.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah.
I want to thank everyone for watching. This is AJ again. Hasn't been here for 2 rounds. I talked for 9 hours.
Yeah, you did.
So, I want to thank everyone for watching. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe. There's a lot of content coming out of this channel going forward. We definitely stream our locals every Saturday. It might be spotty going into ProQuest season, but we do that, and there's a lot of good live content right here. Lots of set reviews, all that good stuff. We're gonna have some deck techs, all that good stuff. So make sure you subscribe, make sure you like, and I want to thank Ryan, who did a round, you, Nick did a round, and then Tom did a round. So I want to thank you guys for coming in and streaming for me because my voice was dead. And yeah, congrats to the Gee and congrats to Elijah. Second place is nothing to scoff at. It's
Yeah.
a 44-person event. And thank you all for watching. And we're going to head out. I'm going to get something to eat.
Yes. Thank you everyone for watching, and we will see you